Chapter 51. Since he didn't have his own Mandarin class in the morning, Gojo Satoru was free. It's just that this time he imitated Shizuka Hiratsuka's appearance and called Misaki Naruto into the office. Looking at the girl who kept her head down the whole time, Gojo Satoru pretended to be sad. Misaki, teacher, am I so ugly? You don't dare to look at me. Silence. About 5 seconds later, seeing Chi Ming, he slowly raised his head. The pale skin like white wax made people wonder if he had some terminal illness. No, teacher, you are very good looking. There was no emotion in her voice. Thank you for the compliment. Gojo Satoru was happy for a moment, then embraced with both arms and raised his Erlang legs. Let's get straight to the point, Misaki-san. Your eyes should be able to see supernatural beings from time to time. Yes, it's a direct showdown. At the beginning of school, according to the observation of the 6 eyes, the single eye covered by the white eye patch is full of magic power. With the magic power, it is natural to be able to see monsters and even ghosts in this world. Slightly altered. This may be one of the reasons why girls are withdrawn and even seem out of place for high school students, right? Seeing Saki Ming's eyes fluctuate, looking at the smiling Gojo Satoru, he frowned slightly. Teacher, you? I'm a conjurer. I'm considered an onmyoji. Onmyoji? Seeing Chi Ming was surprised. She thought that she was the only one in this world who possessed unrealistic powers, but it turned out that there were still onmyojis. Oh, by the way, and this is for you. Gojo Satoru took out an amulet from the drawer. Amulet? Subconsciously took the amulet. Seeing Chi Ming was a little puzzled. Take it as a teacher's blessing to your students. You have to take it with you wherever you go in the future. Gojo Satoru blinked at the other party with his left eye and said with a smile. Seeing that Chi Ming didn't speak, he just nodded silently and put the amulet into his pocket. After chatting about family relations for a while, Gojo Satoru let his lovely student leave when class was about to begin. At the same time, he could feel it in the chat. Jian Qiming probably has a lot of heart knots, which is also one of the reasons why she is reticent and withdrawn. The problem of heart knots is not easy to deal with. In a blink of an eye, the time soon came to noon. Gojo Satoru walked in the empty corridor with a lollipop in his mouth. After all, staying in the office is really boring, and Xiaojing actually went out to eat with Qinshuan, so I might as well go shopping around Zhongwu High School by myself during this time. But, the deeper you go, just vaguely heard a pleasant sound of piano playing. What? Gojo Satoru, who was interested in his heart, followed the sound of the piano and walked over. I saw that the sound came from a piano room, and at the same time it was played by a woman with a pure and beautiful face. Leaning against the door, Gojo listened in a daze. For him who is all-round, the piano is naturally no problem. However, halfway through the playing, the woman stopped, turned her head to look at the door, and when she saw the appearance of Gojo Satoru, her eyes flashed with astonishment, but she quickly hid it again, with a signature smile on the corner of her mouth. Sir, eavesdropping is not a good habit. Sorry, I'm leaving now. Although he said sorry, there was no sign of apology in Gojo Satoru's tone, and he just wanted to turn around and leave. Please wait. The woman suddenly opened her mouth to stop. Sir, if you keep listening, you must understand music. I don't understand, goodbye. Gojo left without looking back. He has already recognized who the other party is. With long pale pink hair, a pure and charming appearance and piano skills. Isn't this the B******ch Akane? TV is indeed pink. B******ch Chien, hey, I'm scared. Seeing the figure of Gojo Satoru leaving, B******sich Akane, cough. It should be Minagawa Akane. After watching for a few seconds, she slowly stuck out her tongue and rubbed her lipsticked lower lip a few times. I'm a little interested in you. She is the piano teacher of Zhongwu High School, responsible for the piano lessons of the 3rd grade C, D, E classes. Being able to hang out in Sobu High and not wearing a school uniform looks like the new teacher. After returning to the office, Gojo Satoru saw Hiratsuka Shizuka and Chihiro, who had just returned. Woo, Xiaojing. The tall body bent down and got into Hiratsuka Shizuka's warm ball, and Gojo Satoru cried and cried. I haven't seen you for half an hour. I miss you very much. Where did you learn that? Hearing this rhyme, Shizuka Hiratsuka also felt amused. Oh, you don't care. Gojo Satoru arched his head. This confession made Hiratsuka Shizuka blushed, and she slapped the opponent on the back a few times. It seems to be warning Chihiro is still there, don't make it too much. However, Gojo Satoru can't control that much. After seeing B****ch, only Xiaojing's embrace can give me warmth. Sure enough, Xiaojing is the best. B****ch sis or something. Hurry up and climb. It's like a fruit full of water and a rotten fruit. Which one would you choose? But any normal person will choose the first one. Duh. Chapter 52. Afternoon. Rumble. The originally clear sky suddenly turned into a torrential rain, and even lightning flashed from time to time. This made everyone in the returning department distressed. You must know that they didn't bring umbrellas, so it's possible that they really have to go home in the rain. As for taking a taxi, it's too expensive, and I can't afford it as a high school student. It doesn't matter to those who join the club. Anyway, they want to participate in club activities. Teacher's office. Gojo Satoru leisurely drank his coffee and checked the short videos on his phone. He wants to go home, and he can teleport home at any time. As for his younger sister, Xiaobu, she and Ibi Kaikai went home with the 2 umbrellas given by the latter's mother. Will you take me back in my car, Wu? After tidying up the things on the table, Shizuka Hiratsuka asked. No, I'll stay for a while. You go back first. Gojo, who was watching the short video intently, didn't even raise his head to respond. Nodding his head, after packing up his things, Shizuka Hiratsuka left. Before leaving, he also said, remember to close the door. In the huge office, only the voices of Gojo Satoru and the short video remained. About half an hour passed. At this time, the door was suddenly opened. Then came a female voice. Hiratsuka-sensei, I have. The owner of the female voice came in. But seeing that there was only Gojo Satoru alone, the word stopped. Huh, are you here to find Xiaojing? Gojo Satoru turned his chair and looked at the girl at the door. Seeing this made him raise his eyebrows. Yo, acquaintance. The girl was wearing a Sabuko uniform, with shoulder-length black hair and a face so cute as to be foul. Chiba City, the second lady of the Yukinoshita family, Yukinoshita Hirano, ahem, it should be Yukinoshita Yukino. Advertisement. Yes, may I ask who you are? Yukinoshita Yukino asked with some doubts. In her memory, she has never seen this white-haired teacher. Oh, I'm Xiaojing's husband. Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes and said with a smile. There is really nothing wrong with this statement. I am her man. Rounded up, it also means that I am her husband. What? Yukinoshita was stunned. She really couldn't imagine that a man would fall in love with that violent woman, and she even got married. Haha, I'm not joking with you. I'm the new teacher, Gojo Satoru. Mr. Wu Tiao, hello. Yukino could not help feeling a little speechless in her heart. It seems that this new teacher has a rather bad personality. I am Yukinoshita Yukino, a student in Class J led by Mr. Hiratsuka. Since Mr. Hiratsuka is not here, I will take my leave first. Slight changes, Teacher Da and Xuanai are in the same class. After finishing speaking, she left, and her delicate hands also closed the teacher's door again. Looking at the closed door, Gojo Satoru rubbed it down smoothly, thinking to himself, could it be that you are looking for Xiaojing to set up a service department? Without thinking too much, he continued to watch the short video on his phone. A short hour passed. The thunderstorm outside the window didn't seem to stop at all, and it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist and prepared to leave as well. However, he didn't plan to teleport home directly, but planned to go to the supermarket to buy the dishes he needed for tonight. Picking up the emergency umbrella on the corner for teachers, he left the teacher's office and closed it. Walking on a small road to the supermarket, Gojo Satoru wanted to call Yubajima and ask him what he wanted to eat tonight. But when he thought about the possibility of saying, I will eat whatever Wu does, he dismissed the idea. Huh? Isn't that Hirano? Advertisement at this time, Gojo Satoru saw a figure squatting in a bush in front of him. That figure is Yukinoshita Yukino. However, what is a little puzzling is why this girl put her umbrella in the grass and kept drenched in the rain. The trembling body can be seen from a long distance away. With curiosity, Gojo Satoru walked over. After approaching, I vaguely heard Yukinoshita Yukino's comforting voice and the sound of a kitten meowing. It's okay, don't get caught in the rain, don't be afraid. Because the sound of thunder and attention were all on the kitten, Yukino didn't notice a person standing behind him at all. Moving the umbrella forward a little so that it could cover Yukinoko, Gojo Satoru spoke with interest. Huh? Yukino is really sympathetic. He handed his umbrella to the cat to keep out the rain, but he was drenched in the rain. Shock. Yukino was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the voice. Turning her wet face, she saw that it was the teacher with a bad personality from before. Teacher, it's impolite to speak suddenly and scare people. Her tone was slightly dissatisfied. Mainly, the little milk cat in the grass was also frightened and started meowing again. Wally, sorry. Going to the side, squatting down. Seeing that the umbrella can cover the girl, Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Hearing this insincere apology, but also seeing the other party put his umbrella out of place to help him protect himself from the rain, Yukino snorted. But then he looked down at the kitten again, showing a gentle smile. It's okay. Her voice was very soft and gentle. In the end, the kitten gradually stopped barking and just kept looking at Yukino and Gojo Satoru. Why, you want to adopt it? Looking at the little milk cat, Gojo Satoru asked. Yukino was also moved in her heart, but she was still lost. Small animals are not allowed in the place where she lives. If it doesn't work, send it to a shelter for stray cats. Gojo Satoru seemed to see that the other party wanted to speak out, and interrupted the words directly. Chapter 53. However, I heard online that organizations that adopt stray animals actually kill them afterwards. Yukino frowned, and said in a low voice with a troubled face. In fact, she also had this idea before, and wanted to send these stray cats to an adoption agency. But when she browsed the information on the internet, she saw that many people said that they would kill them or even make food. This dispelled the idea of sending it to an institution. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru teased the kitten with his index finger and smiled lightly. Regular adoption agencies are not like what you said. If you are really worried, you can visit them from time to time. If something really happens, just call the police. It is indeed possible. Yukino's eyes lit up. Why hadn't she thought of this before? If you really don't feel at ease, you can go and see it often. This is simply a benefit for cat slaves. Obviously, in the past, she fell into the misunderstanding that the agencies that adopted stray animals were all fake. Yukino picked up the kitten in her tender little hands, and the kitten didn't show any resistance. It just meowed in confusion. What does this two-leg want? Here you are, your umbrella. Gojo Satoru also picked up the umbrella from the grass and handed it to the other party. Thanks, responded, leaning the kitten on her ordinary chest with one hand, taking the umbrella with one free hand. Yukino bowed to Gojo Satoru. Thank you, Wutiao teacher. It seems that you are not as bad as I imagined. It means that I had such a bad impression on you before. Gojo Satoru complained speechlessly. However, do you know where the agency that adopts stray cats is? He was a little puzzled. I know. I checked online before, and the nearest shelter is only a few hundred meters away. Looking at the quiet kitten in her arms, Yukino's heart almost melted. Sure enough, cats are the cutest animals in the world. Advertisement, mother kittens. The good man will do it to the end, and I will go with you. Standing up, Gojo Satoru said. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I'm such a nice guy. Yukino didn't refuse either, and nodded. If the organization is fake, there is a man named Gojo Satoru who can solve it better. So, as a cat slave, she really broke her heart for cats. The two of them were walking on the path. Neither of them spoke, only the meowing of the kitten. Through the bustling crowd, not far away, I saw a small shop named House of Love. The two put their umbrellas outside, and after pushing open the door, a female voice came from the store. Private Monsieur, sorry, sir and madam, are you here to adopt animals or foster animals? Walking over was a middle-aged woman wearing an apron. I saw on the internet that you can adopt stray animals here, right? Yukino asked. Although his tone was very flat, he felt a sense of strength. The middle-aged woman was taken aback and looked at the kitten in Yukino's arms. The kitten also meowed very cooperatively. Ah, what a cute kitten. Ah, sorry, I'm sorry. We can indeed adopt stray animals here. Is it this kitten? Yes. Please take good care of it if you can. I will visit it often. Yukino Shida breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the kitten with some reluctance. However, when I turned my head and thought that I could come here often to see it in the future, the feeling of reluctance disappeared. Taking the kitten carefully with both hands, the middle-aged woman said with a peaceful face, "Don't worry, the staff in our store are all dog and cat lovers, and they will take good care of these lovely stray animals." Yukino nodded. Then I walked around the store again and found that the small animals in the store were doing well, so I was completely relieved. Advertisement. After walking out of the House of Love, Gojo Satoru, who hadn't been enlightened the whole time, suddenly said, "Then I'll go first, Yukino Shida-san." "Well, thank you for coming with me, Gojo-sensei." "Haha. I am also very happy to help the lovely students, teacher." "Mr. Wojo, are you pervert?" Yukino covered her chest vigilantly. "Although I know I'm cute, you don't have to say it." "Huh? How do you know I'm pervert?" Gojo Satoru showed an evil smile very cooperatively. "Since I'm a pervert, it doesn't matter what you do, pervert. I called the police." Saying that, Yukino took out her mobile phone and seemed to really want to call the police. However, no police were called after all. Although she had only known each other for a short time, she probably knew the teacher's character. He is a man with an extremely bad personality, but surprisingly, he is still a kind and caring man. Ahem. Then I'd better go. Oh yes, if you encounter any sad things in the future, you can rely on the teacher's shoulder. The teacher is your support. Gojo Satoru winked and said greasy. "Mr. Wutiao, it is basically impossible for you in this life." Picking up the umbrella, Yukino left expressionlessly. "Well, it's impossible in the next life. It's better to go home and change clothes and take a shower. Wearing this wet clothes will catch a cold sooner or later." Seeing the gradually receding figure, Gojo Satoru smiled indifferently, picked up his umbrella and left, heading straight to the supermarket. Chapter 54. Wojo home. After eating the food, Gojo Satoru lay on the sofa and turned into a delicate salted fish. "Ong, help me get a dessert from the refrigerator," he yelled feebly. "Okay, wait a minute." Ao Ojishima, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, responded. 2 minutes passed. After putting the bowls and chopsticks into the disinfection cabinet and wiping his wet hands, Yubijima took out the dessert cake with the box from the refrigerator. "For you." Dessert cakes on the table. Gojo Satoru quickly returned to normal from the state of salted fish, tore open the packing box, picked up the small spoon that came with it, and immediately dazzled. Looking at his man's foolish appearance, Yubi Dao said with a smile, "Whoa, I have to go back to Kyoto tomorrow morning." Gojo Satoru didn't stop his current actions, but just spoke vaguely. What happened to Phi in Kyoto? It must have been an accident. A new type of filth has appeared, and the other 12 generals are still in various parts of the country. I am the only one who is relatively free, so I want to go and have a look. A new type of filth? Gojo Satoru froze for a moment. Carry the amulet with you at all times, and I can sense it when something goes wrong. He turned his head with a serious face and said, "It's just that the cake stained on the face and the corners of the mouth is extremely unconvincing, even a little funny." Hi. Yes. Said perfunctorily, Yubijima took out a tissue and wiped off the cake on the opponent's face. "He's so dameable. You squinting ong is my child," Gojo Satoru said in a dissatisfied tone. "Is not it? You are finished tonight. I can't ask for more." Yubi Daoong was still smiling. Evening. Advertisement. Gojo Satoru successfully cleaned up Yubi Shermao, and after putting him into a deep sleep, he lay on the bed and played with his mobile phone. Ding dong. Someone sent a message from the line software. When I opened it, it turned out to be Nino. "It's so annoying, Mr. Wutiao. Our 5 sisters are going to transfer schools, and it's very troublesome to go through the transfer procedures." "Transfer?" Wojo Wu raised his eyebrows and typed with his fingers. "What's the matter? Did you fail the course, or did the bullying cause trouble?" Not waiting for 3 seconds, the response came. Apparently, the other party had been holding his mobile phone ready to reply in seconds. "We are good kids. How could it be possible that school bullying is not a bad girl, but Yatsuba, who failed the 2 makeup exams and was expelled from school? There is no way for us 5 sisters to be separated, so we had to transfer schools together." "So good. If I am treated like this, I will marry you directly. The Nakano family. Seeing Gojo Satoru's words, Nino, who was lying in bed, blushed. You can marry, but please only marry me, she said secretly in her heart. Holding the phone in one hand, Sue pointed to the screen to type. Hey Wu Qiaoquan, you are so disgusting. How can a boy marry a girl? She regretted a little when she said this. But it's not waiting for her to withdraw. Hey, how can this be disgusting? I'm called upside down. As a son-in-law, I will start for 3 years, and I will be stared at in 3 years. I will come directly to the Dragon King to return. The 3-year period has come. Please Dragon King come back. Ha. Poochie ha. Seeing this news, Air now couldn't help laughing. Isn't this a short video meme from Huaxia? She complained for a long time at the beginning. Then I must be a snobby fiancé? I don't want it. Then I will return from the god of war, and you will be the wife I lost for 3 years. At that time, I will give an order, and 100,000 soldiers will rush to come, and then they will spit on each of them. You are the only one who criticizes a lot every day. Ha. Nina really couldn't stop laughing, thinking of Gojo Satoru's handsome face in his mind. But he said such funny words, it's really too contrasting. However, my wife. Advertisement looking at the word wife on the screen of the mobile phone, Air now had some fantasies. Ding dong. Hearing the sound of the news, she took a quick look. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed first. Good night, Makabaka. My heart was a little low, but I saw 12:30 displayed on my phone. Nino is also going to bed and has to go through school transfer procedures tomorrow. Good night, Gojo-kun. She knows the stalk, but let her say the same thing. This makes it impossible for the arrogant Nino to do it. Maybe? Early morning. Gojo Satoru helps to pack Mibijima's clothes. Big brother, who are you? Xiaobu, who just woke up, was a little puzzled when he saw Gojo Satoru packing his suitcase in the living room. Oh, Ong is going back to Kyoto, and there is a little business over there. Ecstasy in my heart. Xiaobu quickly controlled his facial expression and acted coquettishly to Yubi Daoong, who was drinking coffee with a look of reluctance. It's only been a day or two. Sister, you're leaving. Why don't you play for a few more days? Haha, let's go you. I'm going to live a 2-person world with my big brother, woohoo. Taking a sip of coffee gracefully, a trace of distress flashed across Yahijima's smiling face. Xiaobu, you are so reluctant to part with me, so I can continue to come back to live after I finish my work in Kyoto. Is that okay? What do I mean? This is your home. Black?JPG. No. You squint your eyes. Let me just say politely, why are you still here? Forced to squeeze out a smile, Xiaobu said in distress. Juan, welcome. Woohoo. I wouldn't have said it if I knew it earlier. The 2-person world between me and Big Brother will soon be broken again. Chapter 55. Total Wu Gao. After opening the box where the indoor shoes were kept, Xiachuan Jinliang saw the love letter with a red heart printed on it. It's only the 2nd day. She was a little helpless. Although I know I'm pretty, but I didn't expect this group of high school students to have such a strong animal desire. Just send a love letter. After changing into indoor shoes, Xiachuan Jinliang opened the love letter. Student Xiachuan, although we have never met, I was deeply attracted to you the day you entered school. If possible, can you please come to the rooftop to meet at noon? TSK Tisk. Xiachuan Jinliang clicked her tongue a few times and immediately wanted to throw the love letter into the trash can. However, he paused and thought about it again. Forget it. I'm already bored at noon. Let's go and have a look. Anyway, at school, she didn't believe that the other party dared to do anything out of line. Back in the classroom, after ringing the bell. Hey, where's Mr. Wujo? Kitagawa Kaiming said doubtfully. It's been a minute since I rang the bell. Why hasn't my head teacher come yet? Maybe go and destroy the monster. Xiachuan Jinliang didn't say these words, but secretly said in his heart. To be honest, Gojo Satoru's fighting figure and appearance really attracted her that day. However, it is a pity that they are teachers and students. In the island country, teacher-student love is not recognized by the society, and it is even regarded as the highest point of moral responsibility by others. If everyone is a student, Xiachuan Jinliang is very willing to let the other party be his boyfriend, which is a shield in popular terms. The teacher did not show up for a long time, and the students in the class were also boiling. Some are eating breakfast without eating. Some are looking in the mirror to touch up their makeup, and some are chatting with each other about which game is fun. They are all doing what they want to do. Student Xiachuan, classmate Kitagawa. At this time, Chitanda Eru from the first row ran over. The big violet eyes seemed to be twinkling bright stars. What's wrong, Eru? Advertisement. Looking at the girl in front of him, Kitagawa Marin smiled slightly. After they entered school yesterday, the girl was very active and made them friends, exchanging contact information and lines. Hey, have you seen an urban legend? Chitanda Eru said with a mysterious face. I heard that several people have suddenly set themselves on fire in the past few days. That is, their bodies caught fire with a bang, and no ashes were left behind. When she said, wow, she also raised her hands and made a more vivid gesture. Urban legend, self-immolation? Not only Kitagawa Marin is interested, but even Xia Chuan Jinliang, who has entered the disaster field, dares to be interested. Is it phosphorus fire? Kitagawa Marin said nervously. No. Someone in the post bar analyzed that the temperature of the phosphorus fire is not enough to burn people to death. Everyone said that it was made by the legendary monster. Chitanda Eru looked excited. For a girl like her who is curious about everything, this kind of urban legend aroused her great interest. I also think it might be a monster. Huh? X2 hearing the affirmative voice, the two women saw that it was Xia Chuan with a face full of approval. It's so cool. Do you have any basis? Kitagawa Marin said curiously. No, it's just a feeling. Don't take it seriously. Xia Chuan really cool lying on the table, said mischievously. The two women let out a disappointed voice. Hearing this voice, Xia Chuan just smiled slightly. The monsters in urban legends. Maybe it is true. About 5 minutes passed. At this time, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose from the podium. Then there was another voice. The handsome Gojo-sensei is here. The smoke cleared. Advertisement. I saw Gojo Satoru, who was dressed in pitch black and dressed like a ninja, suddenly appeared on the podium. The whole person forms a squatting posture. In an instant, everyone stopped talking. Their faces were shocked and dumbfounded. And he seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Gojo Satoru stood up proudly and then said, Today is Ninja Gojo-sensei. Isn't it surprising? Is it? Ah. Before he could finish speaking, the ceiling lifted by him was crumbling, and he persisted for not a second. A vertical landing came directly, and it just hit Gojo Satoru exactly. Boom. A crisp sound sounded. Teacher Gojo. Accent. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who was still dressed as a ninja with gauze wrapped around his head on the podium, everyone in the class twitched. So Mr. Wojo, it's been so long since you came to class. You spent all your time preparing cosplay ninjas, right? And forget about your cosplay ninja. How come you haven't even covered the ceiling yet? After buttoning his bandage-wrapped head, Gojo Satoru finally chose to take off the ninja suit. Too hot. Grabbing the headgear, pulling it up, the one-piece ninja suit was taken off, revealing yesterday's outfit. Throw the ninja suit out the window casually. He continued to lecture. No, Mr. Wojo, is it really okay for you to throw your clothes around? His eyes followed the sight of the ninja uniform and threw it directly out of the window. Everyone in the class had black lines on their heads. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D threw clothes around. Principal, are you okay, Principal? It's okay, no problem. Let's go to the hospital quickly, so that nothing happens. No need. Let's continue to patrol the school. The conversation between the dean and the principal came from outside the window, especially the voice of the dean, and all the classes on the side heard it. All this, looking at Gojo Satoru with a calm face, as if nothing had happened, the people in the class could only lament the thick-skinned head teacher. Chapter 56. Noon. Xia Chuan, who only drank a pack of milk, walked up to the rooftop as promised. And there is also a male figure on the rooftop. I saw that he had short brown hair, a handsome face, and a height of about 1.8 meters. Dai Taiyong, Sobu High Baseball Club, the ace of the school team. Student, are you the one who called me over? Folding his arms, Xia Chuan Jinliang said, while looking at each other. He is barely tall, so he looks like that. Comprehensive evaluation, 10 points. These 10 points can still be regarded as friendship points for the sake of the same school. Hearing this soft, dreamy voice, Dai Taiyong excitedly turned his head from looking at the scenery to the back. Student Xia Chuan, my name is Dai Sun, just call me Sunday. Dai Sun put on his signature smile, and his smile was very sunny. It is because of this sunny smile that he has gained a lot of fans. Xiao Mian, see if I am not fascinated by you. However, this smile was of no use to Xia Chuan Jinliang. It just felt that the smile was very hypocritical. I know you, Dahi, a sophomore in high school, who is also the school's ace baseball player. Immediately, Dai Sun smiled brighter. In fact, he fell in love with a big sister when he was in junior high school, but that big sister left in a hurry and didn't ask for the contact information. However, yesterday he found himself empathizing with someone else. With long snow-white hair and a gentle personality towards everyone, he felt his heart beating. This gentle character is like that big sister. Xiao is easy, just for the sake of S*X, right? Later, I secretly asked my friends and foxes. It turned out that the girl was Xia Chuan, a child who had just returned to Daxia. When school was over yesterday, he secretly followed her, and after knowing where the other party kept her indoor shoes, he wrote a love letter. You read the love letter too, Xia Chuan. Saying that, Dai Taiyong came over, trying to get close to Xia Chuan Jinliang, but the latter took a few steps back. But he didn't care, he still looked affectionate. Advertisement. I like you, Xia Chuan. Please be my girlfriend. I will do my best to treat you well. Sincerely, I am afraid not many girls are willing to refuse. But, sounds really good. Hearing the previous sentence, Dahi Taiyong was ecstatic in his heart, and his mouth was about to burst into laughter. Xiao Mian, this is not an easy way to deal with you. Daga, verbal wow, however, I refuse, huh? One of the things I, Xia Chuan Jinliang, like to do the most is to say no to people who like to think of themselves. Hey, has your painting style changed? Seeing Dai Taiyong's bewildered expression, Xia Chuan Jinliang's heart skipped a beat for a while. Finally said this sentence. This is too much fun. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat, Xia Chuan Jinliang returned to his normal appearance. Forget it. Classmate Dai, I don't want to date or fall in love in high school. Yes, but... Hearing that he didn't want to date, Dahi Yang returned from the confused state and said hastily with an expression of unwillingness. I really like you, so cool. He directly called out the name that only close people can call. TSK. An impatient look flashed across Xia Chuan Jinliang's face, and his gentle character was no longer pretending. Are you really human, classmate? I said that I don't want to fall in love, but I just don't want to fall in love. Why do you have to pester me all the time? Or is it that your brain is not developed and you can't understand human speech at all? Dahi Yang was stunned again when he hit him directly with a poisonous tongue. Is this really Xia Chuan who is gentle to everyone? Are you sure it wasn't dropped? A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Xia Chuan Jinliang wanted to leave the rooftop. However, the moment she turned around, tat-a-tat-it. Advertisement, hasty footsteps sounded. It was Dai Taiyong rushing over as if hugging Xia Chuan Jinliang, preventing him from leaving. Xia Chuan Jinliang also reacted, but after all, his body was a little weak, and his body did not react in time. Just when Dai Taiyong was about to hug Xia Chuan Jinliang, a pair of big white hands suddenly pushed Xia Chuan away. Oh my god! As soon as I got on the rooftop, I saw someone trying to T my lovely student. Gojo Satoru retracted his right hand. His blue eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher Wu Tiao. Seeing this familiar tall figure, Xia Chuan was really happy, and at the same time felt very lucky. She never thought that after being rejected, this person wanted to hug her forcibly and not let her leave. Just a little bit. Thinking of this, Xia Chuan Jinliang got goosebumps all over his body. Such a disgusting person. Dai Taiyong, who fell on the ground, also made a sound in pain. No. This teacher, please listen to my explanation first. I just want to pursue classmate Xia Chuan. He rubbed the sore skin drum and explained quickly. I really like Xia Chuan. Okay, I don't want to hear it, and I'm too lazy to listen to your explanation, so get out. Gojo Satoru glanced at the other party, his tone very indifferent. Fist clenched. Although Dai Taiyong was very unwilling, he still bit his lip and left. Walking by the gate, he glanced back at the two people who were still on the roof, and then went downstairs angrily. It's all the fault of this person. It's all his fault. If only he died. With this idea, Dae Sunyong was also taken aback by himself. As we all know, exorcists and onmyoges understand the demons of the nihilistic world as people who breed darkness in their hearts, which will attract demons to lurk in their bodies. Okay. Sensing the fleeting nausea, Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at the corridor where Dae Taeyong had just left. This kid? Huh. It seems that it is indeed hopeless. Duh. Chapter 57. Damn. Returning to the class with an angry expression on his face, Dae Hyun-yong felt that he was becoming more and more irritable for some reason, and only thought that the teacher was dead. Hey, son, shall we go to practice after school? At this time, a friend of Dae Taeyong came over. At that time, those little fans of yours will come to bring you water again. I'm so envious. He said enviously. Practice your get out. However, Dae Taeyong, who was sitting in his seat, suddenly burst into flames, roaring maniacally. However, after he finished speaking, he regretted it in his heart. How did I become so irritable? No, Shochiku, Are you an idiot? What Lousy said just now? You scolded Lousy, get out. Being scolded for no reason, Shochiku also felt angry. He grabbed the books on the table and hit the other person in the face, then turned and left. Only the bewildered Dae Taeyong was left. However, wait 3 seconds. With a ferocious look on his face, he stood up straight away, kicked Shochi hard with his feet at the run-up, whose back was facing him. What dash? Did I let you go? The two wrestled together. The noisy sound also woke up the rest of the students who were sleeping in the classroom, and they also looked dazed when they woke up. You must know that Dae Taeyong and Shochiku are very good friends. Why are they still fighting? However, when they saw that Songju was crushed under him and his nose was bleeding from the beating, they hurried over to try to persuade them to fight, and one of them even ran out of the classroom to call the teacher. If there are onmyoges, exorcists, or people with strong natural spell power, you can see dozens of small black balls around Dae Taeyong's body. These little black balls are all little devils. On the roof, Gojo Satoru leaned on the fence, looked at the unobstructed playground below, and couldn't help sighing. This is youth. Teacher, how old are you? Advertisement Xia Chuan Jinliang complained speechlessly in her heart. In the eyes of others, Gojo Satoru's appearance is probably only 19 or 20 years old. But it is not the case. If only counting the age of the magic world, he is also 28. It's just that the magic power is too strong, so that the appearance has been kept at the time of the High School of Magic. Teacher Wu Tiao, thank you very much for today. Xia Chuan Jinliang walked to the fence and said gratefully to Teacher Bai Mao, who was also in front of him with a serious face. Counting this time today, it has saved me twice. Well, Gojo Satoru made a drawn-out nasal sound, then turned his head to look at Xia Chuan Jinliang and said jokingly, if you really want to thank me, then promise me with your body. Gojo-sensei, are you a pervert? A teacher-student relationship? This is not allowed. Xia Chuan really cool rolled his eyes. Huh? To reject me so simply. It seems that I am still old after all, and even my lovely students don't like me anymore. Turning back with a bored face, Gojo Satoru continued to look at the playground. He was also joking when he said that he would make a promise with his body. However, Xia Chuan Jinliang at the side fell silent at the moment. Being in love, she was wondering if it was time for her to agree with her body. After all, she had saved her life twice, and the other party's various conditions were particularly in line with her own standards. On the rooftop, there was a brief silence. Pucci. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru laughed. Is this unbearable? What? Xia Chuan Jinliang, who was pulled back to reality by the words, was a little confused. Gojo Satoru didn't open his mouth to explain, but just glanced at Xia Chuan Jinliang with interest, then turned and left, followed by a reminder. Hurry up and go back to work. The lunch break is coming to an end. Ah, yes. Blinking his eyes, Xia Chuan Jinliang felt that the previous paragraph had a deeper meaning. Walked down the corridor. Gojo Satoru didn't go to Class F of the first year, but went to the floor of the second grade. Advertisement just now. His 6 eyes sensed a disgusting aura that belonged exclusively to demons. This breath came from Dae Taeyong. After walking for a while, Gojo Satoru stayed in Class D of the second grade. Then he opened the door and leaned in with a smile. Excuse me. At a glance, The classroom is in a mess. All the tables and chairs are tilted to the ground, and books are flying all over the sky. At the same time, there were dozens of students inside, as well as a female teacher wearing a teacher's uniform. However, what attracted the most attention was the student sitting on a chair, holding a gauze to his forehead, and the gauze was also faintly seeping with blood. You are looking at Gojo Satoru, who suddenly appeared. Doubts appeared on the female teacher's frosty face. I'm the head teacher of Class F for the first year, Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru was still smiling. However, he was secretly surprised. It's acquaintance again. This female teacher has waist-length sakura-colored long hair, flush bangs, twist-shaped sideburns, blue eyes, and a standard oval face. She is exquisite and beautiful, but this beautiful face is full of indifference. And she is Tongsu Mafuyu. It turned out to be Teacher Wu Tiao. Kirisu Mafuyu nodded suddenly. She knew the other party, a new teacher who just joined Zone Wuhai a while ago. I'm sorry, I asked you to come over and see the bad side, Mr. Wujo. The tone and face are very helpless. Mafuyu Kirisu never imagined that the well-behaved hot-blooded boy in his class actually got into a fight, and even got into a fight with his good friend. According to other people, Shochiku just asked the other party if he wanted to go to baseball training, but Dai Taiyong directly insulted the other party, and his mood was very irritable and agitated. However, if it is counted as the first move, it is still Shochiku's fault. After all, he throws books at other people's faces after being scolded. Gojo Satoru smiled and said nothing, just looked towards the back row of the classroom. Behind the back row, Dai-sun squatted down and buried his head in, looking very ashamed. However, he knew that this kid might have been suppressing his irritable emotions and hideous appearance. Chapter 58. Student Dai, why don't you come over and apologize to Shochiku? Kirisu Mafuyu scolded indifferently. After she was called over by her classmates, Dai Taiyong and Shochiku were pulled away by others. It's just that Songju was beaten extremely badly. He was pressed under his body and beaten violently all the way. His face was bruised and purple, and the bridge of his nose was broken, and his forehead was also cut with a book. In contrast to Dai Taiyong's words, except for a little dust on his body and clothes, he was not injured at all. Teacher Tongshu, he hit me first. Suppressing his furious emotions, Dai Taiyong said hoarsely, but you strike too hard. Kirisu Mafuyu's tone became sharp, but it weakened slightly in the next second. Apologize and pay for the medical expenses. Let's forget about it. I will suppress it. If this matter got to the ears of the school leaders, his students would probably be expelled directly. After all, Zongwu High School strictly forbids fighting. However, if the two sides can reconcile, Tongsu Mafuyu can also suppress it, and don't let the matter become bigger. Crunch. Clenching his fists, Dai Taiyong took a deep breath and then stood up. Reverting to his usual appearance, he walked up to Shochiku, bent over with a blunt, apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Shochiku, but I acted too harshly. I'll help you to the infirmary later. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to shake hands and make peace. But, with a sound of paw, Shochiku slapped away to look at the opponent's right hand, with a face full of sarcasm, and said every word. No need dash. After all, I don't dare to hope that the ace of the baseball club can help me to the infirmary and pay for my medical expenses. Cut. Why did you go so early? Songju, Kirisu Mafuyu yelled sternly. Oh. To this, Shochiku just smiled indifferently. When I got up, I wanted to go to the infirmary. And Dai Taiyong, whose right hand had been stretched out in midair, felt like a clown. His furious emotions emerged again. He stepped up his legs and rushed over ferociously. Kill him, kill him, kill him. In my mind, I kept repeating this sentence. Advertisement, what? Seeing that there seemed to be another fight, the timid girls in the class screamed in fear. However, just when Dai Taiyong was about to approach Shochiku, Gojo Satoru suddenly stretched his big hand back, grabbed the former's back collar, and threw it forward. Bang, bang. The body impact of the body impact played. Dai Taiyong, who had bumped into the pile of tables and chairs, also woke up suddenly, looking at his hands in horror. What the hell am I doing? Teacher Tongshu, you are a very bad student. Taking a handkerchief and wiping the other's left hand just now, Gojo Satoru said with a distressed expression. Huh. Thank you, Wuqiao teacher. Kurisu Mafuyu also had a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead and said with a full face of gratitude, if there was another fight, with Dai Taiyang's appearance and Shochiku's state, I'm afraid he would have to go to the ICU. Dang dang. Suddenly, the sound of rushing high-heeled shoes approached. Mafuyu, what are you doing in this class? It keeps ringing, interrupting my speech. Shizuka Hiratsuka walked over with a displeased face. However, after walking in, she was taken aback. At the same time, the beautiful eyes also saw Gojo Satoru, who greeted her with a smile. Walking to the middle position between Gojo Satoru and Kurisu Mafuyu, Shizuka Hiratsuka frowned and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "It was caused by a fight," Gojo Satoru said nonchalantly. "Fight?" Shizuka Hiratsuka turned her head to look at Matsuki Kurisu, as if she wanted to verify this question. The latter also nodded bitterly. Mr. Hiratsuka. At this time, outside the corridor, a handsome boy with blonde hair came over and called out his class teacher cautiously. He is Hayato Hayama, a boy from Sobu High School, and many girls in the school also like him. Behind him, several boys and girls followed. Advertisement: they are Sho Tobe, Yumiko Miura, Ebina Himera, and Uehama Yui. Didn't I tell you not to come here? Shizuka Hiratsuka's tone was a bit dissatisfied. Mr. Hiratsuka, it's just that Hayato is a little worried. Let's come over and take a look. Before Hayama Hayato could speak, Miura Yumiko explained first. After finishing speaking, her light green eyes couldn't help but look at Gojo Satoru, who was beside him, a few more times. There is one thing to say, it's not Gojo Satoru who is narcissistic. He calls himself the second most handsome in the world. No one dares to call himself the first. Hey, you guys. Shizuka Hiratsuka had a headache. She is very aware of her student's personality. No matter who she is very gentle, like a central air conditioner. Well, sure enough, my family's enlightenment is the best. Ms. Hiratsuka, is that Oga-san? Hayama Hayato pointed uncertainly at Ogateo, who had collapsed in the pile of tables and chairs. Congratulations to Taiyang. He naturally knows the other party, and he is also the trump card in the club, a baseball club and a football club. Although not familiar, but met a few times. In my impression, the other party is like a hot-blooded hero in a hot-blooded animation. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a sunny smile. He looks sunny to everyone. But why did he fall down today? Shizuka Hiratsuka ignored him, but looked at Matsuki Kurisu and asked, I'm afraid this matter is a bit big. How do you solve it? I don't know either. Let's send him to the academic affairs office first. Kurisu Mafuyu waved his hand tiredly. Hiratsuka nodded quietly and was about to go over and call Dai Taiyang to go to the academic affairs office. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru pressed his right hand, pressed Hiratsuka Shizuka's shoulder, and said in his mouth, Don't go there yet, Xiaojing. With an incongruous voice, the corners of his mouth are drawn with a slightly interested look. The demon possessing this kid seems to be waking up. The smell really stinks. TSK. Chapter 59. Hiratsuka was taken aback for a moment, a little confused. Seeing that suspicious look, Gojo Satoru remembered that his amulet not only blocked the magic power, but also blocked himself from seeing even the mysterious things. Mobilized a trace of magic power to attach to his hand, and merged into Shizuka Hiratsuka's body. In an instant, Shizuka Hiratsuka's sight changed drastically. The classroom is full of countless small black balls. These small black balls are flying around like flies, and Dai Taiyang is surrounded by more small black balls. This is... She panicked a little. It's just a little devil. It's not dangerous. Don't panic, Xiaojing. Gojo Gun's reassuring words reached his ears. Shizuka Hiratsuka also quickly adjusted her emotions. Raising her head and looking at her man, she asked in a low voice, Why is his situation different from what I encountered back then, Wu? At first, she was just dragged into the wilderness to be hunted down, but Dai Taiyang even changed his body. It's just possessed by a demon. Gojo Satoru said indifferently. Demon? Shizuka Hiratsuka's pupils shrank. Isn't this a legend and a myth? But when she thought about half a year ago, she quickly accepted it. Even monsters and onmyoges from another world have appeared, and there is nothing surprising about the appearance of demons. In the conversation between the two of them, When Dae Sunyong heard that he was going to be sent to the academic affairs office, his whole body trembled, and he kept repeating a sentence. Don't. As he yelled the last sentence with a ferocious face, he suddenly jumped out of the back window. What? Don't want. Congratulations, classmate. Various chaotic voices resounded in the classroom. You know, this is the 4th floor. Jumping down is almost 100% dead. Kurisu Mafuyu and others hurried to the window and looked down. Advertisement, however, he did not see the fallen Dae Taeyong, and there was nothing below. Escaped. Gojo Satoru, who could no longer feel the demonic aura at school, raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the restraining power of this Dae Taeyong could actually suppress the awakening demon. Bored, he released his spell power and wiped out all the little devils in the classroom, then turned and left. Except for Shizuka Hiratsuka, everyone in the class was also paying attention below and didn't notice Gojo Satoru's departure. Walking in the empty corridor, Gojo Satoru did not go to his own class, but to the principal's office. In order to prevent accidents, let Yamamoto's bald man leave school early. After all, the devil's revenge mentality is very heavy. Will most likely come back. 1 p.m. Following the announcement of the whole school, Zhongwu High School has a temporary emergency. All teachers and students leave school early, and club activities are prohibited. Teacher's office. Seeing Gojo Satoru, who was drinking coffee and showing no signs of leaving, Shizuka Hiratsuka asked worriedly, Whoa, are you going to wait for that demon to come over? That's right, if you don't get rid of it, it's hard to keep him for the new year. Grinning, Gojo Satoru said a little funny. You. Shizuka Hiratsuka's eyes were a bit complicated. Don't worry about it. It's okay, Xiaojing. Gojo Satoru still looked nonchalant. Before he finished speaking, his lips were blocked by Shizuka Hiratsuka. The blue eyes widened slightly, and then softened immediately. After a minute, Shizuka Hiratsuka let go of Sakura's lips, and after panting for a while, stroked both sides of Gojo Satoru's cheeks with both hands, and said seriously, I know you are very strong, Wujo, but please be careful. After all, what I want is not Wujo Wu of On My Oji, but Wujo Wu, who can tease me every day. Don't worry, Xiaojing, it's just a little devil. Gojo Satoru was a little helpless. Advertisement. Why does he feel that his little Jingdi has transformed, not to mention a demon? Even if Satan from the void world comes over, he will not bring any ghosts, and he can directly pull them out together. It's fine, just send me a message when it's gone. Letting go of both hands, Hiratsuka Shizuka rubbed Gojo Satoru's white hair. No? Are you just treating me like a child? Touch my head. Pucci, you are a child with me. Then, the child needs to eat milk. Hee, eat milk and eat milk. Climb, I'm leaving. The noise in the office ended with the sound of closing the door, and Gojo Satoru also drank his coffee quietly. For Xiaobu, he also called to explain and said that he would come back a little later. However, the clever Xiaobu seemed to have thought of something, and Wan told Fu to be careful. Gojo Satoru was also speechless about this. How come 1 and 2 really treat me as a weak chicken? 5 p.m. Gojo Satoru used the coffee spoon and tapped the cup in boredom. That kid, shouldn't you be looking for someone directly? He muttered to himself. For the past 4 hours, Gojo Satoru has been staying in the school, preparing to wait for Dae Taeyong to come over, but now there is no demonic aura emerging. Once the devil's breath appeared, it was like setting a GPS on the body. No matter where it was, Gojo Satoru could detect it. Originally, I wanted to go lazy and catch him, and he would come back by himself, but I didn't expect to be so tolerant. Up to now, there is no demonic aura, and there are no areas in the city. Forget it. Let's go buy some dessert. After yawning, Gojo Satoru was about to leave. But, the next moment, he looked to the west with a displeased face. I'm sick. I just ran out now. I'm really convinced. To the west, the breath of the devil emerged. Just like the firelight is released at night, attracting the eyes. Chapter 60. In the corner of a dirty, rotten alley, Dae Taeyong curled up on the ground, sweating all over his body. His eyes were extremely crazy. He was suppressing himself, suppressing something in his body. But, even if he shattered his back molars, he couldn't hold on anymore. What? Let out a painful roar. Dae Taeyong gradually developed the characteristics of a demon, Sharp teeth, long ears, and even a flexible black tail grew behind the skin drum. After a brief convulsion all over his body. This feeling is really great. Getting up from the ground, Dahi Taiyong seemed to be a different person, grinning, and said excitedly. The devil's thinking has completely occupied his body. Clenching his powerful fists, Dahi Yongyong muttered to himself with a gloomy face. That teacher deserves to die. If he hadn't made a mess, I wouldn't have been rejected by Jinliang. I'll let him die. The powerful force completely swelled him up. After twisting his stiff neck, he was ready to go to Zhongwu High, but, grunt. My stomach growled. Rubbing his stomach, Day-sun secretly said, Forget it, let's go eat something. The rice he was talking about was naturally not rice or something like that, but human flesh and blood. After walking out of the alley, Day Taiyong found that there was almost no one around, and he was a little disappointed. After all, the place he ran to was already close to the forest, and there were no residents in the surrounding area. However, suddenly, in the distance, a figure slowly appeared in his perspective. Isn't the food coming soon? Sticking out his long tongue, Day Taiyong walked over happily. Hey, what should I do with the food in the next few days? Walking on the broken road, the blindfolded boy sighed. Just 10 minutes ago, he wanted to go to the convenience store to buy discounted bread, but after bumping into a passerby, his few hundred yen left was also stolen. This is good. Don't even think about eating these days, unless there is another task of eliminating demons to earn money. However, this young man is Diancie. Advertisement: he has short blonde hair, black pupils, and black eye patch. And his parents are no longer alive. The mother died of a heart attack and vomiting blood, and the father wanted to kill himself after being drunk, but he killed his father out of defense. In order to repay his father's debts, he not only sold one of his kidneys, his right eye, and a testicle, and he also became a running dog of the underworld, signed a contract with the devil, and became a folk demon hunter. But fortunately, the only good thing about Diancie is that he still has a partner to accompany him. Pachita, a dog-shaped demon who signed a contract with him. Ash, suddenly, Pokita, who had been following on the right side of Diancie, barked like a milk dog. Its barking was full of vigilance, as if it was also reminding itself of this friend. What's wrong, Pokita? Crouching down, he touched the other party with some doubts. Pachita pushed Denji's right knee with his head, as if wanting him to escape quickly. Dangerous? Sensing the idea, Denji quickly looked around. But there is only one human coming over in the distance. How could it be dangerous? Pokita's cry became more and more anxious. Never mind. No matter so much. Choose to believe in Pokita's den and run away to the depths of the forest every time he mentions the other party. Hey, where do you want to escape, human? A strange voice suddenly appeared in Denji's ear. As soon as the words fell, he felt that his eyes were rapidly retreating. I haven't eaten yet. He fell to the ground, touched his aching back, and looked at the person in front of him. Demon, he exclaimed, but shook his head quickly. No, you are not a normal demon. Are you a demon from the legendary nihilistic world? As a folk demon hunter, he knows that there are two types of demons. One is born out of human fear, and the other is the demons in the legendary void world. Shouldn't this kind of demon be expelled by an exorcist? How could it appear? Diancie thought to himself. Advertisement, however, he didn't care so much anymore. He quickly got up and took out the hand axe that had been hidden behind his waist. You know me? An arrogant smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth, and Dave Taiyong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. You can't escape the fate of being eaten by me whether you know it or not. The demonic features are more intense. The face that was originally a human has the characteristics of a cow, and the skin gradually turns brown. The right hand stretches out rapidly, grabs Diancie's right leg, and pulls it back. Powerful, Diancie felt that his right leg was about to be torn off, but still enduring the pain, he swung the hatchet and slashed at the arm holding his right leg. Immediately, blood flew all over the sky. Ah, it hurts so much, kid. Withdrawing his right hand, Dahyongyong shouted with a ferocious face. The violent fluctuations in his emotions completely transformed his still human face into that of a demon's bull. His body swelled up, and his clothes were stretched open. Taking a step, the ground under his feet collapsed and collapsed by 1 meter. You devil! Aren't you afraid of the appearance of the Exorcist? Dodging an attack, and seeing the ground being blown out of a deep pit by a casual fist, Diancie shouted with some palpitations. Come and eat together. Dahi Taiyong, who had completely transformed into a demon, had a look of disdain. In his heart, exorcists are just food. Damn it, the electric face is a bit ugly. Be my food, boy. Frantically waving his fists, Dahi Yang had a ferocious expression on his face. It was decided to beat this human being into a meat paste and swallow it directly. I won't be your food, even if I die. After dodging the attack and quickly opening the distance, Denji's single eyes quickly looked around. He was looking for a chance to escape. But, after all, humans have limits. The brain didn't react. Dahi Taiyong appeared in front of Diancie in the blink of an eye, and with an elbow, he was directly sent flying in midair, and a pool of blood gushed out of his throat. Chapter 61. Flying upside down on the ground, he coughed violently, and when he coughed, blood spattered out with the sound of coughing. Old problem, heart attack. At this time, Okita rushed to Diancie, yelling frantically at Dahi Taiyong, who was gradually approaching. The small chainsaw on the head also started to move. Bochita, let's go, shouted with difficulty. He already felt that he couldn't move anymore, that he was dying, but he didn't want his partner to be buried with him. Go? Ha ha ha, none of you can go. Dahi Taiyong licked his lips and said greedily. These two are their own food, especially this dog-like thing. It's a big tonic. Damn it. Diancie covered his bloody mouth, feeling extremely unwilling in his heart. That idiot god, come and save us. If someone saves us, I will give you the remaining S and kidneys. But God, I don't know if someone will be sent to rescue him. Anyway, I know that some white-haired fool has successfully arrived. Oh, hello, isn't this student Day? Why did he become a Tauren? Was he bullied? Hear the voice of the man who dreamed of killing him. Dahi Taiyong, who was about to grab Bokito with his right hand, paused. His hideous and terrifying faces were pulled together, looking extremely terrifying. It's you. Turning the bull's head to look, he really saw Gojo Satoru standing on top of the street lamp. Stay still. Gojo Wushu pressed his hand, and then took out his phone. Crack, click, click. There was a steady stream of rattling noises and flashing lights. Ha ha ha. Tauren, this is the first time I've seen it. Seeing the angry bull face on the photo album turn into a dazed look, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, may I ask what it's like to be a Tauren? I used to have a student who was pure love god of war, but now I didn't expect another Tauren to come. Does being a Tauren feel like your head is particularly heavy? Very heavy head. Dahi Taiyong, who was attracted by these words, subconsciously touched his horn. It's a bit heavy indeed. Don't touch it, it's your buff bonus. As he said that, Gojo Satoru couldn't help taking a few more photos. I will send it to Ong and the others later to see the Tauren in the real version. Wait, what am I doing? Seeing the flashing lights again, Dahi Taiyong finally came to his senses. He weighed his bull face and roared angrily. Advertisement, are you kidding me? No, I just took a few photos for you as souvenirs. Without even raising his head, Gojo Satoru sent a photo to Yubishima Ao, speaking perfunctorily. Seeing that he was obviously playing tricks on him, Dahi Taiyong's eyes turned red, and his strong body rushed over directly. In an instant, the street lamp didn't hold on for half a second, and was directly knocked out. Gojo Satoru, who was standing on the top, also jumped down easily, but still sent photos and chats to Yubishima Ao. Die to me. Dahi Taiyong rushed forward, shouting with a frenzied expression. Watch your back. Diancie, lying on the ground, couldn't help but yelled. Although I don't know who this person is, it must be someone from the other world. Without the other party's attention, he and Pachita would have died long ago. Forgive me, I'm still sending messages. His body moved slightly to the right, and he bent over. Gojo Satoru muttered dissatisfiedly while sending a message. Boom! The strong wind pressure blows up the surrounding dust. The dust instantly drowned one person and one cow. Until the dust clears. I saw that Gojo Satoru had already put back his phone, and he was sitting on Dahi Taiyong's body, looking a little bored. Silence. He froze for about 2 seconds. You aren't on my OG, right? But even if you aren't on my OG, if you disturb me and Jinliang, You will die for me today. Dehi Taiyang yelled like a vicious dog. His kneeling legs wanted to stand up. But, uft, the legs turned into blood and exploded. No lower limit technique. What? That's not good. Day student. Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore. Gojo Satoru glanced at Ogateo, who was sitting under him. He jumped down and patted the skin drum. It seemed that there was something dirty, and then he raised his right hand. No lower limit. Use. Fist. The light fist hit Dehi Taiyang's body. Plop. And Day-sun also showed sarcasm. Hey, it's just so soft. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, lines like ripples appeared on his brown body, not waiting for a second. Poochie. Blood all over the sky exploded into the air. The whole body was directly blasted. Clean up and finish. Gojo Satoru was in a great mood because he had the no lower limit spell, and naturally he didn't get bloodied. Whistle and want to leave. But, please wait for this gentleman. I saw that Diancie didn't know when he got up, and ran over staggeringly holding Pachida. You are. Gojo Satoru was a little puzzled. However, his attention was instantly on Pachida again. Wow, what an awesome dog with a chainsaw on his head. The tone is very exaggerated. Isn't it? When I saw Pachida for the first time, I was too surprised. There is a chainsaw on her head. Who is such a good dog? Denji laughed heartlessly. Ahem, let's not talk about this, sir. Please accept my tea *************************************** S and kidneys. As he spoke, he took out his hand axe. Gojo Satoru was stunned. Wait, do you know what you're talking about? Because I thought that someone could come and save me, so I donated my only kidney and tea ************** S to him. Denji said with a serious face. Gojo Satoru was silent. Looking at the young man in front of him who seemed to have no nerve in his brain, a person slowly emerged in his mind. Did you call the phone? Yes, my name is Diancie. Hearing this answer, why did Gojo Satoru say that he wanted to give himself tea *********** S and kidneys without blushing? Because this kid is really stupid. Glancing at Pachida, who was also looking at him, Gojo Satoru thought to himself, has it started yet? In his previous life, he only knew a little bit about it. So when I saw Denji and Pachida just now, I didn't react. Chapter 62. Pressing his chin, Gojo Satoru looked at Denji again, and then smiled slightly. Denji-kun, I hope you can still look like this next time I see you. The eyes and the tone of voice are full of meaning. In this way, I was a little overwhelmed by the electric times. Well, my kidneys and tea ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* yourself. Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes. Why does a healthy person want you to have a broken internal organ? Only you, a fool, can figure it out. Goodbye. After waving his hand, Gojo Satoru teleported away. There are only dumb times left. What a nice guy. Didn't take my kidney and T**********************************. Teleporting back to his home, Gojo Satoru shouted after changing into slippers at the entrance. I am back. Entering the living room, he didn't see Xiao Bui. Obviously, my sister must be playing games in the room again. Lying on the soft sofa, Gojo Satoru took out his mobile phone to report Xiaojing's safety, then turned on the TV, took some snacks and happy water from the refrigerator, and watched it beautifully. A year ago, there have long been demons born out of human fear in this world. However, the number of these demons born is extremely rare, and they will all return to hell after death. Because both Onmyoji and Exorcists have their own main goals, the government has also set up its own secret force to deal with these demons. The police have a special lesson on monsters. They are basically demon hunters, a team of demons, specialized in hunting demons. 1 year later, the demons born in various countries are becoming more and more frequent. Just like the filth in the wilderness, the number is increasing. But fortunately, because there are 3 forces pressing together, the demons did not disturb the order of reality. Big brother. At this time, Xiaobu came out of the room. What's the matter, baby? While eating potato chips, Gojo Satoru said vaguely. Hey, putting on hamster pajamas. Xiaobu got into Gojo Wu's arms directly, and he didn't forget to take a few potato chips from the potato chip bag to feed himself. Big brother, are you okay tonight? Advertisement, the words spoken are similarly vague, but they also have a deep concern. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru smiled and rubbed his sister's head. How could something happen to me? After all, I am the strongest. Riding his own little electric donkey, Gojo Satoru yawned with a sleepy face. Today's outfit has also returned to its usual appearance. Very sleepy. Unable to bear it. He yawned again. Gojo Satoru was a little helpless. Last night, I was patronizing and chatting with Yubi Daon, and basically didn't sleep much. There is no other way but to use reverse spell. In an instant, the mind was clear. Oh, this feels really good. With a smile all over his face, Gojo Satoru felt happy. But, the next second, Teacher Wu Tiao. A gentle female voice suddenly came from Gojo Satoru's side. What? Hearing someone calling him, Gojo Satoru turned his head to look. B****ch sis? He subconsciously said it. It was Minagawa Akane who was riding in a car, sitting in the co-pilot, and a man was driving the car, who looked to be in his 30s at most, with a back hair. In an instant, Minagawa Akane, who was smiling all over her face, froze. Haha, what did Mr. Wujo say? She said with some embarrassment. Gojo Satoru didn't pay attention, just curled his lips. The right hand twisted without saying a word, and the speed increased. B****ch Chien, just give up. Brother is just a legend, a man you will never get. In the vehicle, the man driving the car looked at Akane Minagawa with some dissatisfaction. Sis, who is that person? It's okay, Nobuyuki, we're just colleagues. Minagawa Akane said coquettishly with a gentle face. While speaking, she reached out and touched. Immediately, man, it shouldn't be Xu Xiangshin's face of comfort. However, Akane Minagawa's narrowed eyes flashed a trace of disdain. Advertisement just 6 seconds, you are really awesome. If it weren't for the fact that you are rich and can pick me up and down like a dog, the devil would stay with you. After silently wiping her hands with paper, Minagawa Akane looked out the window. So, Teacher Wu Tiao, you can't escape my palm. Her eyes became hot. After parking the small e-donkey, Gojo Satoru saw Ebino's famous dish under a big tree. Xiao Bu, who was traveling with him, was not on the sidelines. Immediately, he became playful. Walking over quietly, Gojo Satoru covered the girl's eyes and spoke in a low voice. Don't move. I'm a robber, and I want to rob money now. Rooters, robbing money? Yes, but I didn't bring any money. Then robbery. No, this is reserved for the 5 big brothers. After saying this, Ebino Minkai blushed and waved his hands indiscriminately. Ha ha ha, Lai, you are really cute. Gojo Satoru let go of his hands covering the opponent's eyes and said with a funny face. Hearing this voice, Ebino Minkai hurriedly turned her head to look. It's actually 5 big brothers. Thinking of saying Jiesa, which was reserved for Wu Tiao big brothers, in an instant, white air seemed to float from the top of her head. It's a shame. Touching her hot cheeks with both hands, the shame in Hai Lao Mingsai's heart was about to explode. Ahem. No, this is reserved for the 5 big brothers. As if not afraid of big things, Gojo Satoru imitated the tone of Ebino's famous dish, speaking in a coquettish voice. 5 big brother villains. Eyes rolled in circles, Ebi Kaikai fled away with white gas floating above his head. Ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru laughed happily with his arms crossed. Sure enough, bullying Lai is fun. But, the next scene. Big brother, what are you doing? The voice of resentment came from behind. The mechanical version of Gojo Satoru turned around, touched the back of his head, and said in embarrassment. Oh, I'm teasing Lai. Go to hell with me, stinky big brother. Chapter 63. The time has passed, a few days have passed, and it will soon be Friday. After Gojo Satoru returned to the office, he saw Shizuka Hiratsuka scolding Hikigaya Hachiman. Hey, isn't this classmate Siyuyin? Why was Xiao Jing dragged here again? Sitting on the chair, Gojo Satoru said with a teasing face. Stare. Hearing the dead fish eyes, Hikigu Hachiman looked straight at Mr. Baimao. So, knowing that I am Siyuyin, did you just call me Siyuyin classmate this time? I have a name. Hikigu Hachiman, he complained. Okay, Wu. Shizuka Hiratsuka waved her hand, and then looked at herself, the student who gave her a headache. How do you think about what I just told you? Join the club. Not Hiratsuka-sensei. Hikigu Hachiman refused to join the club with a face full of resistance. Besides, I also have a club. What society? Shizuka Hiratsuka was a little strange. Isn't this kid a member of any club? Home department. So hurry up and join me in a club. Or don't. Seeing the two bickering, Gojo Satoru smiled. However, suddenly he seemed to think of something again, and his eyes lit up. After searching under the table, I found a relatively new student handbook. Dead fish, cough cough, student Bikigu. Gojo Satoru interrupted the conversation between the two to attract attention. You were absolutely going to talk about the dead fisheye classmate just now. Absolutely. Hikigaya Hachiman seemed to have turned into a ruthless machine for complaining, and kept complaining. Never mind. With that said, Gojo Satoru opened the first page of the student handbook. Student Hikigu, it is clearly stated here that students must join the club, especially the sophomore students. If they don't join, the parents of the students will come over. It seemed that he was afraid that Hikiga Hachiman would not believe it, so he handed it directly to the other party. After receiving the student handbook, Hikiga Hachiman saw that the first clear rule was indeed what he just said, and immediately frowned. He didn't know much about the student handbook, and he didn't even look at the student handbook that was handed out the year before last. TSK, what a hassle. Advertisement scratching the back of his head, Hikigu Hachiman looked impatient. So, you have to join the club. After all, Hikigu doesn't want to invite parents over, right? With Erlang's legs crossed, Gojo Satoru is like a great demon king. Hikigu Hachiman broke out in cold sweat when he said it. Thinking of the disappointed eyes of his lovely sister in his mind, he sat down without hesitation and begged. Please be sure to let me join the club. Okay. Gojo Satoru agreed with a smile. But seeing Hiratsuka Shizuka's puzzled eyes next to him, he blinked his left eye, as if saying not to expose it. Let Hikiga Hachiman leave and come back after school. Shizuka Hiratsuka sat on Gojo Satoru as if riding a horse. Anyway, there are only two of them in the office. She asked curiously. Whoa, I remember that the student handbook doesn't have this rule. It requires students to join the club. Oh, see for yourself how many years it is. As Gojo Satoru said, he handed the student handbook to Shizuka Hiratsuka in his arms. Taking a look, Shizuka Hiratsuka saw the dazzling 10-year system on the cover. Poochie, if Hikiga sees this, I won't scold you to death. She couldn't help laughing. Taking the 10-year student handbook and deceiving the current 22-year-old students is worthy of you, Gojo Satoru. What's the matter, Xiaojing? I'm not doing this for you. Yet you still say you're scolding me to death. Gojo Satoru said with an aggrieved face. Crying, so wronged. So, can you put your paw down when you say you are wronged? Shizuka Hiratsuka rolled her eyes and said. On her body, there were two restless paws moving around, making her heart itch. Hey. In response, Gojo Satoru only showed a smile. Time, it will be school soon. Hikigu Hachiman stood outside the door with a hesitant face. His right hand was hanging in the air. He was thinking whether to knock on the door, but once he knocked on the door and entered, he would join the club. So tangled. Hikigaya-san, you don't want Kamachi to know that Big Brother is a socially phobic trash who didn't even join the club, right? A faint voice suddenly appeared in Hikigu Hachiman's ears, which made him answer subconsciously. Advertisement, aha yes, no. Wait, how does anyone know about Kamachi? Hikigu Hachiman suddenly turned his head to look. What the hell? Why is it you, the black and white-haired teacher again? So, sensei, how do you know about Kamachi? Hikigu Hachiman said with a vigilant face. He never mentioned that he had a younger sister at school. Oh, don't pay attention to the details. While speaking, Gojo Satoru lifted the collar of the dead fish eye, opened the door, and shouted. Xiaojing, look who I caught, a dead fish-eyed student. You can call me Dead Fish Eye, but can you please let me down? Hikigu Hachiman, who was being pulled up by the collar, had a look of lovelessness on his face. After a short episode, Gojo Satoru was drinking coffee, looking at Shizuka Hiratsuka, who helped Hikigaya Hachiman choose a club. However, after choosing and choosing, Hikigaya Hachiman kept saying, this club is awesome, but I still choose the home club. In the end, Shizuka Hiratsuka lost her patience and threw out her fist with a black face. Go to hell with me, you dead fish eye. I made a mistake, Mr. Hiratsuka. I choose. Boom. With a clear sound of blows, Hikigu Hachiman rubbed his aching head and chose various clubs on the list. However, after choosing and choosing, after all, there is not even one that suits him. Looking at the distressed Hikigaya Hachiman, Hiratsuka calmly drank his coffee and regained his composure. Otherwise, we're to send him. As soon as the idea comes out, I think it's okay. Hi, Hikigu. What? Hikigu Hachiman raised his head in a dazed expression. Don't, come with me. Can I not go? Hikigu Hachiman had a face full of resistance. He felt that it was definitely not a good place. Huh? Raise his fist. I'm going. Please let me go. Putting his hands together, Hikigu Hachiman said seriously. He didn't want to take another punch. Duh. Chapter 64. Following behind Shizuka Hiratsuka, Hikigaya Hachiman looked around curiously. This floor is all specially prepared for clubs, so he has never been here before. This is the first time he has come. After walking for a while, the two stopped in a classroom. Serve department. Looking at the 3 words on the door plate, Hikigo Hachiman felt bad after reading it. Is this Ministry of Service serious? Can undeserved ones be established in schools? Hey boy, have you thought of a bad idea? Hiratsuka Shizu turned around and said viciously. No, how is it possible? Hastily raised his hands to signal his surrender, and Hikigo Hachiman smiled mischievously. If you say it, you will definitely be beaten to death, right? Hearing this answer, Shizuka Hiratsuka nodded in satisfaction, and then pushed open the door. Hey Yukino Shida, I've brought you a new member. Under the snow? Hikigo Hachiman was taken aback for a moment. He remembered that there was only one person whose surname was Yukino Shida in the whole school. That was his classmate this semester, Yukino Shida Yukino, known as the Queen of the Iceberg of Sobu High School. Going in and taking a look, Hikigo Hachiman really saw Yukino Shida Yukino who was reading a book. The other side, Gojo Satoru was walking on the road chewing gum. Just 10 minutes ago, Tsuchimikado Arima from Kyoto called him and said that Aneo Kono had come. As for the residents, please live in his house. As for the school, you don't have to worry about it. You have already been arranged to enter the first-year class F of Zonwu High School. That is, the class led by Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru didn't see the girl in his impression when he walked to the agreed flower bed. Is this lost? He secretly said in his heart. But I can't control that much. There is a shop selling Zijia food just next to it. So let's wait while eating. Standing behind a passerby, Gojo Satoru instantly stood out from the crowd. Wow, you're so tall, and you look so handsome when you're healthy. Advertisement, he wears blindfolds. How do you know he's handsome? You don't understand this. I have seen countless men. This must be a handsome guy. Then do you want to get in touch? Forget it. It looks so cold. It will be embarrassing to be rejected later. A few girls sitting on chairs by the side of the road were whispering. After the passers-by in front carried the packaged Zijifu away, they also arrived at Gojo Wu. Hello, how many kikufuku do you need? It was a staff member who spoke, who looked about 15 or 16 years old. He is quite straight-faced, with black broken hair. However, Gojo Satoru didn't ask for a few, but stroked his chin and carefully looked at the boy in front of him. Interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up, showing interest. Sir, how many do you want? The boy repeated his sentence again. His tone seemed impatient. If it weren't for the high monthly salary of this job, he wouldn't be bothered to work here. 5 will do. Gojo Satoru stretched out his 5 fingers and made a gesture. Hearing that he finally answered his own words, the boy began to pick up the packaging bag and pack the kikufuku that he had prepared earlier. After the package was done, he handed it to Gojo Wu. 2,000 yen. Thanks for your patronage. Take it. He took the packing bag casually, and also took the 2,000 yen over. Looking at the boy who was giving change, Gojo Satoru smiled mysteriously. Young man, I look forward to your father's arrival. What? Handing over the change, the boy was a little dazed. Gojo Satoru didn't explain, and after finishing speaking, he left with a smile on his lips. This sentence made the boy a little confused, so he just murmured in a low voice. What a weirdo. Isn't my dad alive? How to say look forward to the arrival of the father. Advertisement sitting on the flower bed, watching the busy young man. Gojo Satoru ate kikufu unhurriedly. Gradually recall past life information in my mind. The first time he saw this young man, Gojo Satoru felt a demonic aura, but this aura was extremely hidden, as if it had been sealed. And this breath does not belong to the disgusting smell of ordinary demons. How should I put it? This breath can't be expressed in words. However, it is worth affirming that this kid should be Rin Okamura, one of the illegitimate children of Satan in the Nihility realm. It seems that the plot has not yet unfolded, but it should be soon. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes, looking at the somewhat gray sky. Recently, a large number of ghouls attached to various corpses appeared in the whole of Tokyo. No, it should be all over the country. These ghouls all come from the void world. There is always a kind of calm before the storm. After a few minutes, after eating the last kikufuku, Gojo Satoru rested his arms on the back of his head, thinking boredly. Why don't you come? You must be really lost. Thinking of the lost scene in the original drama, he became speechless. But fortunately, Tsuchimikado Arima sent the phone number of Aneo Hongo in the information beforehand. I flipped through it, and when I found it, Gojo Satoru called. Beep beep dash, after half a minute. Sorry, the number you dialed was not answered. Please try again later. Hearing the prompt, Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched. However, in the next second, he suddenly straightened his face and turned his head to look into the distance. Filthy. He seemed to know the reason why Hoya Hongshu didn't answer the phone. There was a gathering of filth in the wilderness 1 kilometer away, and there was an unfamiliar on Myoji spell. Just think of it as exercising after meals. After throwing the packaging bag into the trash can, Gojo Satoru walked into a dark alley. With the powerful mantra, he directly opened the door of disaster. P.S. I will increase Hongshu's age to 16, and I have also changed the previous chapters. The protagonist group is all raised to 16, and they are in high school. Chapter 65. Disaster Wild. Miura Yuko sat on the ground trembling all over, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Just a few minutes ago, she wanted to help Hayama Hayato buy a drink. However, as soon as the drink slipped from the vending machine, a strange sound came from around the ear. Once the eyes are black and then white again, they come to a strange world. After coming to this calamity, Yuko Miura was chased and killed by a humanoid filth who ran out of nowhere before she observed carefully. But fortunately, her physical fitness has always been very strong. Relying on a detour, he successfully got rid of the filth. With fear in her heart, she has been carefully observing her surroundings. However, as soon as he reached an open space, a giant weasel suddenly emerged from the ground. Miura Yuko, who was already terrified, was so frightened that she couldn't even move her legs when she saw this filth. Just before she was about to be eaten, a girl wearing a fox mask suddenly descended from the sky and directly killed and pulled out the filth with the double knives in her hands. A bright pentagram twinkled in the sky, and Miura Yumiko rejoiced that when she was rescued, dozens of weasel filth emerged from the ground again. The filth directly blocked the open space, form a circle, and completely seal the 2 women inside. After pulling out one filth, the girl jumped off the body of the other filth and landed beside Yuko Miura and said hastily, "Later, I will help you find a way, and you will run along that way until I come to find you." "What about you?" Yumiko Miura said quickly. "Do not bother me." After finishing speaking coldly, the girl went straight to the filthy group. Looking at the girl's back, Yumiko Miura bit her lip with a look of unwillingness. She was never the kind of person who would abandon anyone for her life. On the contrary, she was kind. However, if she was here all the time, her life would be in danger at any time, and she might even hinder the other party. Izaoi danced on the other side. The girl's eyes were fixed, and the mantra began to mobilize, attaching to the body and the 2 swords. In an instant, her body turned into an afterimage, and the light of the knife flickered on the bodies of the filth. "Walk!" Advertisement shouted. The weasels on the right filthed their bodies and exploded into pentagrams. Seeing the vacated intersection, Yumiko Miura wiped away her tears and ran out. Dirty wanted to come over to stop it, but was immediately stopped by the girl. Finally, Yumiko Miura successfully ran out. After running out, Yumiko Miura still glanced at the back worriedly. Seeing that the girl was still fighting, she wanted to go over to help, but then realized that she couldn't do anything, so she could only run forward according to the order. Tears fell drop by drop in the air, and her cheeks were covered with tears. Boom! After running for tens of meters, she suddenly crashed into an embrace. Rubbing her aching forehead, Yumiko Miura raised her head in doubt. You are. Don't you know me? We met once, and I remember you were a student in Xiaojing's class. Why, you took the initiative to enter the teacher's arms. Gojo Satoru said jokingly. Miura Yuko blinked in a daze, but then grabbed Gojo Satoru's arm anxiously and said, Teacher, please save people quickly. Save people, save who? The one who saved me. What do you mean I am going to save your people? Me. Seeing that the other party seemed to be about to cry anxiously, Gojo Satoru didn't play tricks on the other party again, but just rubbed the long golden hair and said softly, Give it to me. Pulling his right hand away, Gojo Satoru walked straight over. And Yumiko Miura stared at the tall figure in a daze, then immediately reacted and knocked herself on the head. What am I doing? The teacher is just an ordinary person. Hastily raised his legs, ready to grab Gojo Satoru. Call. Letting out a heavy breath, the girl was a little tired. Originally on the train to Tokyo, her body did not rest well, and now she was going to fight again. Her physical strength and spirit really made her unable to hold on. Seeing the filth around her who was about to attack again, she ran away quickly if she wanted to. It looks like you're quite tired, Xiao Hongshu. Advertisement, a male voice suddenly appeared. And seeing a figure suddenly appearing beside her from the corner of the eye, the girl turned around and took a look. You are. Her words hesitated. But there is a vague idea in his heart. Dressed up like this, could it be your future teacher? Saying that, Gojo Satoru grinned. Boom. The blood all over the sky exploded at the same time, and piles of filthy weasels turned into pentagrams without even making a scream. The purple-black blood on the ground also seemed to indicate that they really existed just now. No lower limit technique. Staring blankly at the pentagrams around her, the girl's eyes widened. She didn't know what the other party did, and the filth exploded on the spot. You are Lord Wutiao? There was a hint of affirmation in the girl's tone. Regarding the honorific title of his future student, Gojo Satoru shook his head and said, Just call me Teacher Wutiao, Xiao Hongshu. Wutiao teacher? The girl looked puzzled. This made Gojo Satoru raise his eyebrows and said strangely, Didn't Arima tell you? I'll be your teacher from now on. Come on, call Mr. Gojo to listen. As he said that, he smiled like a wretched uncle who abducts young girls. However, Huaya Hongshu didn't care so much and nodded. Yes, Teacher Wujo. Her heart was on fire. If there is this person who is the strongest in the world of yin and yang as a teacher, then she will definitely be very strong in the future. Maybe in the future, I can find that filthy one and avenge my parents. Chapter 66. That, teacher. A timid voice came over. It was Yuko Miura who ran over. There was a hint of fear on the little face, but more surprise. What's wrong? Tilting his head, Gojo Satoru was a little puzzled. No, nothing. Yumiko Miura shook her head quickly. It's just that the pale green eyes kept looking at Gojo Satoru, and the curiosity in the eyes almost flowed out. When she ran over, she happened to see the scene of the weasel's filth exploding. This scene was extremely unforgettable, and standing inside is the girl who saved her and Gojo Satoru. Teacher Wutiao, do you need to erase her memory? Huaya Hongshu on the side spoke coldly. She has been a genius since she was a child, and she also knows the yin and yang technique of erasing memory, although it is fine to use it not often. Huh? I don't want it. Hearing that she was going to erase her memory, Yumiko Miura exclaimed and waved her arms hastily. Erase memory. This is scary to hear. Regarding the other party's refusal, Huaya Hongshu did not speak, but silently looked at Gojo Satoru. Miura Yuko also looked over with a nervous expression. In the comments of the two women, Gojo Satoru pressed his cheeks in distress. If you don't erase your memory, what will you do if you tell it later? No. Teacher, please believe me. I will never say anything. Yumiko Miura said with a serious face. Then what should you do if you expose my identity or Xiao Hongshu's identity? After all, Xiao Hongshu will come to Zhongwu High School to study in the future. Absolutely no, teacher. If you really don't believe me, I can do anything, as long as it's not to erase the memory. Hey, anything. Gojo Satoru intentionally elongated his voice and looked at Miura Yumiko's protruding body. Although there was a blindfold, Yumiko Miura felt that the other party was looking at her body. Her fair and tender face flushed. She hugged herself with her arms and said in a low voice, Sexy things are also not allowed. She still loves her body very much. Even Hayama Hayato, who she likes, didn't let him touch a finger or eye welfare of her. Gojo Satoru smiled inwardly at Yumiko Miura's resistance. He walked over and rubbed the other person's head and said with a smile, "I'm just kidding you. Anyway, you are Xiaojing's student. I dare not do anything to you. Otherwise, Xiaojing won't beat me to death if she finds out." Advertisement call. Hearing this, Yumiko Miura also breathed a sigh of relief. But the touch on the top of her head made her face pink. As the queen of the school, she was actually overwhelmed by Gojo Satoru. Reality. Breathing in the clear air, Yumiko Miura was in a daze. The trip to the wilderness just now was like a dream. She turned her head to look at Gojo next to him and Hwaya Hongshu, who had already taken off her mask, and couldn't help laughing at herself. How could it be a dream? Unexpectedly, the teacher in the school turned out to be the legendary Onmyoji. And, seeing the cute and cold face of Hongo Wano, Miura Yumiko never imagined that her savior would soon be a student of Sobu High School, even in the first grade. First grade, isn't that only 16 years old? Became an Onmyoji at the age of 16 to fight these monsters. This is also. Okay. Sensing a pitiful look, Kono directly locked on Miura Yuko. It made her a little confused. "Then let's go, lovely blonde student." Gojo Satoru put his right hand on the shoulder of Haneo Hongshu and waved at Yumiko Miura. "What is a cute blonde student?" Yumiko Miura complained speechlessly in her heart, then embraced her arms and said arrogantly, "My name is Miura Yuko. Teacher, you have to remember it well." Hey. Yes. I remember, Yumiko-san." As soon as the words fell, Gojo Satoru and Hwaya Hongshu disappeared in place. No lower limit, forward rotation, teleportation. Only Yumiko Miura was left with a shocked expression. Teleport? Feeling that her view of reality had completely collapsed, she rubbed her temples. Ding, ding. At this moment, the phone in his pocket rang. I took it out and saw that the call note displayed was Hayato. Miura Yumiko connected and put it to her ear. "Hey, Yumiko, are you okay? I just made several phone calls, but the notification tone kept saying that you are not on the server. Are you okay?" Hearing this voice of concern, Yumiko Miura should be very happy in her heart, but now she is very calm. Advertisement. "It's okay, Hayato. I have something to do. You guys play first. I'm going home." After finishing speaking, I hung up the phone. Raising her head and looking at the still bright sky, Yumiko Miura looked confused. It turns out that there are really Onmyojis and monsters in this world. After blinking again, Hwaya Hongshu found himself in a high-end apartment, and Gojo Satoru opened the refrigerator with ease and turned to Kaido. "Would you like black tea or coffee, Xiao Hongshu?" Coffee will do." Hwaya Hongshu answered subconsciously. Gojo Satoru nodded. It was true that the opponent's mental state was a little shrunken, and it would be nice to drink some coffee. Seeing his future teacher pouring coffee down the side, Hwaya Hongshu was a little hesitant, not knowing what to do. But seeing the huge sofa behind her, she sat down. Boom. At this time, a burst of smoke suddenly exploded. A shikigami that looked like a combination of a cat and a fox landed in the palm of Hwaya Hongshu in midair. I slept so comfortably, Lord Hongshu. Hey, where is this? Shikigami looked at the unfamiliar environment around him with some doubts. Huanfen, shut up. Patting the opponent's small head, Hwaya Hongshu said in a low voice. This made Huanfen scratch her head in doubt. No, your coffee, Xiao Hongshu. Gojo Satoru, who poured the coffee back, came over and put it on the table by the way. Hey, white-haired boy, what is Xiao Hongshu? Call me Master Hongshu. Before Hwaya Hongshu could speak, Huangfen pointed at Gojo Satoru with a displeased face and shouted, My name is Master Hongshu. Why are you called Xiao Hongshu? You idiot. No, he still wanted to speak, but his mouth was immediately blocked by Hwaya Hongshu. I'm sorry, Gojo-sensei. This is my shikigami. Please don't tell me. This is Gojo-sensei, Gojo Satoru, my teacher from now on. 5 Wu. Huangfen, whose mouth was covered, blinked. Wait, isn't this name the name of the strongest adult in the yin-yang world? A cold sweat the size of a yellow grain flowed from Huangfen's forehead. Wait, just woke up and pointed at the nose and scolded the 5 adults with the strongest yin and yang today? What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Duh. Chapter 67. One person and one shikigami stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and after looking at each other for a few seconds, Gojo Satoru suddenly smiled indifferently, sat down on the sofa, and said, "It's okay, I don't care." Suddenly, Huangfen breathed a sigh of relief and burst into tears. Is this the bearing of the strongest on Myoji today? How could you forgive me, a little Shikigami, for speaking rudely? Master Wutiao, you really... Hey, what are you going to eat tonight? This breed doesn't look like a cat or a fox. It's a bit difficult to decide. How about braised cat meat? Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin and whispered to himself. Huh. Huangfen froze, and the whole cat seemed to turn into a gray background. I take back my forward when I didn't say it. Lord Hongshu, help me. It screamed in panic. The body wanted to turn into Katashiro, that is, hang it around Huaya Hongshu's neck again in the shape of a talisman, but Gojo Satoru suddenly grabbed it with a big hand. If you run away, what will happen to my dinner tonight? Wujo looked at the yellow powder in his hand happily. Huangfen made a mournful face. Goodbye, Lord Hongshu. I will sail away tonight. Teacher Wutiao, please don't eat yellow powder. It is my very important partner. Huaya Hongshu seemed to take it seriously. Her little face was full of nervousness. Lord Hongshu. Yellow-pink teary-eye gown. Gojo Satoru just waved his hands to the strong feelings between the two masters and servants. Just kidding, but I'm a little curious. Huangfan, what gender are you? Because Huangfan's voice always has a neutral feeling, and he can't distinguish between men and women. As the words were spoken, Wujo Wu rolled his hands and turned his body upside down under Huangfan's shameful eyes. Yeah, mother, it's a bit unexpected. Teacher Wutiao, stop making trouble. Before observing carefully, Huaya Hongshu rushed over and hugged Huangfen in her arms. Huangfen also had a look of lovelessness. Advertisement, it seems that there is no nostalgia for this world at all. Wally, sorry. The insincere apology made Gojo Satoru feel a little underwhelmed. Although no one can beat him, that's right. Let's go, Xiao Hongshu. I'll take you to the room where you will live in the future. Gojo Satoru stood up and said, because this is an expensive high-end apartment with 5 bedrooms and 1 living room, not to mention 1 more Huaya Hongshu. 2 more people are more than enough. Ah yes. Huaya Hongshu picked up Huangfen in his arms and hurriedly followed behind. The two stopped in a spacious room. I will clean this room sometimes, so don't worry about dust or anything. You can sleep here from now on. Gojo Satoru said. Oh, by the way, besides me, there is also my younger sister in this house. You will see her later, just call her Xiaobu. There is also a sister. Hearing this, Huaya Hongshu's restrained mood relaxed a little. After all, living together as a lonely man and a widow is a bit hard to let go, even if Gojo Satoru is her teacher. However, it is much better to have the same women. But Xiao Hongshu, didn't you bring a suitcase? Gojo Satoru asked curiously. From the first time I saw Huaya Hongshu until now, I saw that the other party's hands were empty and he didn't carry any luggage. Teacher Wutiao with me. As if afraid that the other party would not believe it, Huaya Hongshu took out a spell and threw it at the open space. For suitcases are neatly placed in front of them, on Myoji of preserved items. Forget it. After speaking, Gojo Satoru turned and left the room. Boom. The door was also intimately closed. The room also fell silent. After standing there for a few seconds, Huaya Hongshu threw herself directly onto the big soft bed. Her petite body turned over and stared at the ceiling in a daze. From now on, will I live in Tokyo all the time? The whole person is a little confused. Advertisement, she has been living in the mood of revenge and came to Tokyo to become stronger, but she didn't expect to have a teacher suddenly, and the teacher turned out to be the legendary Gojo Satoru. It's a little bit unimaginable. Her thoughts couldn't help but wander outside. But, the next second, this bed is so soft, Lord Hongshu. Huangfan's excited voice came from beside his ears. Huaya Hongshu turned his head to look. I saw Huangfan bouncing on the bed, falling in the air and being bounced into the air by the soft bed. The whole cat was playing with great interest. It seems that the loveless look just now is not it. Fool. Although he scolded like this in his mouth, there was a faint smile on the corner of Huaya Hongshu's mouth. In the living room, Xiaobu also just came home, changed his shoes at the entrance, and walked in. Seeing her big brother playing with her mobile phone on the sofa, She slipped into her arms again. Ah, the smell of Big Brother is the best. What? Drilling out his little head, he saw 2 cups of coffee on the table with his eyes, and there was something wrong with his eyes. Big Brother, are there any guests at home? Don't be that squinting eye again. That's right, my future student. She will live in our house from now on. Gojo Satoru was still playing with his phone, explaining with his mouth. Wait her. The little boy widened his eyes. The pronunciation of he and she in Japanese are different, and it is obvious whether it is a man or a woman. It's just a little girl. What are you thinking about? Besides, she will be a student of Zonwu High next week, and she will be in my class. Gojo Satoru put down his phone, speechless. He knew how this lazy sister would react. Oh, well then. On the surface, Xiaobu replied indifferently, but his heart was full of anger. Whether you are a student or not, from now on, the Big Brother's chastity will be guarded by me. Chapter 68. Xiaobu, don't be too critical of others. Gojo Satoru rubbed the little head in his arms and said softly, her situation is a little more complicated. No, I'm not that kind of person. Xiaobu rolled his eyes. She wasn't that kind of mean person in the first place. She was just worried that someone would take away the love that Big Brother had for her. So she was so hostile. Therefore, brother control is good, but it is also a bit bad. Gojo Satoru nodded and said nothing more. Xiaobu was also extraordinarily quiet, switched to the anime channel with the remote control, and started watching anime. The little head arched dishonestly. At this moment, the 2 siblings are also enjoying the daily tranquility. It was approaching evening. Hua Yi Hongshu came out of the room. Seeing a strange girl in the living room, she immediately realized that this was Wu Tiao teacher's younger sister. Hello. After saying hello, Hua Yi Hongshu also sat on the sofa. My name is Hua Yi Hongshu. Please give me your advice. Wu Tiaobu, just call me Xiaobu. Please give me advice. Xiaobu said. At the same time, she was observing Hua Yi Hongshu's appearance. There is one thing to say, although the face is as cold as frost, but it is really cute to be honest. She has black and purple straight hair, 2 strands of hair left in front of her shoulders, pink candy balls tied on the top, green eyes, snow-white skin, a petite and cute-looking beautiful girl. I'm afraid I went to Zonwu High School, and she is also a very popular girl. Similarly, Hua Yi Hongshu was also observing Xiaobu. This made her sigh. As expected of teacher Wu Tiao's younger sister, she is really beautiful. However, it is a little strange that teacher Wu Tiao has white hair, but Xiaobu is flaxen. Advertisement, is it possible? Hua Yi Hongshu's eyes widened slightly, and a bold idea appeared in his heart. Mr. Wu Tiao has dyed her hair. Ahem, as witty as she is, she also thinks it's possible. Boom. At this time, a burst of white mist exploded, and the yellow powder came out. Master Hongshu, is it time for dinner? For calves were sitting on Hua Yi Hongshu's lap. Huang Fun had a cute face. Although, as a Shikigami, it can eat mana to ensure that it will not be starved, but it is just that it will not be starved. In order to satisfy its appetite, it still likes to eat real things, especially small dried fish and the like. Wow, you actually spoke with a Kansai accent. Is this a fox? No, it looks a bit like a kitten. And is your head on fire? But how do you fix it? Before Hua Yi Hongshu could speak, Xiaobu leaned his head over to look at Huang Fun excitedly. As if this was not enough, she picked up Huang Fun with both hands, touched the body, and touched the fluffy tail like a cloud in the evening. There seemed to be little stars twinkling in the eyes. Huang Fan, who was tossed crazily by Xiaobu, looked hopeless and didn't dare to speak out to stop or resist. Earlier, it also heard that the Lord had a younger sister. If he guessed correctly, this is the younger sister. In order to prevent myself from successfully turning into braised cat meat, let's endure it silently. Hey Hongshu, is this a Shikigami? Hugging Huang Fun in her arms, Xiao Xiao buried her face full of interest. Yes, it's called Huang Fun. It signed a contract with me when I was very young, and it will accompany me as a Shikigami. Hua Yi Hongshu nodded. Then aren't you an Onmyoji? Huh? Aren't you an Onmyoji, little buried? Hua Yi Hongshu frowned and asked a little strangely. Impossible, as the younger sister of Wujo teacher. It is impossible not to be an Onmyoji. Hearing these seemingly puzzled words, Xiaobu didn't care, but raised Huang Fun, who was almost covered to death by his chest, with both arms, and smiled indifferently. No, I'm not. Advertisement. Although she was a little curious about onmyoji or becoming an onmyoji, she was just curious after all. She still prefers the tranquility of daily life and the leisure time with her big brother. Could it be that you don't want to become an onmyoji? Xiaobu, at least you can protect yourself if you are in danger in the future. Huaya Hongshu said. To become an onmyoji, you also need to have qualifications, or whether you have innate magic power, you can choose one of the two. However, as Gojo Satoru's younger sister, Xiaobu must also have strong aptitude. Let's talk about danger. Grabbing Huang Fun's soft tail, Xiaobu happily narrowed his eyes and said in a cheerful voice, "Besides, I also believe in Big Brother. He will definitely show up in front of me in case of danger." After speaking, she spread a smile, just like last time. "Hey, Big Brother, you will definitely appear in front of me and come to save me." Huaya Hongshu was stunned. The whole person hesitated and didn't know what to say. The living room regained its calm. About a few minutes passed. After eating, Xiaobu Zaya Hongsu. Gojo Satoru's voice came from the kitchen. "I know, Big Brother." In response, Xiaobu put down the yellow powder and smiled at Huaya Hongshu. "Let's go, Hongshu." The delicate right hand stretched out. Looking at the right hand in front of him, Huaya Hongshu's eyes were in a daze. How does she feel like she is back to her childhood? Soon, calm was restored, and she also extended her left hand. The two women walked to the dinner table hand in hand, and the words of a certain yellow fan jumped on Huaya Hongshu's shoulder at some point. Chapter 69. Saturday. Gojo Satoru was whistling and washing his hair, looking very comfortable. Last night, Ernai suddenly sent him a message, asking if he could go out to play together tomorrow, just the two of them. Thinking of being bored, Gojo Satoru agreed. "Wife, of course I want to pamper her a little bit." After shampooing and drying hair, Gojo Satoru drank the black tea he had prepared long ago, and there were cakes beside him. There are 3 copies, 2 of which are naturally Xiao Hongshu and Xiaobu's. At this time, the door of the room was opened. Huaya Hongshu, rubbing his sleepy eyes, came out and shouted in a daze. "Good morning, Mr. Gojo." "Good morning, Xiao Hongshu." In response, Gojo Satoru watched the messages on his phone while drinking warm black tea. "Nino, I woke up Gojo-kun." Lifting the slender fingers, typing with one hand. Gojo Satoru. "By the way, Nino, are we meeting at Chaiwa Cafe before?" "Hey, Wendy JPG, air now." "Ah, let's forget it." "Wujo Wu. Then you will wait for me downstairs at your house, and I will come to pick you up." "Air now." "It's okay. Wait a minute, let's not talk about it. She has been urging me in May. I'm making breakfast." After putting the phone aside, Gojo Satoru quietly drank black tea. And Hong Su on the other side also finished washing, not like the dazed look just now, but a little more energetic. Sitting next to Wujo Wu, Huaya Hongshu asked with some doubts after taking a sip of black tea. "Teacher Wu Tiao, don't you want Xiaobu to get up and have breakfast?" Sound. If this is the case, she knows to roll over. After saying this, Gojo Satoru also seemed to have a headache. Roll over? Huaya Hongshu's face was full of doubts. Black question mark. JPG. As if wanting to dispel Huaya Hongshu's doubts, Xiaobu's room suddenly opened. A long strip wrapped in a quilt rolled out slowly. The head protruding from the corner is naturally Xiaobu's sleepy look. Advertisement. This is. The corner of Huaya Hongshu's mouth twitched. This is really getting out. No wonder Mr. Wu Tiao is having a headache. "Good morning, Big Brother," and Hong Su. Xiaobu shouted weakly. The dark circles around his eyes were extremely obvious. Isn't the whole person the national treasure panda? Seeing his sister like this, Gojo Satoru was no longer surprised and asked plainly. "Playing games all night again?" "Ah, 2 beeps, yes." It was still the weak response. Pushing off the quilt with her calf, Xiaobu sat unsteadily on the chair, staring at the black tea with her eyes narrowed, and became dazed. Huaya Hongshu on the side was really worried that the other party would die suddenly. "Don't worry, it's all trivial today." Seeing Huaya Hongshu's worried look, Gojo Satoru said helplessly, "Is this trivial?" Huaya Hongshu quickly drank the black tea to suppress the strange feeling in his heart. In fact, Gojo Satoru was not wrong. The last time Xiaobu played games all night, and when he came out to eat breakfast the next morning, he couldn't tell the way. He ran to the left and right, as if he was drunk. After being in a daze for a long time, Xiaobu slowly picked up the black tea and drank it. The Nakano family. The four sisters were wearing their respective pajamas, sitting on the sofa, waiting for Nong's breakfast. Have you noticed that Nino seems to be very happy today? Yawashin whispered mysteriously. Indeed, when I was urging Nai to make breakfast quickly and steam some meat buns, Now actually didn't scold me. If it was before, she would definitely scold me. May looked suspicious. The tone and body movements are extremely exaggerated. As soon as these words were said, the three sisters nodded with deep understanding. Today's Nino is very wrong. Asking for flowers. In the kitchen, now didn't notice that her sisters were discussing herself, but hummed an unknown song while frying dumplings. I kept thinking about where to play today in my mind. Mayue, why don't you urge now again to see if now gets angry? Advertisement, Sanjiu said seriously. I don't want to. May rolled his eyes directly. It was obvious that this was taking her out to test Nai's temper and attitude today. That's Clover. Kazuka looked at Yatsuba with an innocent face. Huh? Why me? Because you are heartless. X3 the three women said in unison. 11. With a mournful face, Yatsuba cautiously and softly yelled at Nino. No, have you done it? I'm hungry. The voice is so small that even the nearest Ijo can't hear it. In an instant, Ihwa and the others were speechless. There was no need to be so cowardly. Clover, you should shout louder. May sat down, pushed Yatsuba's shoulder, and said with a look of hatred, I was not as cowardly as you when I urged now before. That's it. Sanjiu nodded her little head. Okay, I see. Scratching her head in distress, Yatsuba mustered up her courage and shouted loudly. Nino, can you hurry up? We're hungry. It's too loud. The three women blocked their ears, and their hearts became confused. It is for you to ask now, not for you to shout out with your voice. In my mind, I had already imagined that now came over with a shovel and an angry look on his face, and Ihwa and the others immediately put on an appearance of not caring about our affairs. However, the picture envisioned in my mind did not appear. There was only Nino's soft reply. Understood, it will be fine soon. Today's Nino really has a problem. The four sisters glanced at each other, and they all read the meaning in each other's eyes. Chapter 70. In the room. Now had already put on light makeup, although her plain makeup was already pretty enough, but as a girl, how could she not want to be even more beautiful? She licked her lipsticked lips in front of the mirror, and she also took off her pajamas. I changed into new clothes prepared on the bed. A black corset top with an X-shaped black bandage tied around her neck, and a Madara horse-colored skirt similar to a hip-wrapped skirt underneath, revealing her extremely slender waist. Then tie her signature black bow on both sides of her hair. Nai's outfit and appearance are just like a model in a fashion magazine. After changing into her high heels, Nai opened the locked door. She poked her head out cautiously, 557, looked around and downstairs, but after not seeing her sister, she tiptoed out. If this outfit is seen by my other four sisters, I'm afraid it will be suspicious and ridiculed again. For unnecessary trouble, Nai decided to sneak away by himself. But what Irino didn't know was, this morning, she revealed a patience that was inconsistent with the past, which directly made her sisters suspicious. In Clover's room, the four sisters gently opened the door, poked their heads out of each other, and looked at now, who was walking down the stairs softly. 1 flower is at the bottom, 3 nines are second, 4 leaves are third, and 5 are at the top. The 4 of them are like stacking our hits. Tell me, now is going on a date with that handsome guy from last time again when she goes out today, asked in a low voice. It's possible. After all, I really can't think of anyone else who can make Nino dress up like this. Sanjiu also answered in a low voice. Then, shouldn't we go to follow now again? But I have something to do. 2 voices. Clover had a tangled face. She promised others the day before yesterday that she would go shopping with them. Anyway, I won't go. I'll just stay at home and watch TV. As soon as she finished speaking, Wuyue stretched her head back and lay on the bed with a messy look. Follow Nai every day, making them look like idiots. If you have time to track, you might as well eat more. Advertisement, what about you, Sanjiu? Hearing that the other 2 sisters didn't want to go, Ihwa poked Sanjiu. I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't go. Sanjiu said flatly. In the afternoon, a new game in the form of Sengoku was released, and she wanted to buy it. If you follow Nino, you will have no time to buy. In fact, she can also call other people to buy one for her, but Sanjiu said that she doesn't want others to know that she likes anything like Sengoku. After all, isn't it weird that a girl likes Sengoku? Okay then. Iwa lowered her head in disappointment. She herself really wanted to follow up, but 2 of her 3 sisters were busy, and one didn't want to go, which made her not in the mood to go. Forget it, just hang it at home. After walking to the elevator, Ernai walked around cautiously. Seeing that his sisters really did not follow, he finally took the elevator down with a sigh of relief. Anyway, for some reason, she doesn't want her 4 sisters to find out that she has someone she likes. Maybe this is Tsundere. The elevator quickly arrived on the 1st floor after walking out. Ernai hummed a little song and happily walked towards the gate. Walked for about a few minutes. Ernai saw the familiar tall white figure outside the gate. 5 lords. A soft cry. Gojo Satoru, who was looking at the surrounding scenery, turned around and saw Nino with a sweet smile on his face. Sure enough, my wife is beautiful. I sighed silently in my heart. A burst of fragrance came to my face. Ernai walked up to Gojo Wu. Today I'm so beautifully dressed, it makes me feel inferior. Gojo Satoru joked with a smile. What? Just say some useless things. Advertisement. Nino rolled her eyes, seemingly speechless. However, the joy in her heart almost made her jump up. Maybe this is AO and in love. But where are we going today? Although the itinerary was arranged early last night, Ernai still asked. Didn't you arrange it? Gojo Satoru seemed very confused. Not a girl. You asked me out. Did you not get well? How about we go to the coffee shop? It's fine, as long as it's not a maid cafe. Ernai is not against the cafe. On the contrary, she quite likes drinking coffee. Of course, the main thing is to resist maid cafes. As for why you resist, naturally, Gojo Wu is beside me. Get in my roadster. Sitting on the Kawasaki, Gojo Satoru bent down on the hood and said with a smile, Isn't this Kawasaki? How come it's turned into a roadster? Ernai pouted and said. After tidying up her skirt a little, she sat up. Seeing Gojo gun his waist behind him, Nino hesitated for a moment, then hugged him with a blushing face and said stiffly, I'm afraid I'll be blown out. Hi, yes. After lifting Nino's little hand to make her hug it tighter, Gojo Satoru was also ready to move. Boom, there was a growl. Kawasaki, start. Looking at the rapidly flashing scenery around her, Ernai's eyes couldn't help but feel relieved. Isn't this the love she wants? Woo, my wife, one of my favorite wives. Anyway, none of the 5 sisters can run away. After Ernai, it should be Sanjiu, who is also my wife. Chapter 71. In the afternoon, the playground. Gojo Satoru sat on the bench drinking Coke, and beside him was Nino, who was also drinking Coke. In the morning, they went to an ordinary cafe, sat for a while, and then rode to the bay to see the scenery, and went to eat at noon, and naturally came to the amusement park in the afternoon. Passers-by also subconsciously glanced at Nino and Gojo Satoru. Although Tokyo is an international city, there are many beauties and handsome men. But Nino's top-notch appearance and Gojo Satoru's extremely tall figure and exposed lower half of his face attracted many passers-by. Hello. At this time, a girl shyly walked in front of Gojo Satoru under the urging of her companion. Ernai's eyes became dangerous, and the straw in his mouth was directly bitten flat. What's wrong? With his left hand resting on the back of the bench, Gojo Satoru asked like an old man in Kyoto. The girl seemed to be asking for other people's contact information for the first time, and her words were stammering. That's not allowed. At this moment, Ernai directly interrupted the conversation. Hugging Gojo Satoru's arm as if swearing sovereignty, letting the arm squeeze against his chest, he said calmly, He has a girlfriend, so do you want more? Yes, private monsieur, sorry. The girl directly bowed at 90 degrees, and then ran away directly, with a very depressed expression. Her companion also seemed to comfort her, and then drove away. TCH, didn't they see me sitting next to you? How dare they come to ask for contact information? Still holding Gojo Satoru's arm, Nino had a look of disdain. In front of outsiders, her temper can't be said to be good. She can only be said to be very bad, a little irritable. She is not even half as beautiful. How could she have the courage to come over and ask for contact information? Hearing this, Gojo Satoru didn't speak, but just smiled silently in his heart. TSK, this bun, funny.jpg, move your right arm a little. Feeling the subtle touch, Nino blushed, but she didn't let go and pretended to be drinking Coke as if nothing had happened. What? I'll never play this again. Advertisement, who can help me? Dozens of people on the jumping machine not far away let out horrified shouts. Wu Qiaokuan, let's go play the jumping machine. Looking at the jumping machine that went from bottom to top and then landed rapidly, Nao's eyes seemed to be twinkling with little stars. Originally, she was the kind of bold girl who was more interested in this kind of exciting entertainment. Okay, let's go. Saying that, Gojo Satoru stood up. But, after all, he is still too tall, and Nino is struggling a bit. He loosened his embraced right arm, and in Nino's somewhat disappointed mood, Gajikuni grasped the opponent's shortcomings again. Feeling the warmth of the palm, Nino smiled calmly. So, Ernai, you are good at cooking and love to play. Supporting the dizzy Nino, Gojo Satoru said speechlessly. After they played a jumping machine just now, Ernai couldn't stand it immediately and returned to the ground, almost dying. Omi, Ernai hesitated and didn't know what to say. His face and earlobes were red. Indeed, it was she who proposed to play the jumping machine, but she couldn't stand it in the end. Supporting Nino to sit behind the chair, Gojo Satoru didn't sit down in the same way, but just rubbed the other's little head and said, Okay, let me buy you some water and bananas. Bananas are antiemetic. This is what he learned when he took care of Shizuka Hiratsuka. Okay, Nina replied in a low voice. Looking at Gojo Satoru's back with a little purple sea-blue eyes, he felt warm in his heart. On the other side, we walked to a fruit stand. Gojo Satoru took 3 packaged bananas and asked the stall owner, who was sitting on a chair and playing with his mobile phone. How much? What kind of fruit? Hearing that there were customers, the stall owner put away his mobile phone and raised his head. However, when he looked up and saw the impressive white hair, why is it you again? So, I should ask you, boy, how did you come to sell fruit? Advertisement seeing the stall owner's appearance, Wu Tiao Xian smiled. Isn't this Rin Okamura? Obviously, he was still working in the Zijiufu store before, but today he came to the amusement park to sell fruits. Cut, 2,000 yen, you can take it. It seems that Okamura Rin didn't want to explain more about coming to the amusement park to sell fruit, and said with a displeased face, Wow, 2,000 yen, your banana is made of gold. Gojo Satoru seemed shocked, and said exaggeratedly. However, a smile flashed across his eyes under the blindfold. Obviously, he just wanted to tease each other. Just say whether you want it or not. I definitely want to. Crouching down, Gojo Satoru propped his chin and said jokingly, You tell me why you came to the amusement park, and I'll buy it. You. Rin Okamura kicked his eyes, but seeing Gojo Satoru's smiling face, he was immediately discouraged and spoke weakly. Be fired. Yesterday, a group of hooligans deliberately messed up and occupied the place to prevent other 440 people from buying. Rin Okamura naturally knew these gangsters. At the beginning of the time, because they molested a middle school student, he couldn't stand it any longer. He went up to help the middle school student out of the siege, but the beam was also knotted. So these gangsters saw Rin Okamura working, so they came directly to make trouble. Because he has been occupying the seat to prevent other customers from coming to buy, and even harassed with words, he couldn't stand it, so he moved. In a double fight, Rin Okamura relied on his strong body to fight 5 by himself, and won the fight abruptly, but the small shop was inevitably destroyed. The boss did not ask Rin Okamura for compensation, but the money for part-time work was naturally gone. In this way, Rin Okamura found another job overnight. Selling fruits in the amusement park, you will get as much commission as you sell. Okay, I won't tease you. Nuwa, 2,000 yen. I don't know where to find 2,000 yen. And after handing it to the other party, Gojo Satoru also left. Looking at the brand new 2,000 yen in his hand, Rin Okamura pouted. However, I also silently remembered this kindness in my heart. Gojo Satoru was his first guest. Although some people came to buy it before, they left directly after hearing the expensive price. This chapter is banned again. Laozi is convinced. Chapter 72. While eating bananas in small mouthfuls, Nino asked vaguely, Gojo-kun, don't you want to eat? Eat it. I'll do whatever I want. Gojo Satoru waved his hand. The left hand also took the opportunity to pick up the pure juice drink placed beside him. Forehead. Looking at the 100% pure banana written on the drink, the corners of Nai's mouth twitched a few times. It's really just fine. One of the two ate bananas. The other drank a banana-flavored drink. Neither of them spoke, and the surrounding passers-by were also bustling. The amusement park in the afternoon was extremely hot. Even the jumping machine that almost made Nina throw up before had a long queue. After throwing the eaten bananas into the trash can, Nino kept looking at Gojo Satoru. This made Gojo Satoru tilt his head and asked a little strangely, "Although I know I'm handsome, there's no need to keep looking at me, Nino. How could anyone be so narcissistic?" Although he said this in his mouth, Nino silently agreed in his heart, and then continued. "I'm just curious as to why Gojo-kun wears a blindfold all the time." Blindfold. Gojo Satoru pulled his black eye patch with his right hand, and the corner of his mouth showed a teasing look. "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." As soon as the words fell, the national spirit came. I saw that Nino did not hesitate to press her lips on Gojo Satoru's cheek, but it was just like dripping, and it loosened after a touch. "This, so you can tell me," now said, pretending to be calm. But the bright red on the crystal earlobe expresses that her heart is not as calm as it appears on the surface. "It seems that my mother-in-law has a good impression of me." Gojo Satoru took a sip of the drink, moistened his throat, turned his head to Nino with a serious face, and whispered, "Erno, what I'm going to say next, you must keep it a secret. This is a secret that belongs to both of us." "I will definitely keep it a secret." Nai was also stunned, but at the same time she was sweet in her heart. Advertisement, I didn't expect this to be their secret. She subconsciously held her breath and listened carefully, for fear of missing a little detail. Gojo Satoru gradually opened his mouth and revealed this secret. "Actually, I think it's pretty handsome and stylish, so I wear blindfolds." "What?" Nino was stunned. "No, did I hear you wrong, or did you say it wrong?" "Don't look at me like that. I really did wear it because I thought it was cool. I used bandages to wrap my eyes before, haha." Gojo Satoru laughed and touched his head. "It's really interesting to tease the wife, and it's really interesting to see the wife like this. So happy pictures are really annoying." "You're so annoying, Gojo-kun." Nino rolled her eyes angrily. "Isn't this a waste of her xiangxiang?" "Don't be angry." Gojo Wu smiled and touched the dog's head. Feeling the touch on the top of his head, Nina curled his lips and whispered, "I'm not angry." Soon, 3 hours passed. Gojo Satoru and Nino are about to leave the amusement park. Except for some more exciting entertainment items, both of them played a turn. "Thank you for coming out to play with me today, Gojo-kun. What's the relationship between us? Thank you for nothing." As soon as these words came out, Nino's head seemed to short-circuit for a moment. "Yes, what is the relationship between me and Gojo-kun? I also gave him our first kiss, and I also like him. So what kind of relationship is it now? Is it possible that I really need to confess?" Glancing at Gojo Satoru, who seemed to look like a fool looking around, Nino felt very helpless. In this way, the two kept walking until they reached the gate to leave. Just in the distance saw a gathered, rowdy crowd. "Hey, what's going on in front?" Advertisement now asked suspiciously. There are almost 100 or 200 people in these crowds, but they don't leave anyway, and they seem to be very emotional. Next to it, a dozen security guards went straight to the gate. 5 June. Now wanted to ask Gojo Wu. However, I saw the other party looking up at the sky with his hands in his pockets. His expression was very calm. "Nai, we will not be able to go out for the time being," Gojo Satoru said calmly. In his line of sight, a huge barrier that ordinary people couldn't see sealed off the entire amusement park, and even the color of the barrier was gradually becoming scarlet. Judging from this situation, it's a bit like wanting to sacrifice the blood of everyone in the playground on the spot. However, which force did this belong to? Is it the same as last time? Although Nino was a little nervous, she also had a sense of peace of mind lingering in her heart. Maybe it's because Woodioyu is right next to her. No, it's a little bit more serious than your last time. After all, it trapped everyone in the amusement park. Although he said it was serious, Gojo Satoru looked indifferent. After all, strength, Li Hao, lies here. He is invincible. Everyone in the amusement park. Nino licked Sakura's dry lips. You know, this amusement park is very famous in Tokyo, and even in Japan. The venue is very spacious, and it is now a holiday. The number of people probably exceeds tens of thousands. Then, what should we do now, Lord Wuqiao? There's nothing to do. I'll just pull it out when it comes out. Gojo Satoru said, took Nino's little hand, and sat down on a bench. Now let's watch the show quietly. Just now he felt a little bit. This amusement park is not simply filled with him. There are also many people from other worlds. However, there are a few breaths that are quite interesting. The one who made a pact with the devil? The official anti-magic lesson. Chapter 73. Tisk. Looking at the huge barrier that descended from the sky, the man in a black suit with his tail tied up looked serious. He is Akira Hayakawa, a member of Tokyo Tamen's 4th class. Senior Himino, have you ever encountered such a situation before? Hayakawa turned his head and looked at the woman sitting in the chair, smoking a cigarette. The woman wore a blindfold on her right eye alone, and she was half-bent, smoking a cigarette in her hand, and her exposed left eye flickered from time to time, as if she had guessed something. No, I have never encountered such a situation, but I can be sure that this should not be the ability of the devil. The devil I am talking about is the devil in hell. She spoke slowly. It seemed that I was afraid that Akira Hayakawa might misunderstand, so I explained it in detail. Isn't it a demon's ability? Hayakawa Shio frowned tightly, crossing his arms. Except for the demons in hell, there are only filth and nihilistic demons in the wilderness of disaster on the bright side. However, Hoyi has been forcibly surveyed by the Onmyogus, and it is impossible for this kind of loophole to appear, so only the demons of the void are left. However, the only thing that makes people wonder is, what is the purpose of lowering the 577 barrier to lock tens of thousands of people in the amusement park? Chio-jun, please contact other anti-magic class members. Of course, if it is best, please contact Makima to explain the current situation to her. After throwing the cigarette on the ground and stamping it out, Haim patted his partner on the back with a smile. However, I'm sorry today. I forced you to come to the amusement park and ended up encountering such a crap. No, I'm kinda glad we got to go to the amusement park. Akira Hayakawa immediately shook his head and refuted. To this, Chu also nodded in agreement. If there is an accident, the two of them can also help ordinary people escape. Taking out the mobile phone, Hayakawa Chio searched the phone book, and after seeing the note of Makima, he clicked it directly. Buzz, long time no answer. Sorry, you are not currently in the service area. Please try again later. Advertisement. Hearing the notification tone next to his ear, Hayakawa put his phone back calmly and opened his mouth. Befk. There is no signal. It should be the reason for this barrier. He was not surprised that there was no signal on his mobile phone. He had already guessed in his heart, and he just wanted to try it out by chance. Hey, sure enough. Himino was also scratching his hair in distress. There is no support, and there is no way to escape. What should I do? If it really doesn't work, I'll pull out this knife and try. Shut up. What are you talking about? Don't pull out this knife. Before Akira Hayakawa could finish his words, he was scolded by Himino with a serious face and went back. The atmosphere between the two cooled down instantly. After a minute, after Ji calmed down, he said with a hint of pleading in his words, "Aren't you going to seek revenge from the gun demon? What if you use this knife too much and fall down? Listen to my Chio-jun. Use it only when it is absolutely necessary, okay?" Hayakawa was silent. Subconsciously touched the knife wrapped in black cloth with his left hand and nodded after a few seconds. I see. This knife, no, should be said to be more like a nail. Another object of his contract is to curse the devil. After stabbing the target 3 times, the ability to curse the devil will be activated at the cost of life. Call Himino also breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't even want the other party to use this knife. If possible, she wanted to tell Akira Hayakawa that she would quit the anti-monster class and live a stable life. But this was basically impossible. Because early Chuanchio had an enemy, and he joined in because of that enemy. And that enemy is the long-disappeared gun demon. Look at the sky. Suddenly, Hayakawa Chio let out an exclamation. Ji also quickly looked up. Advertisement in an instant. Her pupils gradually dilated. Her face became dull, and the cigarette case she had just taken out of her hand fell straight to the ground without noticing it. I see. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky. This magic circle summarized the entire amusement park. The whole area exuded pitch-black smoke, and there was a dim blue light in the smoke. It seemed that the magic circle hadn't been activated yet. A brief second appeared. People in the entire amusement park made riots and screams. Some people wanted to run towards the fence in the amusement park, but when they rushed over, they were hit with bags all over their heads. No matter how hard they beat, there was an invisible barrier blocking them. The other side. Gojo Satoru held Nino, who was a little scared, in his arms. There were screams of panic all around, and there was even a stampede incident. Several people were trampled to death, and they didn't care. Gojo-kun, what is that in the sky? The whole body was lying in Gojo Satoru's arms, and Nino's voice trembled a little. How does this feel? It's scarier than her last time. It's just a formation, don't worry. Gojo Satoru remained calm. He recognized this formation the first time he saw it. Someone wanted to summon a demon from the void, and the blood bait was naturally everyone in the amusement park. Once this formation is successful, Gojo Satoru doubts whether he can summon Satan. But should not probably at best summon a powerful demon and a large number of demons. However, who made this up? Gojo Goku thought secretly. He was a little confused. Who put so much effort into arranging this formation? Just to wash tens of thousands of people with blood and summon demons from the void world? Clang clang. Clang, the magic circle in the sky suddenly rang a huge bell. The noisy crowd in the amusement park suddenly quieted down. All of them looked tense, and many people even prayed. Chapter 74. The barrier that was originally transparent and invisible to ordinary people turned scarlet, and bursts of strange sounds came from all around. Chewing, whispering, roaring, all sounds mixed together. This undoubtedly caused more ordinary people to panic. This is the first time I've seen it. I must take a photo to record it. Unlike others, Gojo Satoru said with excitement. As he spoke, he took out his phone and took a picture. However, it seems that because of the barrier or the magnetic field, the photos taken are blurred. Gojo-kun, your photography skills are terrible. Nai in her arms saw the photos in the album and silently complained. This is no longer a question of whether the photos are bad or not, but a question of whether the photos are right or not. Hearing the sound of complaints, Gojo Satoru pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "This is obviously a problem with the magnetic field, and it's not a problem with my photography skills at all." Yes. In the quarrel between the two, there were bursts of murmurs resembling dogs coming from all around. However, because of the black mist floating down from the sky, the distance was shrouded, and basically nothing could be seen, only sounds could be heard. Stop making noise. Hey, Nino, don't be scared later. Gojo Satoru stopped the quarrel and changed the subject. There was a hint of teasing in the words. Somebody summoned dozens of ghouls attached to Mo Lei's corpses out of sight. Obviously, they have already begun to think about blood sacrifices to form this formation. What? Nai quickly shrank back. The whole person almost retracted into Gojo Satoru's arms. Needless to say, she was already frightened by the weird crooning around her. All the passers-by gathered around were also nervous, their eyes fixed on the black mist. Many people also spoke one after another to ease their emotions. Husband, do you think we will die? Advertisement. I don't know, but I know that I will protect you with all my might. What the hell? I can't make calls. How could there be no signal in Tokyo? The public security here in Tokyo, are you shit-eating? Why hasn't anyone rescued us yet? Brother, is there a possibility that they have come, but they can't get in? Roar, the murmur of the dog was getting closer and closer, and the general shape of the body could be seen in the black mist. In an instant, the originally noisy voice calmed down. A few seconds passed, and at least 70 or 80 ghouls around came out of the black mist. These ghouls are all attached to the dog corpses, making the corpses look extremely disgusting, covered with disgusting bubbles, and their bodies are as big as a calf. Is this really a dog? Are there any dog lovers? Go and adopt it quickly. Ouch. It stinks. I can smell it from far away. It really stinks. Don't be so stinky. Run away quickly. Where the hell can this go? If the black mist is full of these things, then we are not eating them as a buffet. Seeing this group of ghouls, the first reaction of everyone in the crowd was to run away. However, seeing the black mist that couldn't reveal a trace of light again, it was fear that suppressed the fear after all. The ghouls were getting closer and closer, which made the fear in everyone's hearts almost turn into a thick substance. But, at this moment, a mutation happened. Dozens of ghouls suddenly flew upside down in midair, and each of them collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. The strong attraction makes their struggles useless. Boom! As if the water polo touched the ground, the moment it collided, it was all crushed into rancid meatloaf. No lower limit, forward rotation technique, song, hey, it stinks. Gojo, who shot silently, slapped around his nose with a look of disgust. That's why he didn't go to pretend and just wanted to solve them silently. Because it stinks so much, even if there is no lower limit technique to isolate the blood, but I always feel psychologically unbearable. Boom! At this time, there was a huge roar in the distance, which seemed to be mixed with the sound of buildings collapsing. The people who had just relaxed were staggered in fright, and their hearts were about to jump out. Advertisement, asking for flowers. Foxhead demon? Passing through the pitch-black mist with 6 eyes, Gojo Satoru clearly saw a huge fox head in the distance, and it seemed to be chewing something in its long mouth. It turned out to be him. Although there are many people who contract fox demons, there is only one person who can only summon the fox's head. #BT. Early Chuanchio. Click, click suddenly. Cracks appeared one after another on the red barrier. The sound of breaking glass resounded throughout the amusement park. Outside, Zero Tianrua Qingxian bombarded the barrier expressionlessly, and the blue mantra covered the king of beasts. Behind him, there are also a group of onmyoges and exorcists. All the onmyoges looked anxious. The exorcists, on the other hand, all looked embarrassed and ashamed. After all, they were the ones who dealt with the demons in the nihilistic realm, but they never expected that such a big mistake would happen. Someone secretly set up such a big formation and barrier in the amusement park, but they didn't notice it at all. Master Tianrua, may I ask how long it will take to break through this barrier? I'm afraid that there are not many people left inside. The exorcist was led by a boy who looked no more than 16 years old. Wearing the iconic long clothes of an exorcist, with a pair of glasses, there are a few small moles on his face. If you look carefully, this person is somewhat similar to Rin Okamura. Okamura Yukio, the younger brother of Okamura Rin, has 2 titles of Dragon Knight and Medical Knight, and is a first-class exorcist. Tianrua Qingxian stopped his attacking arm, looked sideways at the opponent, and said indifferently, "Little ghost, I'm also afraid that there are not many people left inside. But this is caused by your negligence in work. If it really caused a lot of casualties, I think all the magicians in your area should also evacuate. Onmyoji and exorcist don't get along at all. And now that this has happened, even Tianrua Qingxian's heart is ablaze with anger." Chapter 75. Okamura Yukio clenched his fists and lowered his head. This was indeed their negligence. If it really caused tens of thousands of deaths, although the exorcists would not be disbanded, they would definitely use this matter as a pain point in the future. Tianrua Qingxian let out a cold snort. With his left hand, he took out a spell exuding an ancient aura from his pocket. And this spell was approved by the ancestor Shikigami in order to obtain the spell. White Tiger. Mirror Talisman. After using the White Tiger Bright Mirror Talisman, his spell power and strength will increase by more than 10 times, which is possible to break through this barrier. Although the previous attacks seemed to be broken, they were actually illusions, and each time they recovered quickly. Tisk, where's that brat? A certain white-haired idiot who has been giggling flashed in the sea of 677 in his mind, because if he was clear, he would have no minister for a while. Obviously such a big thing happened. Why hasn't this fool come here yet? Forget it. Leave him alone. Pick up the White Tiger Bright Mirror Talisman with your 2 fingers, and if the sky is clear, you are ready to use the magic power to activate it. However, a voice suddenly came from the ear. Uncle Good-for-Nothing is planning to become a little white cat again. This is a white tiger. Subconsciously replied. Tianrua Qingxian was taken aback and turned his head to look. I saw that Gojo Satoru and Nino didn't know when they came out of the barrier. Hey kid, why are you here so late? And Tianrua Qingxian frowned and asked a little puzzled. Said that at the end he glanced at Nino. I'm one of the trapped people. Why the hell did I come so late? Gojo Satoru said angrily. Although this barrier is strong enough to resist the attack of 12 Heavenly Generals' White Tiger, it cannot stop Wu Tiaowu's desire to leave. Simply disturb the space atoms, and a teleportation will come out. As for why he came out, it was naturally because he had sensed the aura of spell power that was as clear as a string in the sky. But it's a pity that I didn't see Uncle Waste Chai's little white cat form. Since you can come out, it's easy. As Tianrua Qingxian said, he silently gave up his position and slowly spit out a word from his mouth. Please. Advertisement. It's so simple, you can't even break it. After speaking, Gojo Satoru raised his legs and walked over. While everyone was watching, his right hand touched the bloody barrier. Mana power mobilizing. No lower limit reversal technique. His scarlet streamer appeared in the palm of his hand. For a brief second, the sound of an explosion sounded, and the strong airflow made everyone's clothes rattle, and even their eyes narrowed unconsciously. After everyone opened their eyes, they saw that the huge blood barrier had disappeared without a trace. I thought it was just a hole, but I didn't expect to close the whole hole. No, it's that simple. Gojo Satoru spread his hands out, with an innocent expression on his face. As expected of you. Gojo-sama, one thing to say, I think the strongest yin and yang is not worthy of Gojo-sama, and the strongest exorcism should be added, right Naka? That's right. If the exorcist can't handle it, we can only rely on our Onmyoji Wu-tiao-sama. Oh, I think we should protect reality in the future, just sit there and drink tea every day. A group of Onmyojas spoke strangely, implying exorcists. This made Okamura Yukio and his team look ugly. Okay, shut up. As soon as Tianrua Qingxian's icy voice came out, all the Onmyojas immediately shut their mouths. Knowing that you can't stay here, you have to save people quickly to make up for your mistakes. Master Tianrua, there are still 5 masters, we will be one step ahead. Okamura Yukio bowed. I just took a group of exorcists into the amusement park. The other side. Hayakawa Chio let out a mouthful of turbid air and looked at the broken barrier with weird eyes. This is, the Onmyoji and the exorcist are here. He secretly thought. Chio-jun. Himino came running from a distance. Advertisement, the people over there are all right. They're all right. Akira Hayakawa shook his head. The ghouls did not simply appear just before Gojo Satoru, but also appeared in various places in the amusement park. But fortunately, apart from Hayakawa Chio and Haimyi, there are many Onmyoji trapped inside the amusement park. Because of the low level of ghouls, there were no deaths at all, only dozens of injured humans. You didn't pull out that knife, did you? Himino looked at the knife behind Akira Hayakawa with complicated eyes. To this, Hayakawa Akira just shook his head. To deal with those simple ghouls, you can easily solve them with only physical skills and foxes. Hey, are you all right? At this time, there was a rush of footsteps and shouts in the distance. It's an exorcist. A pair of exorcists came running. Seeing the iconic long clothes of the exorcist, Akira Hayakawa and Himino also recognized each other's identity one after another. Ernai, you should go back first. Seeing that Tianrua Qingxian had already entered, Wujo said to Nino beside him. 3.2. Then, you must be careful, Gojo-kun. Nino bit Sakura's lip, worried. If you kiss me again, I will be careful. Gojo Satoru leaned down smiling and tapped his cheek with his index finger. Ah, you are really cunning. Ernai's face was red, and his tone seemed dissatisfied. But, the body is quite honest, approached the past. Mua, after touching it for not a second, Nai said with a small mouth. Okay, you promised me. You must be careful. Wife is really cute and silly. Gojo Satoru rubbed Nino's head amusedly, making the other party keep yelling. I like to touch my head, and I won't grow taller in the future. Duh. Chapter 76. Not with your little girlfriend anymore? Looking at Wujo Wu who was following behind, Tianrua Qingxian said calmly. Although this kid is so strong that he opened the door to Li Li, but Huaxin is also ridiculously flamboyant. It's okay to be ambiguous with the same 12 heavenly generals and queens, and now I've found another one in Tokyo. It seems that he is still a student. Unlike me, I have never looked for any woman since the divorce. You can't be too much of an 8 trigrams, oh good-for-nothing uncle. Gojo Satoru put his hand on Tianrua Qingxian's shoulder with a grin, which made the latter look unhappy. And, Aren't you going to get back together with your ex-wife? As soon as these words came out, Tian Ruoqingxian was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, he said coldly, "No, I'm not interested in her, or any woman." Gojo Satoru smiled and didn't speak. Heartspoken 14 only. Tianruo Qingxian divorced his ex-wife at the beginning purely to protect their mother and daughter. Because he has too many enemies, not counting the demons and humans, but the simple misfortune, it is impossible for him to think about bigamy. It smells like a devil. Tianruo Qingxian's eyes flashed suddenly, and he opened his mouth to remind. I know. The left hand on the opponent's shoulder was gradually released, and Gojo Satoru looked forward with a lack of interest. After breaking the barrier, the surrounding black air dissipated a lot, and even ordinary people could see a vague body from the black air from afar. In front of Gojo Satoru and the others, a figure about 5 meters tall walked out of the black air. Its whole body is like skin made of human skin, smooth and reflective, and the 2 heads on its head also have weird smiles. Every time it takes a step, the ground under its feet corrodes a footprint. It looks disgusting. Gojo Satoru rubbed his arms, as if goosebumps came out. So, I'll leave it to you, Uncle Useless. You really like to order people around. While speaking, Tianruo Qingxian casually found a few pieces of gravel from under his feet. Blue mana covered the gravel. Empty magic bullet. Urgent as a law, like bouncing marbles, the gravel hit the demon's body rapidly, and a blue arc was drawn in the air. Advertisement, boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous piercing sounded, and several blue arcs appeared again. Both legs were broken, as were the hands. The bulky body fell to the ground. Damn on my OG. X2 foot the 2 heads roared like fingernails on glass. So there is wisdom. Said plainly, Tianruo Qingxian knocked out the last piece of gravel in his fingers. The 2 heads burst open like watermelons. Green blood splashed in the air. My master, I will punish you. The mouth with only one mouth left is still talking. However, after finishing speaking, they all turned into ashes and floated in the air. Owner, Wujo Wu raised his eyebrows. There was indeed a mastermind behind this incident. However, why do we play monsters like a game, send monsters one by one, and then talk about the master, and the master comes at the end? He complained. Let's not talk about this first. Wu Tiao boy, can you break the magic circle in the sky? Tianruo Qingxian didn't think about who this master was. In a hurry, I still have to break the magic circle in the sky. This magic circle is like a hanging sword of Damocles. Who knows what will happen? That's not a problem. Also looking at the magic circle, Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin. The magic circle is also the same as when it just appeared, thick with black mist, and dim blue light is revealed in the black mist. Obviously, it has not been activated. Gently raised the index finger, ready to launch, he to destroy it with one blow. However, within a second of lifting it up, it was put down again, which made Tianruo Qingxian, who was watching from the side, ask with some doubts. What's wrong? Advertisement. There's a B*************** D in the way. Gojo Satoru glanced lightly to the right. Awful in the way? Tianruo Qingxian followed Gojo Wu's gaze. I saw that an extra man appeared next to me at some point. The man was pale, with blue and black crossed mid-length hair, long ears, dark circles under his eyes, and a kind smile on the corner of his mouth. White tiger, beast claw appearance. Tianruo Qingxian took a fighting stance without saying a word. You are. His dark eyes shone with seriousness. When this person appeared next to them, he didn't even notice it at all. How are you guys, White Tiger of the 12 Heavenly Generals, and Wu Tiao Wu? I'm a little bit annoyed by what you call a B******************* D blocking the way. The man turned around and looked at them head on. The whole person is elegant like a European nobleman. However, it's okay to be unhappy. Can you? Please don't break this thing. It will make me very distressed. As he spoke, he also put on a distressed look. Demon. Tianruo Qingxian narrowed his eyes, and his tone was very affirmative. I forgot to introduce myself. The man bowed slightly, put his right hand on his heart, and said elegantly, My name is Astaroth. Please give me your advice. Astaroth. Tianruo Qingxian's eyelids twitched. Isn't this one of the sons of the demon god Satan? And Gojo Satoru also showed a very interested look. It seems that you all know me. That's right. I am the Rin of the 8th Marquis. Astaroth still looks elegant. So can I please? Okay. I care that you are the king of chickens and ducks. There is no room for us to talk anymore. Gojo Satoru directly interrupted his words. A cruel smile was drawn on his handsome face. Sandbags, isn't this coming? Advertisement. Chapter 77. You too. Are you sure you want to fight against me? Astaroth finally did not maintain that hypocritical and elegant appearance. His face was icy cold at the moment, and a bright green magic power emerged from his body. This is an important matter related to whether my subordinates can come from the void. From the time when you cast the magic circle and required tens of thousands of blood sacrifices, you have already opposed us as a whole in the real world. Gojo Satoru said. With his right hand, he pulled out the back of the blindfold on the back of his head and pulled it off, revealing those extremely beautiful blue eyes. However, at this moment his eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems that we can't reach an agreement. Sighing, Astaroth raised his right hand. Countless black shadows floated on the ground, and the same demon as before appeared from the black shadows, hunting that group of humans. Deliver as soon as you order. With their huge bodies, the demons jumped towards the surrounding buildings quickly. This jump was tens of meters high. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in place. I leave it to you, brat. After quickly locking his eyes on the demons running around, Inruo Kinxian said seriously. Each of these demons has at least the strength of an intermediate demon. Although the Onmyoji and the Exorcist can resist it, the number is too much. He could only pull away to hunt and kill the group of demons. You must not die. His tone is a bit complicated. Although I don't like this white-haired B*****************. After all, he is the strongest person in the Yin-Yang world. If something really happens, the entire Yin-Yang world and even the entire reality will undergo huge changes facing one of the 8 Marquis Kings. Even he didn't know much about it. Possibly, after using the White Tiger Mirror Talisman, it can be barely 50-50. Hey, this doesn't fit your character. Uncle Wastewood, why are you so sad? Gojo Satoru hooked Tianruo Qingshin's neck and said teasingly, This is to introduce Xiaoyu to me, and the group won't let me die? His face darkened in an instant. Tianruo Qingxian removed the claws hooking his neck and left directly. Sure enough, these words should not have been said. Seeing Tian Rooking's departure, although Astaroth wanted to stop it. Advertisement, however, I was facing another Wudioi known as the strongest Yin and Yang. Even Mei Faith, that nasty guy, had this guy say, It's unbelievably strong. It is better to eat witchcraft here. Chop suey. Now, it's our turn. Gojo Satoru grinned. From the sky, a huge tent descended, directly covering the entire amusement park. Tianruo Qingxian in the distance also knows that this is Wuzhou Wu's method, and he can fight as he wants without worrying about it, so that ordinary people outside can't see it. Bang, the sound of sound barrier tearing sounded. In the blink of an eye, Gojo Satoru appeared in front of Astaroth, grabbing the latter's head with his right hand, and black and blue magic power emerged from his left hand. Black flash, the terrifying spell power poured out and bombarded Astaroth's abdomen. A big hole was directly torn out of the abdomen, but there was no blood overflowing as imagined, but a hollow, and a faint magic power was burning around the hollow. Ha ha, interesting Emperorly. Astaroth roared frantically. Gudong. The ground under his feet instantly turned into a piece of black silt, and the bubbles that popped up from time to time also hinted at a powerful corrosion force. Wuzhou Wu's eyes were fixed, and the right hand that grabbed the opponent's head pressed down without hesitation and fell down, and kicked up with his right foot. Jump. A white arc emerges, no lower limit. Forward rotation method. Teleportation, teleport directly in front of Astaroth. However, a sea-like green magic power burst out from Astaroth's body, directly submerging Gojo Satoru. The magic power sputtered out in the building was corroded and turned into residue in just 1 second. Go to hell, Gojo Satoru. Astaroth raised his hands in midair, his face extremely crazy. The bright green magic turned into Lion Majesty, and the huge Lion Majesty opened its mouth and swallowed Gojo Satoru, who was still submerged. Lion Majesty slid down from midair. His mouth was constantly corroding the opponent, and his falling body hit the building. Astaroth, who was still in midair, was not on standby. Advertisement instead, it flew towards Lion Majesty, landed on the ground, and slammed the ground with his right hand. The ground and even all the buildings in the front line of sight were corrupted into residues. "Do you died?" His eyes kept scanning the battlefield, but he didn't see the white figure, Astaroth thought to himself. But the next moment, Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared, hanging upside down in front of him. The red light that opened in the palm of his right hand spread slightly and immediately exploded. The shock wave directly swallowed Astaroth. The earth was pierced through, and a gap of up to 100 meters appeared, and the Ferris wheel in the distance was bombarded by the shock wave, leaving only a broken frame. Unspecified currency. After the shock wave was extinguished, Astaroth was still in place. His elegant appearance was gone, like a lunatic laughing. Half of his body was burnt to death, but the magic power of corrosion kept surging. "Here it is, fixing it." Boom! Without saying a word, Gojo Satoru directly hit the remaining half of the brain with a side whip. Eyes bulging, Astaroth flew out sideways. No lower limit reversal technique. Several scarlet spheres bombarded the place where Astaroth just fell over. Of money, the roaring explosion sound and the exploding smoke came out at the same time. "It's really a durable sandbag." Gojo Satoru showed a cruel smile. He hadn't encountered this kind of sandbag for a long time this year, and it was really cool to talk about it. Buzz before the dust dissipated. The powerful airflow swept by the bright green magic power scattered the dust completely and softly. Among the collapsed buildings, Astaroth stood up again. "You are worthy of being the strongest on my OG." He looked a little tired. To restore the body, it must consume mana and energy to repair. As soon as the words fell, Gojo Satoru appeared in front of Astaroth in another teleportation and whispered into the other's ear. "But you are indeed weak, slag." Grabbing his head with his right hand, he flew directly to another area, just like hitting a bowling ball. Advertisement. Chapter 78. Tiger/K.EU2 Wisdom. The quick slash directly cut off the demon's limbs and even its head, and the sky remained calm as before. It seems that this is the last one. He also breathed a sigh of relief after he didn't perceive that there was still a demonic aura remaining in the amusement park. After other onmyoges and exorcists entered the arena, some organized the general crowd to evacuate, and some continued to stay in the amusement park to eliminate demons. The situation is not bad, and most of the people seem to have been frightened, but the number of casualties has not yet been counted. After Song Nung went out, the rest of the Inyang department will erase the memory and count. The only possible headache, though, is such a big change in the amusement park was seen by nearby residents and crowds, and many people even took pictures and posted them on the internet. Therefore, the workload has increased again. Sitting on the corner of the flower bed, Tianrua Qingxian kept her beast claws all the time, eyes with thick dark circles looking at the scene of destruction like a natural disaster in front of her. The sound of explosions from time to time resounded throughout the amusement park. 247 even saw the scarlet shockwave. Tian Ruoqing's eyelids twitched. "How does this feel?" "It's even scarier than the one I used a year ago." "Stepping okay?" Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from a distance, Tian Ruoqing turned his head to look. It was two men and women in suits. That is, Akira Hayakawa and Himino. However, Tian Ruoqing didn't know each other, and when he saw the two of them, he tilted his head. Tokyo's special class on magic? Running over following the sound of the explosion, Hayakawa Chio and Himino saw the clear sky watching them from the flower bed. After seeing the sharp animal claw on the right hand, the two of them also knew that this person might also be from the other world. "Hello, this little brother with handsome claws." With a hearty smile, Ji waved with a familiar look. This made Hayakawa Akira next to him cover his forehead speechlessly. Advertisement. Are you all so familiar with the magic class? Tian Ruoqing hated the title Little Brother very much and continued to speak indifferently. "Just call me Tian Ruo." Regardless of his appearance, he may be in his 20s at most, but he is almost 4,000 years old, not only because of the white tiger talisman, but also because of the powerful mantra itself, so that the appearance automatically maintains a youthful appearance. Hashtag. Unlike Himino, who was just now, Hayakawa Akira felt like a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't this the surname of one of the 12 heavenly generals, White Tiger? And the white paw on the right hand. You are one of the 12 heavenly generals of Onmyoji, by Renrin? Although Hayakawa Chio's words were unbelievable, his expression was full of affirmation. 12 heavenly generals, White Tiger. Jiya's expression froze, and everyone was dumbfounded. I just met a handsome boy who is actually one of the peaks in Onmyoji, 12 heavenly general? Damn, will I be dismissed by him as filthy? Tianruo Qingxian did not respond, but turned his head and continued to look at the battlefield where Wujo Wu was. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk to him, Hayakawa Akira pulled Rahim and motioned to sit on the side too. After sitting down, Akira Hayakawa frowned and looked at the roaring sound from time to time in the distance. He and Ji Yi came along the place where the explosion happened, but seeing that even Tianruo Qingxian, the 12 heavenly general, hadn't left to go, they had no choice but to hold back and stay here. It seems that he can also see the doubts of the two people beside him, Wei Ruo said with a beef rhythm. You can't get involved in the battlefield over there. The mastermind behind this incident is a great figure from the Void Realm. The mastermind behind the scenes, the big man in the Void World? The look of surprise in their hearts was revealed. Could it be that he is one of the 8 Marquis Kings? With a flash of inspiration, Hayakawa asked subconsciously. This question made Tianruo Qingxian glance back, and then nodded slowly. Advertisement, Tisk, it's actually one of the 8 princes. Could it be that the realm of nothingness is going to completely attack reality? Himino looked worried. The demons in the nihilistic world are hard to guard against, but anyone who has darkness in his heart will be possessed or lurked by the demons. However, there is a strong gap between reality and the realm of nothingness. Very few demons can enter reality, and only a very few are lucky enough to come to reality by mistake. No, the 8 princes just have their own goals. Suddenly, a gentle voice of Yujia came from a distance. Hearing this familiar voice, Hayakawa Chio and Himino were also taken aback. This is not. The crisp sound of stepping on high heels resounded around. I saw a woman wearing a white shirt, with long pink hair tied into braids, 2 strands of long hair hanging on the side of her cheeks, golden circle eyes, an extremely beautiful face, and an unknown temperament on her body. Come over. Machima, why are you here? Seeing the woman, Akira Hayakawa exclaimed. Haimi next to him was also shocked. However, only Tianruo Qingxian frowned deeply. The white tiger charm in his arms was actually hot, and Ce asked him to prepare the strongest fighting posture. After Makima casually glanced at the sky, she said to the two with a faint smile on her face. The tens of thousands of people in the amusement park almost had an accident. Why can't I come? 2. Akira Hayakawa nodded, but then asked again. What do you mean by the fact that the 8 princes have their own goals? That 8th prince. Mazima sighed, then raised her head to look into the distance, and opened her delicate mouth. The 8 lords just wanted to bring back the demons he had in the Void World, but of course there was a price to pay. That is, the blood sacrifice of tens of thousands of people. Once the blood sacrifice was successful, thousands of demons would flood into reality. What? X2-inch Akira Hayakawa and Himino were also shocked and speechless. They couldn't imagine what it would be like for thousands of demons to flood into reality. A massacre of human beings, or be massacred by them in turn. Advertisement. Chapter 79. In the sky, a figure is descending rapidly. Boom. The smoke and sound of the explosion appeared at the same time, and the figure just hit the hamburger restaurant not far from Tianruo Qingxian and the others. Enemy. Looking at the collapsed hamburger restaurant, Akira Hayakawa and Himino stood up at the same time, ready to call the demons they contracted to come to help at any time. But Tianruo Qingxian and Makima looked calm. Both of them knew who the figure was just now. Nihility Realm, one of the 8 Marquis Kings, the Rotten King Astaroth. At the same time, there is. In the sky, a scarlet shock wave suddenly appeared, directly passing through the place where Astaroth fell just now. In just a few seconds, the earth was penetrated and a bottomless sinkhole appeared. Tisk, it's really troublesome to throw the battlefield here. Tianrua Qingxian said with an unhappy face. However, the left hand has already taken out the white tiger talisman, ready to use the power of the ancestor Shikigami at any time. However, Makima did always wear a faint mysterious smile, and her golden eyes were always shining with an unknown light. Midair, Gojo Satoru hangs in the sky, watching the situation below. However, he seemed to perceive something. The two pairs of eyes met. Makima, Gojo Satoru, X2, the two secretly said in their hearts. At the moment when they looked at each other, a piercing sound came from the Tianqing. Chant: the earth is shaking, the air is bursting. Like a volcanic eruption, green magic covered the sky. Amid the magic power, Astaroth's body also floated in the air. The appearance of the elegant gentleman he met at the beginning was gone. He looked dilapidated, with extreme madness in his eyes and expression. Gojo Satoru. With a scream, Astaroth's body changed. Advertisement: the clothes were torn, and the human face became blue-faced and fangs, and the body was burning with light blue flames and green flames. The magic power of the whole person soared countless times. Even the sky outside the tent was affected, and the whole sky was covered with green. With a right-hand grip, the magic power is released. Corrosive acid rain fell in the entire amusement park, and the ground was pierced by countless drops of rainwater, and an extremely unpleasant smell filled the air immediately. And Tianrua Qingxian below also reacted extremely quickly, and quickly took out a spell, forming an enchantment to wrap everyone present. Then he took out a few spells, and after attaching the spell power, he went directly to the magician. A semicircular enchantment summarizes the amusement park. Hey, Wuqiao boy, this enchantment won't last long, so solve it quickly. Tianrua Qingxian shouted loudly. Gojo Satoru, who was in midair, waved his hand, indicating that he understood. Then, let's mess around a little bit. Gently hammering his left hand, Gojo Wu's mouth curled up. Since you want to solve it quickly, you can only use that trick. However, he had to control his strength a little bit. With his current strength, if he didn't control it well, the tent would be broken and he would attack the outside world directly. Fix me quickly? Astaroth seemed to have heard some big joke and laughed crazily while clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, don't tease me. Although you are indeed very strong, Gojo Satoru, but with my current posture, you want to solve me quickly. Are you dreaming? Gojo Satoru didn't open his mouth to talk trash. The slender white hands are crossed, and the handsome face reveals a faint sneer. The magic power in the body is surging crazily. Spell forward, song, surgical reverse that he. While speaking, his hands were loosened, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were slightly bent. A terrifying black-purple air flow swept across the entire amusement park. Virtual form. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying purple-black energy ball gradually expanded, forming like a black hole, and there was a low-pitched, mournful sound in the air. The storm caused by the appearance of the energy ball also shattered the barrier formed by the sky, like a clear string. This made the opponent's face twitch. The airflow made Gojo Satoru's hair scatter in a mess, and he yelled kindly. Come on and survive, Che came out. Advertisement: the terrifying power completely broke the barrier formed by the sky like a clear string, but fortunately, the corrosive acid rain has also completely stopped. Asking for flowers. Danger, danger, danger. The biological instinct in the body is frantically warning. No, do not want. It was finally time to see the swiftly approaching Astaroth. The mocking look just now and the frightened look formed a 2-stage reversal. Astaroth wanted to escape, but the attraction brought by the chi made him completely unable to move, and his face was full of horror. In everyone's sight, Astaroth completely merged with the chi, and every part of his body was dissolving and decomposing. No, I'm still the part under the skull has been completely disassembled. Only the head is still open. 0. Before the words were finished, the whole person instantly disintegrated into atoms. Che did not continue to charge forward, and after a few seconds of silence, it turned into purple-black mantra and scattered in the sky. Well, it seems that my control is good. Gojo Satoru rubbed his smooth chin and nodded in satisfaction. As for the people below, except for Makima and Tianrua Qingxian, who remained calm, Hayakawa and Akira opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were full of sluggishness, and they didn't even notice a trace of saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. As expected, Gojo Wu, the strongest yin and yang. Michima's eyes were burning. If he can be controlled, then this chaotic world will finally usher in the era of equality between people. However, controlling Gojo Satoru is just thinking about it, not to mention the no lower limit art, to isolate all dangerous attacks. Just that strong mental power is enough to make Mikima eat a pot. Looking forward to meeting you next time. Seeing Gojo Satoru hanging in the sky like a god, Mikima left quietly. Only Tianrua Qingxian found out, but didn't say anything. Sure enough, it's a pervert. He couldn't help sighing. A year ago, it was this move that completely defeated them, and this move was not like a big move that could only be fired once, but it could be used as a burst of ordinary skills. Who can stand this? To enter. Advertisement. Chapter 80. In the evening, Gojo's house. Gojo Satoru was lying on the sofa, watching the headline of Astronomical Vision, rare to see in 100 years, in the news broadcast. He yawned boredly. This is a smoke bomb released by the government to conceal the existence of the world and the inner world, all in order to fool ordinary people as much as possible. However, the scope of the incident this time is too broad. Changes in the amusement park are circulating everywhere on the internet, such as the tent that suddenly fell from the sky, demons, ghouls, and so on. The official side can't delete it all, and the complete video of the whole incident is still circulating on the dark web. So let's delete it quickly. Gojo turned over like a salted fish and spoke weakly. I still think about my peaceful daily life. 790. He doesn't want to be broken into the daily life of Mr. Shinyu. Bad. At this time, the door was opened. With a tired face, Huaya Hongshu came back after changing her indoor shoes with Huang Fun in her arms. Going to the wild again? Seeing his students like this, Gojo Wu raised his eyebrows and asked softly. Well, the yellow powder sensed the accumulation of filth, so I went. After pouring a glass of water from the water dispenser, Huaya Hongshu said. The whole petite body was trembling. This is caused by excessive force and exhaustion. Really, Gojo Satoru was helpless. He really wanted to tell the other party not to fight so hard, but he knew why his student was so obsessed with removing filth. Both my parents died at the hands of filth, even the big brother. It can't be counted. Let's pretend to die. She wants to become stronger, and then find that filth to take revenge. In fact, Gojo Satoru, as a teacher, can completely help Huaya Hongshu find the filth, which is now Basara Kimui. However, if you help the other party to avenge yourself, what will be the motivation after turning your emotions? Gojo Satoru doesn't want to force his thoughts and actions into Yi Hongshu or even anyone else. Advertisement. When he was in the world of magic spells, he tried to change the entire corrupt world of magic spells. Obviously, he succeeded, and those old men with high power were naturally beaten up. Sitting on the sofa, Huaya Hongshu drank fresh water in small sips. And Huang Fan also turned into a waiting after returning home. Obviously, it was also very tired. After recovering from the salted fish lying position to the sitting position, Gojo Mu raised his right hand silently and patted Huaya Hongshu on the shoulder. Reverse spell, a warm current poured into Huaya Hongshu's body. The tired body, faint headache, and exhausted mana power instantly recovered. Teacher Wu Tiao, this is it. Somewhat amazed by the changes in his body, Huaya Hongshu turned his head to look at Gojo Satoru, who had withdrawn his hand. It's okay, just take it as the teacher's understanding for the students, Xiao Hongshu. After doing this, Gojo Satoru returned to the salted fish lying position. Huaya Hongshu pursed her lips. It would be a lie to say that I am not touched. For so many years, apart from my mother-in-law taking care of me, this is the same time I feel the warmth. Looking at the dark night scene outside the balcony with her big blue eyes, she couldn't help thinking. I don't know how my mother-in-law is doing. After Huaya Hongshu came to Tokyo, she stayed at Gojo Satoru's home and went to the accommodation called Zingwolio with her mother-in-law who had been taking care of her. I heard that there were several on myojis there. Soon, the weekend is over. The past 2 days have been very peaceful and no major incidents have occurred. Gojo Satoru's peaceful daily life is finally back on track. Today, Gojo Satoru also rode his little electric donkey to Zhongwu High School. Obviously, he could teleport there directly, but for some reason, He wanted to ride a small electric donkey there. When he was about to arrive at the school gate, he found that there were many thieves gathered in front of him, forming a broad circle. Stop his little electric donkey. Gojo Satoru walks over with a look of high interest. Patting the shoulder of a student on the periphery, he asked, "Big brother, what are you looking at?" "I don't know either. I see them surrounding me and surrounding me," he said subconsciously. Advertisement cut. Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes speechlessly, raised his slender legs, pushed, and yelled at the crowd, and shouted, "Get out of the way, the city management inspects." Hearing the city management inspection, the surrounding students subconsciously stepped aside. Walking to the surrounding open space, Gojo Satoru saw a few naked men among them. He took out a baton out of nowhere, poked the body of one of the thin men with only his pants left, and shouted, Hey, urban management inspection, get up quickly." "What?" The man also got up in a daze, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the white hair magnified countless times. "Ghost!" He let out a cry of terror. "What the hell, call me handsome?" Gojo Satoru said, dissatisfied. Blinking his eyes, the man froze for a second, then quickly turned his head to look around, and found that the surroundings were full of flashing lights and the sound of shooting. At the same time, feeling the chill on his body, he suddenly looked down. Good guy, except for a pair of pants. He has no clothes on his body. Then he turned his head and looked aside, only to see two extremely strong men sleeping soundly. What the hell am I? Clutching his aching head, the man 2.7 finally thought of something. It was these two people yesterday who pulled themselves to drink, saying that they don't have to worry about being late tomorrow, they will bring him over. I did carry it over, but because of me, I only have pants on my whole body. And so are you too. Okay, classmate. I'm a policeman. Please come with me. Gojo took out a certificate with a blank face and took it back within half a second after opening it. With his right hand, he took out a silver bracelet and handcuffs from his waist. "Aren't you a city manager?" Looking at the bracelets that he had handcuffed his hands, the man asked twitchingly. "Why, I work part-time, no way," Gojo Satoru said with a reasonable look. Advertisement. Chapter 81. What a part-time job. The man seemed to have 100,000 grass horses galloping past him. "Well, you have violated social regulations, and you have to be sent to reform for 10 years. Gojo Satoru said to himself. This statement made the man's eyelids tremble crazily. Hey, it's not necessary. I still have my underpants. Why should I be imprisoned for 10 years? I said, just don't worry about it so much. Gojo Satoru curled his lips and said. After finishing speaking, he lifted the bracelet that bound his hands, as if he really wanted to send the other party to prison. But at this moment, Teacher Wutiao, what are you doing? Qianshi Qianshuan walked over in the crowd with a puzzled look on his face. All this. Gojo smiled awkwardly and turned to look at the man. I saw the man twitching crazily, and the black air in his eyes seemed to say, Aren't you the urban management of the 14 part-time police? Hey, and Kitahara, what are you doing? Why are you still naked? Qianshuan covered his forehead and said with a headache, Kitahara Iji, this is her student who teaches Class D art. Wow, you're still a student. Come with me and go to the academic affairs department. Hearing that he was a student, Gojo Gori became more confident. Alas, teacher, I was wrong. Kitahara Iori immediately nodded and bowed and said flatteringly. While speaking, his handcuffed hands reached for his pants, and he took out a brand new 3,000 yen. Quietly handed it to Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru slapped the air with disgust all over his face. I won't catch you anymore. I'm leaving. After speaking, he walked straight through the crowd. Kitahara also breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing the handcuffed hands again, he shouted in panic. Teacher, untie it for me before you leave. Class F for 1 year. Advertisement. After entering the classroom, Gojo Satoru saw the strange appearance of everyone in the class. What's wrong? Putting down the book, Gojo Satoru seemed ashamed to be looked at, with a blushing on his face, and said in a coquettish voice, Although I know I'm handsome, teacher, I can't bear your fiery eyes. Vomit, XN, everyone looked disgusted. Also, you blush with a bubble pot. Ahem. Teacher Wutiao, do you work part-time as a policeman in urban management? Kitagawa Kaimeng in the back row said with a funny face. We looked at the campus post bar in the morning and saw it. In my mind, I thought of Gojo Satoru in the video, who was upright, like a real policeman, took out handcuffs and locked up that classmate. It was really funny. Do not mind the details. Gojo Satoru smiled awkwardly, straightened his face, and Taguchi said, "Today, we have a new student in our class, who is also a transfer student. Everyone must treat him well." Another new classmate. Everyone was shocked. It's not long since the start of school, so there are so many transfer students here. The male students became excited one by one, making monkey-like calls. "Isn't teacher a beautiful girl? Isn't she a beautiful girl? What's your name? You can't get it even if you're a beautiful girl, you idiot. You don't understand now, sweet eyes. Let's eat. Teacher, don't ink. Hurry up." Looking at the group of boys who seemed to be in heat, Gojo Satoru doubted whether they had successfully evolved or not. Although spring is here, there is no need to be like this. Cough, cough. Gojo Satoru made a movement to suppress his voice, and the class gradually quieted down, but the boys still looked excited. "Come in, little Hongshu." The classroom door was opened. Akino Hongshu came in with a handbag. Ohu XN. Advertisement. The faces of the boys flushed. Walking on the podium, Hwaya Hongshu bowed and said with a flat face, "Hwanai Hongshu, please give me your advice." In an instant, warm applause came from below. And it was those boys clapping loudly again. Their palms were red, they were still applauding, and they kept giggling stupidly. Sure enough, she is a beautiful girl again. Then, Xiao Hongshu, you can sit next to Misaki-san. Gojo Satoru pointed to the back row by the window. Hwaya Hongshu looked along, nodded, and walked over. After sitting down, Kitagawa Marin in front turned around and said enthusiastically, "My name is Kitagawa Marin. Please wait for your advice, Hino-san." Xiaochuan Jinliang next to him also turned his head slightly. "Xiaochuan is really cool. Please give me your advice." "Hwanai Hongshu, please give me your advice." After finishing speaking, she looked at her deskmate of 1 year, Jin Qiming. "More than 990 more advice." "Si Qiming, please give me some advice." A voice without any emotional fluctuations came from Naruto Misaki's mouth. On the podium, watching the interaction of the four girls, even Misaki Naruto introduced himself. Gojo Satoru showed his Annie smile. Sure enough, arranging Kitagawa Marin in the past can indeed change the psychology of this autistic student. Okay, since we've got everything here, let's turn the book to page. Now, what page is it? Teacher, page 16. Xiaochuan Jinliang raised her small hand and said softly, "Yes, page 16 now we." Gojo Satoru explained today's lesson. The students below are also listening carefully. Although my class teacher is really out of tune, the lectures are really simple and easy to understand. Do you want to try a few daily heroines to learn Inyang? Or let Xiaobu try to learn Inyang? Well, I also joined in the Blue Sea. I have already thought about joining this episode. After all, it is really too funny. Five Sisters. The school they transferred to is Zongwu High School. I will explain it in the following chapters. Advertisement. Chapter 82. Outside the school gate. The five Nakano sisters rushed to Zongwu High without stopping, and at the same time, the five chattered and blamed each other. "I blame you, Ihua, for telling us to clean up the room in the morning and making us wait so long. What's my fault? I should blame Air now for getting up so late to make breakfast. That's why I'm late. Yesterday I said that I might have to get up late today, so you guys go and steam the steamed buns you saved earlier, and I told Sanjiu again. Didn't she tell you? I forgot. The main Yatsuba dragged me to the convenience store to buy something to eat last night. Hey, I really don't care about my business. Wiyua wanted to eat Odin, so I took Sanjiu to buy it together. So whose fault we are arguing? X5-inch. Speaking of some time ago, the five sisters transferred to another school together because they failed the Yatsuba makeup exam, and the transfer place was naturally the more famous Sobu High School in Chiba City. In fact, at the beginning, they wanted to transfer to other universities, but it happened that a shareholder of Zongwu High was treated by the adoptive father of the five sisters, and when they heard that they were going to transfer, they returned the favor. Let the five Nakano sisters transfer to Sobu High School. That's it right here. Wuyue bent down, supported her knees, and said out of breath. Originally, they took 2 taxis, but they were stuck in a traffic jam because of the morning rush hour. In order to hurry, The five sisters had no choice but to get out of the car and run to the school. Although they only ran a few hundred meters, Wu felt that she was about to die. However, are we already late? Ihwa scratched her cheek in embarrassment. I saw that there were almost no students outside the school gate or in the school, only a few scattered patrolling teachers and security guards. I'm really late. Zongwu High's class time is 8 o'clock. Sanjio looked at the 8:40 displayed on the phone and said seriously, "No, I was late for school on the first day factory." Ernai folded her fair arms, speechless. "So, we are late. Shouldn't we climb over the fence?" Clover said with a cute face. "Absolutely not." X4-inch unanimously refused. In response, Clover smiled sarcastically. Okay, let's go in." As a big sister, Iwa must take the lead. Advertisement while speaking, she walked out of a window of the security booth and knocked on the glass. "Uncle, we are new transfer students from Zongwu High School. Can you open the door?" The windows are opened. Is a bearded uncle. "Are you transfer students from Zongwu High Tech School?" The uncle asked curiously. "But what about your uniforms?" We're late, uncle, and it's the first day, and the uniforms haven't been issued yet." Speaking of being late, Iwa's earlobes turned red. Being late for so long on the first day of transfer, only the five sisters could do it. "Okay, let's go in." The uncle didn't make any trouble, nodded and pressed the button, and the door opened. "Thank you, uncle." After thanking her, Iwa gave a yi to the four girls behind her, indicating success. After entering Zongwu High School, the five sisters discovered that this school is really big. Anyway, it is bigger than their previous school. Ding, at this time, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. There was an extremely noisy sound in the teaching building in an instant. "Well, Iwa, where are we going now?" Coming to a strange school for the first time, Yatsuba holds Kazuka by the corner of his clothes in fear and asks submissively, "Let's go to the principal's office." The uncle told me that we can go directly to the principal's office after we come to Zongwu High School. The principal will sort us into classes. Iwa said, "Well, let me think about it. The principal's office seems to be on the 6th floor. Let's go to the 6th floor." The other four sisters also nodded. Walk into the teaching building, the 3rd floor. Many students in the corridor discovered five sisters with almost identical faces, but different temperaments and hairstyles. The gaze of the eyes was directly attracted to the past. Advertisement, damn, isn't it, quintuplets? A transfer student? Damn, are the current transfer students this beautiful? The previous classmate Xiachuan was pretty enough, but now there are quintuplets, and they are still so beautiful. It's over, brothers. I'm in love. I'm in love so much. It's love at first sight. I think you were just looking for S**X. Where? I heard there are beautiful women where? The eyes of the second graders in the hallway almost popped out. I have seen beautiful twins, but I have never seen such beautiful quintuplets. After following the five girls up the stairs, they were also extremely disappointed. But on second thought, the quintuplets may also be in the 2nd grade, and they may even enter their own class, and they are excited again. 4th floor. Ernai's face was extremely unhappy. The eyes of those boys are like apes in heat. Sure enough, it's still my 5. Wait, that back view. Seeing a familiar white figure in front of him, Nino was startled and called out with a somewhat uncertain tone, "Wojo-kun." The figure stopped and turned around to look behind. And Ainai, Qian Li's. Seeing the surprised look on the girl's face, Gojo Satoru tilted his head in a strange way. He knew that the 5 Nakano sisters were going to transfer schools, but what he didn't know was that they actually transferred to Zongwu High School. "It's really you, Gojo-kun." Breaking away from her sister's small team, Ernai trotted over, her happy eyes turning into crescents. "However, why are you also in Zongwu High?" Didn't I tell you? I'm a teacher at Sobu High." Gojo Satoru said innocently. "Absolutely not." Ernai couldn't complain anymore. She probably remembered a little bit of everything the other party said, but there was absolutely no mention of being a teacher at Zongwu High School. "Today, I was here for the universal nucleic acid test. I got up late, and there were too many people when I went, and it took a long time to finish it." Advertisement. Chapter 83. TSK. I didn't expect that handsome guy to be the teacher of Zongwu Gao, said with a face full of sarcasm. In their eyes, Ernai smiled very happily, which was from the heart. When Mingming walked with them, he always had a sullen expression, even a displeased expression just now. But when he saw Gojo Satoru, he smiled like a flower. From the looks of it, Ernai was genuinely moved. How about we go to the principal's office first? Seeing Ernau's appearance, I don't know how long we will talk. Mei said with a small mouth. She is not interested in falling in love and liking others, and even feels that it is not as interesting as delicious. Because of this incident, I was often teased by Ihua and said, "You will not live with Baozi for the rest of your life, right? Forget it, wait for air now." Sanjiu shook her head. However, I remember that teacher-student romance is not allowed. Yatsuba, who had a tendon in her head, suddenly opened her mouth. Stare. 3 foot 3 pairs of eyes looked at Clover. This made her touch the back of her head and took a step back in fear. 750 This is, did I say something wrong? No, you're right, Yatsuba, but don't say it again next time. With a face full of flowers, he said quietly. Clover, disappointment. Sanjiu also complained. Wuyu didn't care much, took out her phone, and started a short video. However, the short videos were all about food, which made her salivate a little. It looks really fragrant. Ask Air now to help me make one when I get home. The four sisters were either chatting or watching short videos on their own, all waiting for Air Nai, the love brain. The first graders in the corridor looked curiously at the four sisters at the stairs and Nino, who was chatting with Gojo Satoru, and then they all exclaimed and whispered in their ears. You can guess it without listening. It must be saying so beautiful and quintuplets again class F for 1 year. A boy in the class suddenly ran back from the corridor with a hurried look, anxious face, and shouted in horror. Big things, Mr. Wu Tiao was approached, and she is still a super beautiful girl. Nanny what? XN, Bef, advertisement, everyone exclaimed. Even Naruto Misaki, who was sleeping in the back row, raised his head curiously. Kyuso, damn it. Although Mr. Wujo is handsome, tall, and very temperamental, I will never allow it. Never allow any girl to talk to him. He is my most respected teacher. It was a boy who spoke. He roared angrily with tears streaming down his face, his expression full of sadness and grandeur. Are you sure you're not jealous? Everyone in the class complained silently in their hearts. Hey, Jinliang, Homeshu, Mingchan, let's go and see. Kitagawa Kaiming looked excited. She also wants to see Gojo Satoru being accosted by a beautiful girl. That scene must be very interesting. Hearing this, Xiaochuan Jinliang, who wanted to go out, nodded without hesitation. Huaya Hongshu touched his chin and thought for a while, then nodded slightly. If it was Mr. Wujo, there must be a reason for being approached. As for our Mingchan, that is, Jian Qiming, she propped her head on her right hand and said with a sleepy face, You go. I won't go. I don't want to sleep. I read a mystery novel last night, and now I can get up and go to school on time, thanks to the biological alarm clock. After finishing speaking, she lay down on the table and fell asleep in just a few seconds. Seeing that Saki Naruto seemed to be asleep, Kitagawa Kaiming suppressed his voice and said softly, Come on, let's go out and have a look. The three women left their seats lightly. When they reached the door, they saw Gojo Satoru not far away and Nino whose back was turned away. From the back, it looks like a beautiful girl. Kitagawa Kaiming commented. But there are too many shadow killers. Xiaochuan was really cool and said with some taste in his heart for some reason. Maybe she is a girl with a real love brain. Stare, Huaya Hongshu didn't say anything, but looked at her with serious eyes. In the eyes of everyone in Class F of the first year, Gojo Satoru and Nino chatted for about 5 or 6 minutes. Okay. Air now, you and your sisters should go to the principal's side. Otherwise, I always feel that I will be killed. Gojo Satoru was also the first to speak and stopped chatting, pointing to the stairs with his slender index finger. Advertisement Air Nai looked back and saw her fourth sisters playing with their mobile phones in every possible way, and she also blushed. It's over, patronizing Wu Tiaokuan and forgetting Ihua and the others. Then, I'll go first, Gojo-kuan. Air now shook his hand reluctantly. Bye. Gojo Satoru shook his hand in the same way. After seeing Air Nai trotting back to the four sisters, he also nodded to Ihua and the others, and made a gesture. Ihua and the others also politely replied, then turned and left with Air now. Ding one. When leaving, the bell for class just rang. Everyone who watched the play went back to their respective classes, and Gojo Satoru went straight back to the office. After all, this class is not his teacher's office. After pushing open the door, Gojo Satoru saw the student from this morning, Kitahara Iori. "Yo, naked boy." With a teasing smile, Gojo Satoru greeted him. "Whoa." Kitahara Iori seemed to have been wronged. A vicious dog fell down at Gojo Satoru's feet and wept. "Help me uncuff the handcuffs." Yes, Gojo Satoru left in the morning without helping Kitahara Iori uncuff her. Kitahara Iji came back with the appearance of being in prison and was laughed at a lot on the way, but fortunately, he has a thick skin enough to not care. After class, I went straight to Chinsher Chihiro's office, which is Wujo's office. Handcuffs. Gojo Satoru suddenly realized and sat down on the chair. I also forgot the key. Pretending to be cute, he tapped his head and stuck out his tongue. Vomit. In an instant, Kitahara was lying on the trash can, throwing up. "Hey, you brat." Gojo Satoru stomped on the opponent's leather drum with his foot. Advertisement. Feeling like I vomited out the last night's meal, Kitahara Iori's face turned pale and her stomach twitched. The taste of yesterday's alcohol still lingers in the mouth. Vomit, it smells so bad, I want to vomit again. Okay, take a sip of tea and rinse your mouth. Gojo Satoru's voice came from next to his ear. Then there was a disposable paper cup handed over to him. "Thank you, teacher, I was rude just now." After taking the paper cup, Kitahara Iori looked ashamed. Unexpectedly, it was like this. This white-haired teacher was not angry yet, and was even willing to fetch water to rinse his mouth. Damn me. He held it with his handcuffed hands, didn't even look at it, and then raised his head to drink. Puff. In an instant, Kitahara Iori spat in the trash can. This is really wine. Looking at the yellow, still bubbling beer in the paper cup, his face twitched crazily. I take back my preface. This Baimao teacher is a pure black-bellied B********************, D, who will take revenge. Sorry, maybe I'm wrong. Gojo Satoru cocked Erlang's legs with a smile on his face. Because Hiratsuka Shizuka and Sengoku Chihiro love to drink, they often bring a bottle or two of beer to school, and they can drink if they want. "Teacher, can I beat you?" Kitahara Iori said with a resentful face. "If you want to be beaten up in turn. That's disturbing." After looking at his height, Kitahara Iori apologized without hesitation. "This is simply not a magnitude. What I said just now is indeed not wrong. I did forget the key to the handcuffs, and I think Yuan lost it too." Gojo Satoru said with a distressed expression. "Then why do you, as a teacher, still carry handcuffs without keys?" "Hey!" Kitahara Iori roared wildly in her heart. Standing up lonely, he wanted to leave. Okay, I'm not a bad person. Pass me your hands." Gojo Satoru said helplessly. Anyway, he is also one of the students taught by Chihiro, so he can't keep messing with him. Advertisement him. Maybe there are pliers or something. Kitahara Iori was taken aback and passed her hands expectantly. Click. Seeing the pair of big hands that took out the key open the bracelet, Kitahara was stunned. Hey, didn't you say you lost the key?" "Oh, I remembered that the key was lost in my pocket, and it suddenly occurred to me. Is it reasonable?" Gojo Satoru giggled. "Fair as hell." Twisting his stiff hands, Kitahara Iori stared at the white-haired B************** D with dead fish eyes. "I'm leaving, teacher." After saying something weakly, he wanted to leave. "Drink some water. I promise it's not beer this time." Wujo shouted kindly, holding a brand new paper cup in his right hand. "Water?" Kitahara Iori swallowed. Indeed, his throat is very dry, and he really needs water to replenish it. After taking the paper cup and realizing that it was not beer with bubbles, but clear, fresh water, he did it without hesitation. "Puff, why did you switch to white wine again this time?" Feeling the heat in her throat, Kitahara Iori almost collapsed. It shouldn't be. I did pour it from here." Gojo Satoru also left the chair in doubt and patted the water dispenser in the corner. Kitahara Iji also walked over curiously, but after seeing a line of words "liquor, no drinking" posted on the water dispenser, he fell powerlessly to the ground. Tired, quickly destroy this world. After class, Ping Jiajing went directly to the office. However, as soon as the door was opened, a naked man with only his underpants on came into view. "Hey kid, who are you?" Shizuka Hiratsuka shouted with a displeased face. Dare to be a naked man in their office. Isn't this pure desire to be beaten? Asking for flowers. What? Advertisement. Kitahara, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, immediately got up and looked towards the source of the sound. Ping, ping Hiratsuka-sensei. Seeing that it was Shizuka Hiratsuka, his voice and body trembled in fear. It's you, Wang Yuan. Seeing that the naked man turned out to be Kitahara Iori, Shizuka Hiratsuka's face darkened instantly. The class that Kitahara Iori is in is also one of the classes in the Mandarin class she teaches. I'm going. Kitahara Iori wanted to leave. However, Shizuka Hiratsuka closed the door with her backhand, rubbed her fists, and said through gritted teeth, "Zero. Run naked in my office for a while and want to leave? I was wrong, Hiratsuka-sensei." Kitahara Iori said with a mournful face. This can't be blamed on him. As soon as he woke up, he found himself at the school gate, and all the school uniforms were left at home. Okay, Xiaojing, don't hit people with your fists. Gojo Satoru, who was watching the play on the chair, spoke. Teacher. Kitahara Iori turned around with a moved face. Let me tell you, Xiaojing. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru took out a metal baseball bat glowing white from under the table. Using this to fight is absolutely exciting. Bring back my emotion. Kitahara shivered and hid in the corner of the wall. In the end, Kitahara Iori was not beaten after all. After being scolded for a while, he ran away in despair. He still has to ask for leave to go home and wear his school uniform. In this way, the school post bar is full of photos of him running naked. After seeing the door was closed again, Hiratsuka sat beside him silently. So, why do you still bring a metal baseball bat when you come to school? This thing can kill people. You still have wine. Gojo Gori said confidently. Shizuka Hiratsuka had nothing to say. Advertisement. Chapter 84. Gojo Satoru held a lollipop in his mouth and flipped through the phone notes of Chitanda Eru with his mobile phone. In the first class in the morning, he discovered that Chitanda Eru hadn't come to school, and he didn't say anything about asking for leave. Simply, he had no choice but to call and inquire in person. I flipped through it, and when I found it, I typed it directly. Beep, 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 long standby sound. Just when I was about to hang up, I finally got through. Hello, Mr. Wojo. On the phone, Chitanda Eru's voice was very hoarse and lacked energy. Hearing this hoarse voice, Wojo Wu raised his eyebrows. Chitanda-san, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, Mr. 063 Wu Tiao. I forgot to ask for leave. Let's not talk about asking for leave. What's wrong with you? Okay. Actually, I don't know why I have frequent nightmares recently. Every time I wake up in the morning, I have a headache all the time, and the dark circles under my eyes make it look like I haven't slept. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru stopped the lollipops stirring in his mouth. On the phone, Chitanda Eru was also talking to herself. I didn't take it seriously at first, but this nightmare has continued until now. Like a series, every time I dream, I will be chased and killed by a fog-like thing. Today, I couldn't stand the headache, so I told my parents. They helped me find the priest in the shrine. I fell asleep unconsciously just now. I'm sorry, Mr. Wojo, I didn't ask you for leave. The girl's words made Gojo Satoru ponder for a while. Give me your home address. What? Chitanda Eru was a little confused. I said, I'm here as a teacher to see my lovely students. What a lovely student. Chitanda Eru on the phone muttered a bit shyly, but also said the address. After writing down the address, Gojo Satoru also reminded him. Don't sleep anymore. If you're really too sleepy, just keep setting the alarm clock and wait for me to come over. Do you hear me? Advertisement, okay. Hearing the response, Gojo Satoru also hung up the phone. After chewing the lollipop in his mouth, he thought to himself, it should be caused by some demon. The filth in the wilderness can do this, and there are only demons in hell and nothingness. But at this time, the door was opened. A golden figure jumped directly into Gojo Satoru's arms. I haven't seen Mr. Wu for a few days. Nacho Toji raised his head and smiled foolishly. It still smells good like before. Gojo Satoru asked curiously after rubbing Toji Nazaki's pale blonde hair in his bosom. Why are you here so late today, Pick? This. Hoji Night's eye was a little awkward. She couldn't say that her father kept talking about finding a partner this morning, but for some reason she had a brain twitch and said that I have a partner. Good guy. This really surprised the old father. He said hurry up and take it over to have a look. After a few perfunctory sentences, Huside Saijai came to Zongwu High. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. After Gojo Satoru put down the girl in his arms, he continued. Xiaojing will come back from get out of class later. Tell her that I have something to do today, and ask her to help me substitute for the class. Good. Like an appointed soldier, Nakaji Rai pulls out a weird military salute. This made Gojo Wujo pinch the opponent's face amusedly, then turned and left. But Huji Nightseye just stayed where she was, holding her face in her hands, with a blushing on her face, and she smiled foolishly. Hey, Wujo-kun pinched my face, pinch my face. It's a small step, but it's a giant leap forward in a relationship. According to the location of the residence provided by Chitanda Eru, Gojo Satoru walked outside a courtyard full of quaint charm. Advertisement knocked on the door. After a few seconds, there was a sound of footsteps in the door, and then it was opened. Hello, who are you? The door was opened by a middle-aged woman in a kimono. I'm Chitanda Eru's homeroom teacher. When I heard that she was sick, I came to visit her. Gojo Satoru explained. So you are Missy's teacher. Please come in. Missy told me before that you will come to visit. The middle-aged woman suddenly realized. She quickly stepped aside and said respectfully. Gojo Satoru nodded and walked in. However, once he entered, he didn't feel any breath, not even the breath of a devil. It's kind of weird. Please come with me. Missy is in the room. After bowing, the Huxiao woman made a gesture of please and led the way. Followed behind each other, after a few laps. The two also stopped outside the door of a room. Miss, your teacher is here. The middle-aged woman stood outside the door and shouted softly. Boom. The sound of bare feet stepping on the floor came from room 1.9, which was then turned on. Chitanda-san, it seems that you have indeed become a national treasure panda. Seeing his student's appearance, Gojo Satoru couldn't help laughing. I saw that Chitanda Eru's face was pale, but her originally beautiful big eyes revealed deep tiredness at this moment. There were deep dark circles under her eyes, and her beautiful long black hair was even more messy. I am like this, and you still laugh at me, Mr. Wujo. With her mouth pouted, Chitanda Eru's voice was still very hoarse. Please come in. Gojo Satoru didn't say much and walked in. And the middle-aged woman on the side also left very tactfully and pulled the door of the room again with both hands, closing it. Advertisement. Chapter 85. After walking in, Gojo Satoru could smell a fragrance in the room, which was very elegant. Apparently, this was Chitanda Eru's unique body fragrance. But it smells pretty good. What brand of perfume do you use, Chitanda-san? Next time I will buy some to spray at home every day, so that the house smells good. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. He also pretended to take a sip, and the Japanese ship suffered. Immediately, Chitanda Eru's already pale face blushed a lot. Only my family members know me. This is not a brand of perfume at all. It is my own body fragrance at all. Also, if you want your home to be delicious every day, you may just live there by yourself every day. Hey, no, what did I think? Sensing that her thoughts were getting more and more deviated, Chitanda Eru felt that she hadn't slept well and her head's CPU was on fire. Hey, I bought this in Akihabara. Gojo-sensei, you can go and have a look. She deliberately didn't say that she was deodorant. She said sternly. Bought in Akihabara? Believe me. Gojo Satoru smiled, did not expose, and immediately changed the subject. So 14, please come in. Where can I sit? Chitanda Eru looked left and right, but didn't see the stool, so she patted the bed. Sit on the bed, Mr. Wujo. 3QS. Thank you. After speaking a sentence in foreign language, Wujo sat on the edge of the bed. The blindfolded eyes stared straight at Chitanda Eru in the blanket. This made the other party a little suspicious. Why are you looking at me all the time, Mr. Wujo? No, nothing. Withdrawing his eyes, Gojo Hiroshi shook his head. However, I already have an idea in my heart. During the observation of the 6 eyes just now, Chitanda Eru really has a mysterious power in her body, and this power coils around her brain like black energy. Not only does it make people drowsy, but it also makes it impossible to sleep well, and it will even charge spiritual power and vitality. Advertisement, but fortunately, Chitanda Eru's vitality is still strong up to now, but the spirit has shrunk a bit. With hands and 5 fingers crossed, and hanging down casually, Gojo Satoru slightly bent his body, with his arms in his thighs, and asked softly, "Where have you been this weekend, Kitanda-san?" Okay. Chitanda Eru was a little curious about this topic, but said it truthfully. "I didn't go anywhere, but I ran into a strange woman on the way home, accidentally knocked me down, and kept saying something, but I couldn't understand it." Wujo Wu's eyes flashed. If there is nothing wrong, then the root cause of the accident is this person. The source of this black energy coiling around the brain comes from the realm of nothingness. Don't ask him how he knows. 6 eyes will give the answer. Humming at this time, Chitanda Eru's cell phone rang. "Sorry, Mr. Wujo, I'll take it." Seeing that the caller was Mom, Eru Chitanda apologized, and then swiped to answer. "Hi, Mom. Eru, stay in the room. Come out first. Although your father and I didn't find the priest, we found an extremely powerful witch." "Well, okay, Mom. I see. Come out right away." After hanging up the phone, Chitanda Eru said to Gojo Satoru at the edge of the bed, "Teacher Wujo, the witch my mother is looking for is here. Do you want to go out together?" "Okay, let's go," Gojo Satoru said with a strange expression on his face. "You know, the priests or witches in this world are basically a group of ordinary people without supernatural powers. Even if there are, they are retired from onmyoji or belong to the family. However, there are very few of these." After getting out of bed and putting on her bunny slippers, Chitanda Eru walked towards the door of the room, but she didn't take a few steps. Suddenly, his eyes darkened, and he fell straight backwards. Bang! Fortunately, Gojo Satoru hugged him in time. "Phew! I'm sorry, Mr. Wutiao. I don't know why I suddenly fainted just now." Advertisement lying on her chest, Chitanda Eru didn't care about the difference between men and women. Her face was as pale as white wax. "It's okay, get up," Gojo Satoru said calmly. However, he used the reversal technique with a different expression. After getting away from her chest and standing up again, Chitanda Eru suddenly found that her exhausted brain was instantly cleared up, and she became energetic again. She stood in a daze in amazement. "What's wrong?" Gojo Satoru asked, pretending to be puzzled. "No, nothing." Chitanda Eru hastily waved her hands. Her face turned rosier after recovering. "Why do I feel better when I lie in the arms of Teacher Wutiao? Could it be that I like it? Let's go, Teacher Wujo." The footsteps couldn't help being lighter. Chitanda Eru opened the room, said without turning her head, and hurried out. 003 in the main living room. A man and 2 women are sitting on the sofa. Among them, the middle-aged men and women sitting sideways sat together. On the other side, there is a woman with her eyes closed, wearing a priestess costume. The witch has a fair oval face, black and beautiful long smooth hair, tied with a white hairband, and made into a princess hairstyle, with a delicate and beautiful face. Judging from the similarities in the faces of middle-aged men and women, one of them is Chitanda Eru's father, and the other is her mother. "Miss Kikyo, this matter about my daughter is up to you." Chitanda Tadayoshi lowered his head and said solemnly, "I'm here, and I will naturally help your daughter deal with this matter." Kikyo opened those dark and bright eyes. "When I came here before, according to what the other party said, this young lady should have been stripped by someone and wanted to absorb all the essence and life force. However, it is quite surprising that this young lady can survive for several days, which is very powerful. That's really grateful." Although Chitanda Tadayoshi was still secretly worried, he still breathed a sigh of relief. He also found this witch through a friend's introduction. "I heard that this witch is extremely powerful. As long as she makes a move, she will be fine." Advertisement. Chapter 86. Tat TTT. X2. The sound of 2 footsteps came from outside the main living room. Immediately, 2 figures appeared in front of the 3 of them. It was Gojo Satoru and Chitanda Eru. The current Chitanda Eru, except for her face turning pale, her entire body has returned to its original state. And Gojo Satoru in the back put his hands in his pockets, bored in every possible way. "Dad, Mom," Chitanda Eru happily shouted. The voice is not hoarse and weak at all, only the liveliness of the past. "Eru, who is this?" Chitanda Tadayoshi, who hadn't noticed anything strange yet, looked at Gojo Satoru with some doubts. My heart couldn't help but pan sour. Could it be that this is my daughter's boyfriend? Chitanda Eru also reacted immediately, and just when she was about to introduce, Gojo Satoru spoke first. I'm Chitanda's homeroom teacher. I heard that she was sick, so I came to visit her. It turned out to be Eru's homeroom teacher. Hello, hello, it's really hard work for you. Please sit down. Hearing that it was just the head teacher, Chitanda Tadayoshi became enthusiastic in an instant. This change in attitude made the wife who had been husband and wife for many years suddenly speechless. Eru, let me introduce you. Chitanda Tadayoshi pulled Chitanda Eru to Kikyo and said solemnly, This is Miss Kikyo, a very powerful woman. Hello, Miss Kikyo. Chitanda Eru said respectfully. Kikyo nodded, looking at each other with both eyes. However, within 2 seconds, her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. This made the father and daughter a little worried. Miss Chitanda, do you feel that you are not as uncomfortable as you were a few days ago? It even seems to be better. Her voice is very cool and elegant. Advertisement Chitanda Eru thought for a while, then nodded with some hesitation. Indeed, just after getting up in Wu Tiao teacher's arms, the whole person feels as if he has recovered. I thought it was an illusion, but this illusion cannot last forever. After a careful feeling, it seems to be really good. Kikyo took a sip of tea, stood up, and said while packing up the bow and arrow-shaped things wrapped in white cloth, Your young lady is fine. I don't know who has cured her in advance. However, just in case, I will stay here for one night. Advance, cured? Chitanda's family was stunned. Eru, who have you been in contact with before? I don't know. Hearing her father's question, Chitanda Eru hesitated and said. However, those big eyes glanced at Gojo Satoru, who was playing with his mobile phone leisurely from time to time. Combining the contact with people and the time spent lying in his arms, there is only one person who can help him heal. That is my head teacher, Gojo Wu. But now the protagonist sent a message in response to Shizuka Hiratsuka. Outside the courtyard, Chitanda Eru finally couldn't hold back her curiosity, raised her head, and asked seriously with a small face. Mr. Gojo, are you the one that Kikyo-san said helped me heal? I'm curious. Gojo Satoru didn't open his mouth to respond to this, but just rubbed the slightly messy hair of the other party and said, If you think it is, so be it. Take care of your illness, Chitanda-san. Teacher Gojo, I hate it. Hearing this vague answer, Chitanda Eru's face puffed up like a puffer fish. Obviously you can tell me. Hey, Gina, goodbye. Gojo Satoru left. Seeing that white figure completely disappear from his perspective, Chitanda Eru slowly returned home. However, the curiosity in my heart is almost bursting. Gojo teacher, I will definitely dig out your secret. Walking on the road, Gojo Satoru didn't use the teleport to go directly back to Zongwu High, but walked into an alley. Advertisement leaning against the wall of the narrow alley, he smiled softly. It is indeed a good thing to be followed by a beautiful girl. But I have to go back. If I continue to be followed, I have to call the police. There was silence for a while. Kikyo, wearing a shrine maiden costume, suddenly appeared in the alley, holding a wooden bow and arrow in his hand. You are on my Oji? Kikyo had a hesitant and puzzled look on his face. Since she was born, she has been staying on the mountain, learning the onmyoji techniques that float out, and has never seen other onmyojis. Even when she goes down the mountain, she returns home quickly after finishing. She even thought that she was the only one with special power in this world. Gojo Satoru blinked his eyes and looked at Kikyo curiously. You don't know anything about the world of yin and yang? Have no idea. Kikyo blushed. Damn it, village girl. Gojo Satoru let out a cry of surprise. Hearing the word village girl, Kikyo's face darkened, and she wanted to turn around and leave, but she also wanted to understand the situation of the contemporary yin-yang world and suppressed her desire to leave. What the hell is the world of yin and yang? A place full of onmyojis. Her cold face showed the curiosity of a girl, Nuachien's. Yin and yang realm. Gojo Gojo straightened his face and said, pretending to be serious. It's a place full of blood, and there are benefits everywhere. If you are not careful, you will be deceived, especially for a silly and sweet person like you who is easy to be deceived. The world of yin and yang, is it so rotten now? His head automatically filtered the word silly white sweet. Kikyo's expression became serious, and he lowered his head in thought. However, If you look up, you can see Gojo Satoru has been suppressing his laughter, his face flushed. Ahem. Then I'll go first, silly Baitian. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared into the alley. Only Kikyo, who is still thinking about it, is left. Chapter 19 was banned again. No more curses. By the way, Gojo Satoru doesn't know Kikyo. Advertisement. Chapter 87. After returning to Zongwu High School, it was already around 11 o'clock. This is the last class in the morning. Pushing open the door of the office, Gojo Satoru strode in with a look of, "Miss is coming, if you can't get out of the way." "I'm back, my wives." Stare. This is Chihiro's death stare. She was still sketching and drawing just now, but the door was suddenly opened, and her heart almost jumped out of fright. Ah, Wu-jun is back. On the other side, Nazara Toji threw herself into Gojo Satoru's arms again. T's smile appeared on the cute face, and the laughter was very obscene. Huh? Where's Xiaojing? Holding a certain obscene T in his arms, Gojo Satoru was a little puzzled. Hearing this, Chihiro, who picked up the brush again, said speechlessly, "You still have the nerve to say that, Mr. Wu Tiao. Xiaojing has been in the classroom all morning, and in the last class, she attends both her class and your class at the same time." Small problem. Gojo Satoru, who couldn't pierce thick-skinned bullets, smiled indifferently. "However, let me help her, otherwise she won't beat me to death if she knows I'm back and is still fishing in the office." As he spoke, he patted Huside Saijai for 77 on the back, motioning for him to leave. However, Toji Nanaka raised her small head, pursed her red lips, and said sobbing, "I want a kiss to leave." "Okay, dear." Gojo Satoru raised his arms and picked up Nataka Toji as if he was hugging a daughter, bringing the other's face close to his own. Mua between gods and ghosts, Fuji Natsai really kissed her. "Ah, Mom, I handed over my first kiss." Nazo Toji let out a shy shriek. This ear-piercing scream made Chinshuan pull his face and stare at this pair of dogs and men. Advertisement. You too, don't bother me. There is still Saijai. If you call me again, I will tell Xiaojing about you kissing Mr. Wu Tiao. Nacho Toji's face froze, and he jumped out of Gojo Satoru's arms and directly pointed at Chihiro with the domo seat. "Please don't tell Xiaojing. If Xiaojing found out, I would definitely be beaten to death." Absolutely. Thinking of the last time he was beaten and his head ached all day, Toji Nanaka shivered all over his body. "If you are still not relieved, you can use the whip to train me, but the first time is definitely reserved for Wu-jun. So why should I use a whip to train you, hey?" Chihiro looked up at her head in despair. On how to get along with a mentally disabled colleague, she can only give one answer, because it is a headache. Seeing the second daughter who got along very happy, Gojo Satoru also left silently. Because their office happened to be on the third floor, Gojo Satoru could stop by to see the second-year class, led by Xiaojing. He stopped at the door of Class J in the second year, and after revealing that Shizuka Hiratsuka was not there through the window, he opened the door and walked in. "Ohayo, good morning, classmates." Standing on the podium, Gojo Satoru greeted him with a full of energy. Silence, a piece of silence. Most people's eyes are very confused. "No, who are you, teacher? And now, Bebi, is almost noon. Is it too late to say good morning?" Back row. Hearing this familiar voice, Yukino, who was reading a book, raised her head. "What? Teacher, why are you here?" There was a hint of doubt in her flat, unwavering voice. Hiratsuka-sensei didn't say in advance that other teachers would come to substitute for the class. Don't care. Gojo Satoru waved his hand with a grin. His blindfolded eyes looked at everyone below. "Look at this, boy. The main character class in the novel, right? Advertisement. Yukino, Hiki Valley Hachiman, Nakano Kazuka, Aoyama Nanami, Yasukuka Hanabi, Miura Yuko, etc. Where's your Hiratsuka-sensei?" Gojo Satoru sat on the podium and asked intentionally. "I don't know, but I heard that it was to help a certain idiot teacher." A faint smile flashed in Yukino's eyes. Smart. She has already guessed that Shizuka Hiratsuka must be helping the incomprehensible white-haired teacher in front of her as a substitute teacher. But so what if she knows? "If you disturb my reading, it's fine if you don't hit you." Hearing that this oblique person seemed to be scolding him, Gojo Satoru was not angry and said the opposite. No, no. Is there a possibility that it is an extremely handsome guy who is the #1 handsome guy in the world's handsome guy list? After saying this, his face was not red and his heart was beating. This level of narcissism can only be achieved by Gojo Satoru. So that's you. Everyone also reacted, speechless all over their faces. Hey, what do your expressions mean? Gojo Satoru yelled in dissatisfaction. I'm telling the truth. It really is you. Sitting in the corner, Hikagu Hachiman lay silently on the table, ready to sleep, avoiding the sight of the white-haired teacher. But, the next second, what is that dead fisheye on the corner of the wall doing? It's lying on the table and ready to swim. What the hell am I? Hikagu Hachiman raised his head helplessly. Teacher, if possible, I have a name. Okay, dead fisheye. No problem, dead fisheye. Gojo Satoru said firmly. Feeling the eyes of everyone in the class focused on him, Hikagaya Hachiman checked his head and looked to the other side. This look is like a social fear of teaching technology. It's really speechless. The chapters are banned every day, and it's impossible to drive. The illustration is Yasuoka Hanabi. Advertisement. Chapter 88. In the hallway, Shizuka Hiratsuka walked towards Class J, the second year she was in. Originally, she was also a fish-catching monster, but now she is about to become a model worker teacher of Zongwu High School. Woo this guy, let me take over every day, she said complainingly. It is really not a good thing for this guy to come to Zongwu Gao as a teacher. He is either lazy or on the way to be lazy every day. With a sigh, Shizuka Hiratsuka wanted to open the classroom door. However, the voice in the classroom made her stop. I have 3 belts and 1 belt. Who wants it? It's not the teacher. I'm from your family. Why do you eat me? Don't worry about the details. I will take you to win. Don't worry. Hey, I want it, just to eat you, teacher. Oh, I have a bit of a temper. I see you eating me. Hearing the voice of a certain white-haired monster mixed with this noisy voice, the corners of Shizuka Hiratsuka's mouth twitched. If you heard me right, it's that guy? With his right hand, he directly opened the classroom door, and Hiratsuka quietly looked inside. I saw that the originally tidy classroom was in a mess. The tables were pieced together, surrounded by a dozen people watching the game, and 4 of them were sitting on chairs playing poker. And her students Hayama Hayato and Tobsho's faces were covered with white paper, and Kiritani Kizuto, who was a little better, only had 1. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, squatted on a chair like a local hooligan, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and he didn't stick a note on his whole body. 3 J's and 3. Do you want to eat, teacher? Shotobe said triumphantly. TCH, that's all. Gojo Satoru smiled disdainfully, took out 4 cards in his hand, and swung them violently. Bomb! Oh, XN, the students watching the battle all around exclaimed. Sorry, I told you not to come out, Asyong. The teacher must have a bomb in his hand. I don't know either, Hayato. Forget it. Watch me eat you, too sure. Hayama Hayato said firmly. Advertisement after more than a dozen fights. They were always the losers, and even he couldn't help feeling a desire for revenge. For aces. Hey, sorry. Then I'll go ahead, mate. As soon as he put the cards down, only 1 card was left in Hayama Hayato's hand, and he became excited. No one wants it. No one wants it. I can go and finish the fight. 3. Whoever told you that no one wants it, you can go. Raising his left hand, Wu Tiaowu's face showed a ferocious yin-e, and then he took out the last 2 photos in his hand and clapped them. Wang Zhao ha ha ha. Ah! Shotobe let out a scream of pain. Hayama Hayato also covered his head in grief. The faces of the 2 of them had no room to stick stickers on, and even when reading and playing cards, they could only play through narrow seams. Teacher, you are amazing. Kiritani Kizuto, who only had a note on his face, was full of admiration. Originally, he didn't want to play cards or even knew how to play, but Gojo Satoru forcefully dragged him over to gather the number of people, but he didn't expect it. Except for the first game and Gojo Satoru, who lost on the opposite side. The 2 of them have always been a family behind, and then they have always won. After winning, sticking the note on the opponent's face really feels a bit inexplicably refreshing. Ha ha ha. Who am I? I am the contemporary god of gamblers. Standing on the chair, Gojo Satoru laughed with his arms akimbo. But, With a smile and a smile, I suddenly found that the originally noisy classroom was instantly quiet. Teacher, Miura Yuko, who had been sitting next to Gojo Satoru watching the play, tugged at the hem of Gojo Satoru's clothes and shouted softly, Ms. Hiratsuka is here. Huh, Xiaojing is here. Gojo Satoru looked back. It was Shizuka Hiratsuka, whose face turned black. Hey, Xiaojing. Wujo smiled awkwardly. Shizuka Hiratsuka didn't speak, but swung his fist with a black face. Go to hell with you. No. Advertisement, seeing Gojo Satoru on the floor who seemed to have gone out of his body. Everyone hurriedly cleared the tables and chairs to their original positions. Asking for flowers. Teacher, you are not dead, are you? Ika poked Gojo Satoru with her finger. Poke a few times. Gojo Satoru seemed to have returned to his soul. A carp straightened up, posed in a pose, and said handsomely, Don't worry, the teacher is fine. It's just a concussion. Cut. Shizuka Hiratsuka rolled her eyes. Fart's concussion. She doesn't know how heavy her own fist is? Iwa covered her mouth and smiled. Unexpectedly, Ernai Juan's boyfriend, who looks so handsome and has such a personality, is actually a funny comparison, which is too contrasting. Of course, if Iwa saw Gojo Satoru's tyrannical smile in the amusement park a while ago, she would definitely not think so. Zero Gojo Satoru is indeed funny, but this funny is not funny. You can start to quibble about understanding. What's the matter with playing cards? Shizuka Hiratsuka crossed her arms and said with a displeased face. This. Gojo Satoru rubbed the back of his head with a thoughtful face, but his footsteps moved quietly towards the door. Goodbye, Xiaojing. Quickly opened the door, he rushed out directly. Hiratsuka, who was still on the spot, was stunned. She didn't expect it, so she just ran away. Ran out of the teaching building and walked into a pavilion. Gojo Satoru finally breathed a sigh of relief, took out his phone, and prepared to order takeaway, talking nonstop. It seems that I have avoided the limelight this morning. By the way, where's the takeaway from Xiaojing's before? It's so troublesome. Why don't you just apologize directly? Ding, ding. Just then, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. The time for lunch break is just the beginning. Suddenly, a large wave of students rushed down from the teaching building. These students did not bring lunch boxes and were going to buy bread. At the same time, two male and female figures walking together appeared in Gojo Satoru's sight. One of the women is the legendary B****ch Akane, Managawa Akane, and the other is an honest-looking man with eyes, Zhong Jingming Haigong. Advertisement. Chapter 89. Mr. Managawa, let's go out to eat together later. No, I know that there is a very popular Huxiao restaurant recently, and the food in it is very delicious. Narumi Zhongjing said like he was licking a dog. I heard that there are still a lot of internet celebrities, and you may have bumped into them in the past. A Huxiao restaurant? If Mr. Zhongjing wants to go, I can. Still wearing her iconic smile, Managawa Akane spoke with a gentle face, but halfway through the speech, it turned into distress. But I don't have enough money. Huxiao restaurants are expensive, right? She has enough money. After all, she got a big money. But there is a human-shaped ATM machine in front of her, so if she doesn't let the other party spit out some money, is she still Akane Managawa? So, hurry up, say, I invite you at 7:40 o'clock. In the profile that no one else could see, the corner of Managawa Akane's mouth curled up. Sure enough, the next second, Zhongjing Narumi's words satisfied her. It's okay, Mr. Managawa, I was the one who asked you to eat, so it's normal to invite you to eat. Worthy of being my licking dog. Akane Managawa is in a beautiful mood at the moment, and she is going to accompany her little licking dog to eat together. Her eyes kept scanning the surroundings to see if there was a handsome guy or something, but when her eyes swept over the pavilion, she froze. I saw Gojo Satoru sitting on a bench in the pavilion, looking at the two of them curiously. Teacher Wuqiao, Managawa Akane suddenly smiled and shouted in a voice that was deliberately clipped. This shout made Zhong Jingminghai next to him jealous, and also looked towards the pavilion. So tall. At first glance, he was deeply shocked by himself. Although there was a distance of more than 10 meters, it could still be seen that Gojo Satoru was extremely tall, and even he had to look up anyway. Tread. Before Zhongjing Narumi could recover, Managawa Akane trotted to the pavilion. Teacher Wujo, why don't you go to eat now? Advertisement sitting next to Gojo Satoru, Managawa Akane pretended to be serious and said, if you don't eat, you will get stomach problems. It's very uncomfortable to have stomach problems. My friend had it before, just skipping lunch every day. I just haven't eaten yet. Do you want to go together? I don't care if I eat or not. Gojo Satoru glanced at the other party and said, what the hell? I just took a curious look at the soul of the other party with my 6 eyes, and the dirtiness of that soul almost didn't ruin my eyes. Hearing this, Akane Managawa couldn't hold back her face anymore. After all, she also came out of the flattery of many dog lickers, and now she has said so, a bit uncomfortable. Seeing that Akane Managawa seemed to want to leave, and then glanced at Narumi Zhongjing who had been waiting outside the pavilion, Gojo Satoru had a second thought. Anyway, I don't know where to eat, or let them treat me. Thinking of this, he thought it was okay and cleared his throat. All right, let's go eat together. See if I don't overwhelm you. Akane Managawa was overjoyed. Xiao Mian, this is not a trick of you. The two walked out of the pavilion. Akane Managawa said to Narukai Zhongjing with a gentle face. Mr. Zhongjing, this is Mr. Wujo, the new teacher of Sobu High School. He just didn't have a meal. Can I ask him to come with me? Is it possible? Narumi. At the end, she deliberately stepped on her feet and said intimate words and blew into Narumi Zhongjing's ear. This made Zhongjing Minghai blushed and said in a panic, it's okay. We are all colleagues. This time I will treat you. Wow, great. Akane Managawa clapped her hands very cooperatively, her face full of admiration. Gojo Wujo's eyelids twitched as he watched. This be **ch. Chien must have acted too much. In a Huxiao restaurant, Zhongjing Narumi checked out with a face full of tears. Advertisement, he never thought that the desserts in this Huxiao restaurant are so expensive. He shouldn't be so grandiose before saying that as long as he can eat it all, he can order such a big money at will. However, his goddess is right next to him. No matter how expensive it is, he still wants to finish it. After gritted his teeth and paid for the meals for the next few days, Zhongjing Minghai should worry about what to eat for the next few days. Then, Mr. Zhongjing, I'll go first. I still have class in the afternoon, so I have to prepare for it. After speaking, without waiting for the other party's reaction, he left. When the opponent's back completely disappeared from sight, Zhongjing Narumi lowered his head in frustration. I thought that this meal could promote the relationship, but there was no progress at all. I really don't know. Why do you like Akane Managawa so much? How much do you like her posture? At some point, Gojo Satoru appeared next to him, asking plainly. No, Managawa-sensei. It gave me a very special feeling, and I won't give up pursuing her. Zhongjing Narumi said with a firm face. If you catch up, prepare to be bullied every day and become a tyrant. Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes speechlessly. This kind of person is completely hopeless. I remember that in the original work of the previous life, Zhongjing Narumi did chase after Akane Managawa, but Akane Managawa said, I might cheat every day. But this kid said, I don't recommend it. Damn it, when the Bull Demon King comes, I have to worship you and call him 3.8 Big Brother. This is my meal alone. Gojo Satoru took out several thousand yen from his pocket and handed it over. Here you are. No, how can this work? After all, it's the treat I said. Zhongjing Narumi showed a face of resistance and quickly refused. However, Gojo Satoru didn't give the other party a chance, and after forcing it, he left. After all, he only targeted Managawa Akane, and Zhongjing Narumi, an honest person, was still innocent after all. He should still give the meal money. He didn't want to owe others favors. Looking at the thousands of yen in his hand, Narumi Zhongjing froze in place. Teacher Wujo, what a good person. He sighed in his heart. Advertisement. Chapter 90. After returning to school, Gojo Satoru took out his mobile phone. After turning on the screen, it turned out that Ernai had sent him a lot of messages, asking him if he wanted to go to dinner together and so on. I'm afraid my wife has become a loyal dog. I thought about it. Gojo Satoru replied, sorry, I turned on Shizen on my phone, but I didn't see the message. Next time I'll ask you to go out to eat together. Without waiting for a few seconds, Ernai's message came back. Obviously, he had been holding the phone all the time. Humph, that's what you said? You must treat me to dinner. Okay, please eat, please eat. Shaking his head amusingly, Gojo Satoru was going to stay in the previous pavilion for a while before going back to the office. There are basically no classes from him in the afternoon, so it can be said that I can fish again. However, as soon as he walked to the pavilion, he found that there was another girl eating fried noodles and bread in the pavilion. The girl has short and long black hair and a delicate and lovely face. And she is Anlagang Hanabi. Yo, the bread-eating student. Gojo Satoru raised a hand and grinned. Anlagang Hanabi ate the bread in small mouthfuls, and after swallowing it, said with a blank expression, "Hi, teacher." She knew him, the teacher who took their class to play cards in the last class in the morning. Gojo Satoru sits opposite after taking his seat. He found that there was a bento next to Anlagang Hanabi. If you look through the transparent cover of the box, the food inside has not been touched. You only eat bread, why don't you eat bento? Gojo Satoru asked a little strangely. Anlagang Hanabi paused, lowered his head, and then shook his head. In fact, she made this bento for her big brother, Narumi Zhongjing. However, Zhongjing Narumi said that it was not necessary. He wanted to go out to eat with that teacher named Akane Minagawa, so she could eat this bento by herself. Hearing this, Anlagang Hanabi no longer wanted to eat, and bought bread to eat as usual. Advertisement: if you want this bento, let's eat it at home for dinner. Hey hey. A strange laugh sounded, and Gojo Satoru's face instantly appeared in front of Yasukuka Hanabi. This infinitely magnified picture made Yasuoka Hanabi's frightened body fall back. Feeling that his body was out of balance, the whole person panicked, and his eyes closed subconsciously when you are ready to accept the pain in your back. Next second, a pair of big white hands pulled Anlagang Hanabi's arm back. Who 2 stages reversed, which left Yasuoka Hanabi gasping for breath. "Teacher, can you stop being so scary?" she said angrily. Finally, there is a little expression on the face, no longer the expressionless, spoiled look of before. Gojo Satoru sat aside, talking with a smile. "I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to come over and ask, can I eat this bento? I haven't eaten lunch yet." In the Huxiao restaurant just now, although he ate a lot of desserts and puddings, after seeing the rice, he suddenly wanted to eat rice again on a whim. Anlagang Hanabi was stunned for a moment, then fell silent for a moment, pushed the bento with his slender left hand, and said in a low voice, "Eat it, teacher." "Thanks." Picking up the bento, uncovering the lid, Gojo Satoru clasped his hands together. "I'm starting." I picked up the chopsticks I had prepared and ate, without any hint of the cold bento. Seeing Gojo Satoru chomping on the bento, Yasuoka Hanabi pursed his lips and asked worriedly, "Maybe it's getting cold. Teacher, why don't you eat it?" "No, it's just right." Gojo Satoru whimpered in response. 10 minutes later. Advertisement: just like that, Gojo Satoru ate the bento he made under the comment of Yasuoka Hanabi. "Let me tell you, classmate, you really did a good job making this bento." Putting down the lunchbox, Gojo Satoru took out a toothpick out of nowhere, picked his white teeth, and said like an old man, "Eat more bento in the future, don't eat chow mein bread." Anlagang Hanabi wants to refute. She wants to say that this bento is reserved for her big brother. Even though the big brother eats with other people, it's just that she doesn't want it. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru raised his left hand, pressed his big hand on Anlagang Hanabi's head, and said softly, "In the future, before making bento for others, think carefully about whether the other party likes you, and whether you like the other party's feelings after all. Don't let the bento be delivered like this time." "Teacher." Anlagang Hanabi's eyes widened slightly, with an expression of disbelief. It turns out that the teacher has always known that this bento was made for others. But teacher, why? 853. Otherwise, it's impossible for the teacher to help you eat the bento that others don't want every day. Then, goodbye, students who are in confusion. Wujo Wudon blinked one eye, joked, and left. After watching the tall white figure disappear, Yasuoka Hanabi stayed where he was for a long time, and couldn't help turning his head to look at the clean, covered bento. "Teacher, maybe this is the charm and gentleness that belongs to Gojo Satoru alone." Walking to the door of the office, Gojo Satoru tiptoedly opened the door. Only one gap was opened, and the right eye observed the situation inside through the gap. Well, Xiaojing is not here safe. Pushing open the door, Wujo Gojo walked in swaggeringly. If possible, It might be more suitable to have a BGM sister is the queen here. It seems that Xiaojing and Qinshuan went to drink. Wujo secretly said. Chihiro and Shizuka Hiratsuka were not in the office at the same time, so he knew that these two Jiumengzi must have gone out to drink again. As for the picking of household vegetables, most of the time, it will disappear at noon. Advertisement. Chapter 91. Whistling, Gojo Satoru kept scrolling through the short video in his hand. But just then, bat! The door was suddenly opened, and a slim figure walked in. Hearing the sound, Gojo Satoru turned his chair and took a look. "Hey, isn't this Hirano-san?" he said with a smirk. He still remembers beating around the bush and scolding him in the morning. Hashtag, Yukino Shida. Yukino's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said word by word. "It's Shuewan falling Shuenachi, not Hirano as you said. Could it be that the teacher has reached menopause? I can't even remember the names of the students. This be asterisk 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 D. Mr. Mao, is it necessary to be so narrow-minded?" "All right, Hirano. No problem, Hirano." Gojo Satoru nodded and said seriously. After speaking, he seemed to glance at a certain place, showing a pity. Hashtag, Yukino Shida. Yukino laughed back angrily, suppressing the desire to curse. Gojo Satoru also knew enough was enough, and quickly changed the subject. "Are you here looking for Xiaojing?" "Xiaojing went out to eat, and if you want to find her, you have to wait until she comes back in the afternoon." "No, I didn't come here to see Mr. Hiratsuka." On the other hand, this time Yukino Shida. Yukino shook her head. "I'm here to see you, Teacher Wujo." "Look for me, what's the matter?" Gojo Satoru expressed his doubts. There is no reason or thing in him that can make Yukino Shida. Yukino come to him in person. Seeing this innocent white-haired teacher, Yukino Shida. Yukino showed extremely resentful eyes. Advertisement. A few days ago, I went to the House of Love and looked for the kitten, but the kitten kept barking when it saw me and was very resistant. Later, she paused and continued to speak. The store manager told me that it might be because you didn't come that the kitten would resist. Even if it was really hungry, it would only eat when it was too hungry. His tone and expression were as if his daughter-in-law had been abducted by others. "No, you were the first person that kitten came into contact with, right?" Gojo Satoru asked with a strange face. These words made Yukino Shida. Yukino even more helpless. "But the person who is close to you is you." "Ahem. So, you came to find me, and you asked me to accompany you in the afternoon. You went to the House of Love together?" Gojo Satoru said. His voice was not intentional when he spoke. To this, Yukino Shida. Yukino nodded. "There is no way. People have to bow their heads under the eaves in order not to let the kitten starve to death. What a grievance is this. Okay, come and find me when school is over in the afternoon." "No, Mr. Wujo, I still have club activities in the afternoon, and I can wait until the activities are over." "Social activity?" Gojo Satoru looked at Yukino Shida. Yukino strangely. "It seems that the Ministry of Service has been established? But, remember when the service department had not accepted the entrustment, the club activity was reading books, right?" "Yes, the club I founded." Yukino Shida. Yukino nodded calmly. "If Mr. Wutiao is really impatient, you can come to the service department to find me." "Of course, I mean to ask me to read books. So you didn't need to explain it so clearly, hello." Wujo complained. "I'm just afraid that some unscrupulous teacher will think wrongly, so let's go ahead." As soon as the words fell, Yukino Shida. Yukino turned around and left. Only a faint fragrance in the air remains. Advertisement in the afternoon. School is over at 3 o'clock. Yukino Shida. Yukino rubbed her temples tiredly. She hasn't slept well in the past few days, and the main mind keeps thinking about the resistance of the kitten a few days ago, which made her unable to sleep. For her own enough sleep and the kitten, otherwise she wouldn't bother to find Gojo Satoru. Walking to the door of the service department, Yukino Shida. Yukino just wanted to push it away when he smelled a fragrance coming from inside, and there was a sound of boiling water. Pushing open the door with her right hand, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw that the long table originally used for reading was filled with all kinds of meat dishes and materials, and there was a huge hot pot in the middle. The hot pot seemed to have just been opened, with boiling water, and the seat that was originally her chair had already been occupied by a certain white hair. "Yo, you're here, Yukino-san." Seeing Yukino who had been late coming in at the door, Gojo Satoru greeted him while rubbing his belly. Teacher Wojo, our relationship is not that good yet. After saying silently, Yukino did not sit down on another chair, but folded her arms, raised the already small amount, and said indifferently, "Explain why I changed my serving department to a hot pot department. You asked me to come here. I'm hungry. Isn't it reasonable to make a hot pot meal?" Gojo Satoru said with a straight face. After finishing speaking, he picked up the already rinsed hairy belly, dipped it in an oiled dish, and started eating. This is very reasonable. What a ghost. Zhao Qianzhao. Yukino Shida twitched the corners of her mouth. Every time she stays with this white hair, her calm mood for many years will always be broken. Come on, don't be polite. There are spices over there. Go pour some yourself. Listening to Gojo Satoru's words and the bowls and chopsticks that had been brought over, Yukino fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, she silently got up and picked up the bowls and chopsticks to add spices or something. Since you can't change it, then join in. Anyway, I was sleeping at noon and didn't eat. I was a little hungry after seeing the hot pot. Well, definitely not what I want to eat myself. I'm hungry, I want to eat. It's difficult. Akane Managawa's previous settings can't be changed. Do you want to let her die? If you don't let her die, you can only slowly disappear. Advertisement. Chapter 92. Second year class. Looking at the empty classroom and the students of the homecoming department, who had gradually left school outside the window, Hikigaya Hachiman sighed. That be D teacher, Mao actually lied to me. In the afternoon, he rummaged through the student handbook that he had never read. As a result, when he opened the first page, he didn't see the line of students must join the club mentioned last time. He knew that he was cheated. However, I also joined the club founded by Sobu High Ice Mountain Queen Yukino. In the service department, club activities are to extend a helping hand to those who are in trouble, accept various entrustments from school students, and accept the entrustment, they must fulfill their responsibilities. Of course, in the past few days after joining, no students have come to entrust, so the club activities are reading books and wasting time. Forget it, let's go. Although he really wanted to go home, Hikigaya Hachiman decided to go to the service department. Scratching his head, he listlessly walked to the 6th floor. Walked for about a few minutes. Hikigaya Hachiman stayed outside the service department, knocked on the door, and pulled it away, and walked in. I'm in. After entering, he was instantly stunned by the scenery in front of him. 353 That white-haired D teacher is here anyway, and he is eating hot pot with that Yukino. Hikigu Hachiman wiped his eyes in disbelief and looked back at it again. It was indeed the 3 words, serving department. You guys, what are you doing? Hikigu Hachiman asked with his eyelids twitching crazily after closing the door again with his backhand. Who, you're here, Bikigu Frog Lord. After blowing 2 mouthfuls of the fat beef roll that was already cooked, Yukino saw a certain dead fish eye that had come over, thought for a while, but seemed to have not remembered the name after all, and casually said a word. It's not without reason that she said frogs. The main reason is that the hairstyle and appearance are too frog-like. Hey, why do you know my nickname when I was young? Hikigu Hachiman complained crazily. Advertisement. Besides, it's been a few days since I joined the club. Maybe you can't remember my name. Yukino didn't answer the question, but ate the fat beef roll silently. Bedge, seeing that the other party didn't want to talk to him, Hikigu Hachiman aimed at Gojo Satoru, who was crazy about showing off chicken livers, and turned into a ruthless complaint machine. And that's why you, the white-haired teacher who lied to the students, are here. One yada, no need. What is a white-haired teacher who deceives students? Teacher, I will love and take care of students. Goku pouted with a greasy mouth and said with a cute face. That's good, but teacher, can you stop doing this action? It makes me sick to my stomach. Next to Yukino couldn't stand it any longer, with a disgusted expression on her face. These words also made Hikigu Hachiman nod in agreement hastily. However, after nodding his head, he immediately complained again. No, why do you eat hot pot here? Don't think so much, go to spice it up. Gojo Satoru finished speaking. I don't know where to take out the bowls and chopsticks again and put them on the table. I'm not hungry at all, hello. Even so, Hikaga Hachiman picked up the bowl and chopsticks honestly. After a few minutes, seeing that there was no parsley in the Hikagu Hachiman bowl, Gojo Satoru dismissed it. Sure enough, a dead fish eye is a dead fish eye. Those who don't eat coriander are all heretics. When I get rich, I will plant coriander all over the world and force it for you heretics to eat. So I don't eat coriander. What's the matter with closing my eyes? Hikagu Hachiman said speechlessly. While picking up a rib, one turned his head to look at Gojo Satoru and said again, "And teacher, you lied to me with the former student handbook. I haven't said anything yet." "Abba, Baba, I don't know. Don't look for me. I don't understand." Gojo Satoru directly denies Sanlien one by one. Advertisement after these 3 combos, Hikaga Hachiman had no choice but to use hot pot to comfort his injured psychology. After eating for an entire hour, the serving department was filled with the aroma of hot pot. Even outside the corridor, there was a faint fragrance, which made many people in other departments around wonder why there was a smell of hot pot. "Hi. I'm full. After hiccuping, Gojo Satoru leaned back on the chair with a satisfied face. This made Yukino Shida Yukino on the side show a disgusted look and wiped her oily mouth with a very ladle-like paper. Eggs and shoyu are hot red. Hikagu Hachiman, on the other hand, said he was not hungry at the beginning, but now he is the one who eats the most, and he still has a chicken drumstick full of hot pot flavor. By the way, Teacher Wu Tiao, you tricked this dead fish-eyed student into joining my club? Saying that, Yukino Shida Yukino glanced at Hikagaya Hachiman who was facing him. This made the latter want to cry. Why did 1 or 2 call me dead fish eyes? I don't want to lose face. Gojo Satoru thought for a while, then said, "It can't be called cheating. It can only be said that this dead fish eye is too stupid, and he never read the student handbook, so he was deceived by me." "Yes, correct answer." Yukino Shida Yukino nodded in agreement. It was the first time she saw a student who never read the student handbook and was able to be deceived by the student handbook of unknown years. Hikaga Hachiman was the first one, and the protagonist of the discussion, Hikagu Hachiman, dare not speak a word. I can only turn my grief into appetite and crazily eat a lot of hot pot with meat dishes. In this way, another hour passed. Hikagu finally finished eating, clutching his stomach with despair on his face and crying out, "It's so hot, my stomach is about to explode." "We didn't force you. Who told you to eat so much, Mr. Bikagu? It's dead fish eyes after all. It's normal to eat more." Yukino Shida Yukino and Gojo Satoru sang together, speaking more desperately than Kigu Hachiman. The title of Dead Fish I Should Not Be Passed. Hey. Advertisement. Chapter 93. Loving Home. Gojo Satoru teased the kitten in his arms, scratched it, touched the cat's head, and then touched the body. The little kitten didn't feel disgusted at all. It looked enjoying it, and even made a small purr sound. "Oh, you're so cute. Come on, do a backflip." As he spoke, Gojo Satoru grabbed the kitten's front legs and made a gesture. This statement made Yukino Shida Yukino, who was watching enviously, couldn't sit still, and quickly stopped her. "Teacher, isn't it difficult for you to be a strong cat? Which kitten can do backflips?" However, the voice just fell. The little cat actually came a backflip. "Meow, meow, meow underscore W," the milky voice screamed, as if asking for credit. "Damn it, it's awesome." Gojo Satoru clapped his hands in amazement. "No way." Yukino Shida Yukino fell silent. Loved cats for so long. Her first backflip with cats. Grinning, Gojo Satoru seemed to have thought of something, pulled his right hand, took off the blindfold, and put it on the kitten's head lightly, covering his eyes. The little cat didn't resist either, and just scratched its paws curiously after taking it on. "From now on, you will be the Gojo Wugai cat version," Gojo Satoru said with a smile. "Meow." The little cat seemed to nod in agreement. This made Gojo laugh. "Hey, Shuenai, don't you want to tease it? I actually feel that it doesn't please you." Gojo Satoru picked up the kitten, turned his head, and asked Yukino Yukino next to him. But, seeing Yukino Shida Yukino staring at him blankly, it wasn't until the two of them looked at each other for a second that she turned her head in a panic and said calmly, "I didn't expect, teacher, you are quite handsome." This is Moron's question. Gojo Satoru said with a proud face. But after he finished speaking, he put on a teasing smile and approached Yukino Shida Yukino and asked, "Advertisement, could it be, Yukino, you were amazed by my beauty in this prosperous age?" "Yes, I was amazed by your pig face. And, this time, didn't you even call out to your classmates?" Yukino Shida Yukino regained her usual calm and said with a speechless face, "Kusawa Dameable, I'm a little bit annoyed at being called a pig face." Gojo Satoru continued to tease the kitten with a displeased expression on his face. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who was happy with the kittens, Yukino Shida Yukino smiled softly in his heart. Actually, to be honest, she was indeed attracted by Beijing Yin just now. But she is not a face control after all. She was so amazed just now that apart from her face, the main thing is the harmonious picture of Gojo Satoru and the kitten. For cat slaves, there is no one who cannot be amazed. "Huh? By the way, are you female or male?" Gojo Satoru's ignorant words came to his ears. Yukino under the snow was stunned for a moment, then panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Don't want." "Yeah, mother." Lifting the kitten's legs, Gojo suddenly realized. Boom! There was a crisp sound of percussion. "It hurts." Gojo Satoru covered his head with tearful eyes and looked innocently at Yukino Shida Yukino, who was holding the kitten. "Why did you hit me, Yukino?" "Teacher, are you a fool? I don't know the difference between men and women, even if it's a kitten." Yukino Shida Yukino exuded a cold aura all over her body, with a dark face. I know. Gojo Satoru pursed his lips. "Damn it, a mere ping nai dares to teach me a lesson. Let's see how I can fix you when I get acquainted with you." "Well, the cooked I said is another kind of cooked." Near dusk, after a farewell message of, "Welcome to come again next time," Gojo Satoru and Yukino Shida Yukino walked out of the loving home. Advertisement, sure enough, it just likes you more. Yukino Shida Yukino said with a sour tone. During this period of time, it was Gojo Satoru who interacted with the kitten. Even if she picked it up, she struggled to run towards a certain white hair after 10 minutes. Asking for flowers. "Maybe I'm more handsome?" Gojo Satoru, who put on the blindfold again, pondered for a while and said seriously, "Cut." Regarding this, Yukino Shida Yukino did not refute. If Gojo Satoru isn't even a handsome guy, then the others are probably not the ultimate ugly guy. "Then, shall I go first?" Gojo Satoru put it in his pocket and said, "Huh? I thought, teacher, you wanted to follow the example of the male lead in the manga, sending the girl home before leaving." Yukino Shida Yukino covered her small mouth. Her tone was full of surprise, but she said it calmly. "I don't want it. It shouldn't be the girl who sent me home, right?" Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes and said as it should. Regarding this, Yukino Shida shrugged her shoulders, walked forward, and waved her hands back, leaving only a cold voice. "Then goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye." With a reply, Gojo Satoru turned and left. However, he did not teleport home directly, but walked slowly to another road. That road is my own student. Chitanda Eru's house. No lower limit. Forward rotation, teleportation, teleporting to an empty tall building. Gojo Satoru quietly looked at the bustling crowd below. When Yukino Shida Yukino said goodbye, his 6 eyes detected a demonic force. The essence of this demonic power is that the black energy coiled in Chitanda Eru's brain is consistent. This time, I came here to completely eradicate that demon. Taking out his mobile phone, he sent a message to Xiaobu and Huaya Hongshu, telling them to order takeaway tonight. Gojo Satoru sat down gently. He was waiting for the demon to show up. As long as he showed a little breath, the 6 eyes would be able to detect it, and then he would teleport to solve it, and then go home. In the chapter of Ernai, I wrote about the corset, and I didn't mention the omission. It may be because of the illustration problem, which makes you think it was omission. I will be more rigorous when looking for illustrations in the future. Long time. Advertisement. Chapter 94. The Chitanda Family. Kikyo knelt on the white cushion. Her dark eyes were tightly closed. She is adjusting the state of her body. But she suddenly opened her eyes. Is it really here? With a whisper, Kikyo picked up the bow and arrow that had been placed beside her. Get up, push open the gate, and walk into the yard. Kikyo kept looking around. She stayed here all night, just to see if the mysterious person would come to Chitanda's house. But sure enough, As she expected, it really came. "Miss Kikyo, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Chitanda Eru suddenly came out from the other side. Holding the fruit in the bowl with both hands, there was a hint of doubt on his face. While saying the same, 390, they kept approaching. Kikyo didn't reply. Her pair of shining bright eyes sized up this Missy. The long legs and clogs stepped back a few steps, and she scolded loudly. "Demon, what are you pretending for me here?" Chitanda Eru froze for a moment, then shook her head in panic. No, Miss Kikyo, I'm just here to deliver fruit." It seemed that he was really suspected of identifying the wrong person. His eyes were full of water, and he looked very pitiful. However, Kikyo does not follow this set. Qingli's face was completely cold, and she even picked up a bow and arrow, pulled out one of the arrows she was carrying, and pointed it at Chitanda Eru. "What happened?" Chitanda Tadayoshi's anxious voice and footsteps could be heard in the distance. Tread, tread. With a rush of footsteps, Chitanda Tadayoshi ran to the yard, with his wife beside him. "Miss Kikyo, what's the matter?" Advertisement seeing the shrine maiden aiming her arrow at his daughter, Chitanda Tayoshi, who was eager to protect the maid, subconsciously opened his arms to block in front of her. And Chitanda Eru at the back showed a weird smile when no one could see. "Mr. Chitanda, please leave." Pulling the bow and arrow away slightly, Kikyo frowned. "This one is not your daughter." "What?" Hearing this, Chitanda Tadayoshi looked back at his daughter in disbelief. And Chitanda Eru also put on a cute and pitiful look again. "Father, don't believe her. I'm telling the truth. This Kikyo must have been tricked." Hearing this familiar voice and familiar face, Chitanda Tadayoshi felt a little illusory in his heart. Squinting his eyes, he silently lowered his arms and quietly walked to the other side with his wife. "Dad," seeing Kikyo's arrow aimed at her again, Chitanda Eru panicked again. This time, not only Chitanda Tadayoshi felt something was wrong, but even Kirin felt that this must not be his daughter. Although the face and clothing are consistent, the temperament and tone of expression are not right. Ha 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 ha. Chitanda Eru looked up to the sky and laughed, her face extremely crazy. "I didn't expect to be seen through by mere humans. It seems that my camouflage skills are getting worse and worse. I wanted to tease you, but it's meaningless." The voice is no longer the lively voice of a young girl, but a hoarse middle-aged female voice. "Demon." Without hesitation, Kikyo put the magic power on the arrow. The sound of piercing the sky sounded, and the arrow pierced through the body of Chitanda Eru in the blink of an eye, and a big hole appeared. This made Chitanda Tadayoshi and the two watching on the sidelines unbearably close their eyes. "Although I know that this is a demon pretending to be my daughter, but seeing the demon with the same face as my daughter being pierced by a bow and arrow, I really can't bear it, and my heart hurts." Although there was a big hole in his body, the demon was not injured, and he was still grinning. A gust of wind hit, and many small black balls were scattered around, covering the entire yard. Even Chitanda Tadayoshi, who are ordinary people, can clearly see these little devils. "What did you do to Chitanda Eru?" Advertisement hanging up the arrow again, Kikyo asked coldly. "How's it going?" The devil tilted his head, thought for a while, and then showed an extremely evil smile. "Of course I killed her. After all, she has such a strong vitality. If I don't kill her and absorb it, why not keep it for the new year?" Damn it, Kikyo's complexion turned ugly. However, when Chitanda and Zangyoshi heard that their daughter had been killed, their eyes darkened immediately, and they fell to the ground, chanting continuously. "How is it possible, my daughter, my daughter? Go to hell with me, devil." With an angry cry, the arrow quickly hit the demon. However, this is far from over, and there are still a few more to follow. The powerful mantra covered the arrow like a heavy sniper rifle, directly smashing the demon's limbs and even his body. "Is this angry? You are really sentimental creatures." With a bland discourse, a burst of magical power erupted in an instant. A figure stood up slowly, and it was a 3-meter-tall demon with a rotten dog's face and a black robe. Humans are truly pathetic creatures, extremely weak, even your strongest humans. A female voice like a tractor spoke from the dog's face. Kikyo's expression froze. The magic power of this demon is the strongest she has encountered so far. But, at this moment, a 5.9 huge tent fell from the sky, covering the entire area. This is X2". The devil and Kikyo were taken aback. Hey, you are really ugly, you devil. The sudden male voice made the two quickly follow the voice. I saw that it was the extremely eye-catching Gojo Satoru who appeared in the field of vision, and in his arms was also the Chitanda Eru who the devil said was dead. I wanted to watch it for a while. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru gently put down the unconscious Chitanda Eru in his arms, raised his head to look at the devil, and asked with a surprisingly calm face, "You, again, human beings are pathetic creatures?" The setting of Kikyo is slightly changed, using mana. Advertisement. Chapter 95. At this moment, it seems that the air, space, and time are frozen. Eru. X2". Two exclamations broke the silence. Kitanda Tadayoshi and the two ran to the unconscious Chitanda Eru, and his wife even hugged her and cried bitterly. Not being disturbed by the two people behind him, Gojo Satoru's eyes under the eye mask were icy cold, and the pressure from his body made the devil dare not breathe. After a few seconds of confrontation, "Who are you? An Onmyoji or an exorcist?" The devil plucked up his courage and asked in a deep voice. The body has adjusted to the best counterattack and attack posture. Burning magic power covered the whole body, illuminating the slightly dark yard. "I let you say it again." Gojo Satoru repeated the previous sentence. As soon as these words came out, the devil's face turned ferocious instantly, and he roared loudly. "Am I wrong? A mere human, you human. Pucci." A huge flesh explosion sounded. The lower half of the demon's body exploded directly on the spot. Blood splashed 14 and flew all around. The upper half of his body collapsed to the ground. His narrow eyes were full of disbelief. "How is it possible? I didn't see when he shot at all." Tread. The sound of light footsteps is like that of a deadly shinigami. Gojo Satoru raised his right foot and stomped hard on the demon's head, leaned down and smiled. "Say it again." "No, do not want." The demon finally panicked, and the flustered expression made Gojo Satoru show an extremely happy expression. Even Kikyo, who was watching, couldn't bear to watch this scene. How did the devil become decent and Woodyu became a villain? Rubbing the devil's face with his right foot, Gojo Satoru continued to ask, "What is 1000 to 7? "What?" The demon was obviously a little confused. "Why did you suddenly ask such an irrelevant question?" Advertisement, Pucci. The narrow eyes suddenly exploded. The splashed blood was automatically isolated by no lower limit spell. 993, it's 993. The devil quickly answered in pain. The arms subconsciously wanted to cover the burst eyes, but there was a pressure that made it unable to move. 1000 to 7, what is it equal to? Gojo Satoru asked again like a repeater. "It's 993, it's Master 993. The devil spoke quickly. However, Gojo Satoru showed a puzzled expression. You answered too quickly, Pucci." His muscular arms exploded. "Ah!" The painful sensation caused the demon to scream. 1000 to 7, what is it equal to? Gojo Satoru asked. Hearing this question again, the devil really wanted to cry without tears. His eyes exploded after a moment of confusion, and his arms exploded again when he answered too quickly. "What do you want from me?" After brewing for 2 seconds, it opened its mouth cautiously. Equivalent to 993 adults. Why is the answer so slow this time? Pucci. The upper half of the body exploded again, and the purplish-red heart emerged from the head. The demons of the void can survive as long as their hearts are not completely shattered. Kill me quickly, you devil." The demon was completely insane, roaring crazily. This made Gojo Satoru and Kikyo speechless. "Brother, you are the devil, right? Why do you call someone a devil?" So far, it can be seen that the demon has been tortured by the spirit. Remember, in the next life, if someone asks you what 1000 to 7 is equal to, don't answer it. As soon as the words fell, Gojo Satoru stepped on his right foot lightly. Advertisement, Pucci. The entire remaining body exploded into blood. At the same time, it accidentally splashed on Kikyo's white maiden costume, which made her show a disgusted expression. It was decided that this dress must be washed 20 times after going back, not 50 times. Gojo Satoru, who had no blood on his body, glanced at Chitanda Eru's position. I saw Chitanda Tadayoshi and the two staring at him blankly. Chitanda-san is fine, just sucked in a little life force, but I have been healed, and I may wake up later. Gojo Satoru returned to his usual smile. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Chitanda Tadayoshi hurried over, held Gojo Satoru's right hand with both hands, bowed and nodded in thanks. If it wasn't for you, my beloved daughter. Having said that, he choked up. It's all right. Withdrawing his right hand, Gojo Satoru patted the opponent's shoulder. Then I'm leaving, by the way, don't tell her that I did it. I'm afraid of trouble, he said with a headache on his face. According to this girl's habits, if she knew that the head teacher was a legendary onmyoji or something, she would definitely come to ask questions every day. I am afraid that the words, I'm very curious, are always on the lips of 670. If it was other beautiful girls or students, he would be very concerned about how to look handsome. But for Chitanda Eru, let it go. It's not that he doesn't like it, but he's afraid that Wei Wei will have a headache. Jiaojia, I don't suggest adding a contact information. Walking in front of Kikyo, Gojo Satoru took out his phone and said in an unusually chic manner, Contact information? Kikyo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Kensusho took out an old flip phone from the arrow box. Looking at the flip phone in the opponent's hand, and then at his own smartphone, Gojo Satoru fell silent. It really is a village girl. What is a village girl? It's better. Hearing this exclamation, Kikyo blushed and wanted to take back the phone from embarrassment. She just doesn't want to change her mobile phone. How can she become a village girl with a flip phone many years ago? In the end, Kikyo and Gojo Satoru exchanged phone numbers. When I frankly uploaded the chapters, the network card crashed. I uploaded 2 identical ones. I deleted them later. Don't subscribe. No one subscribes, right? Sorry, it was my mistake. Advertisement. Chapter 96. On a certain food street in Tokyo, Gojo Satoru held grilled squid in one hand, ice cream in the other, and a ham sausage in his mouth. After solving the Chitanda family's affairs, he came here to fill his stomach. After swallowing the ham sausage in his mouth, he ate grilled squid again, and from time to time, he used a spoon to dig into the ice cream to eat. Regarding the possibility of diarrhea tomorrow morning, Gojo Satoru was not in the slightest panic. Are you really using his inversion technique as a display? What? Suddenly, Wujo Wu's eyes lit up. Isn't this Xiaojing? In a ramen restaurant not far away, Shizuka Hiratsuka was eating ramen with big mouthfuls, his expression full of enjoyment. After throwing away the finished grilled squid skewers, leaving only the ice cream, Gotoyu went to the ramen restaurant. Open the door. Welcome. The waiter at the side said hello. Gojo Satoru nodded and went straight to where Shizuka Hiratsuka was sitting. Sitting aside, after putting down the ice cream, he propped his cheek with his right hand and said with a smile, Yo, isn't this Jing cute? What's so cute? Hearing this, Shizuka Hiratsuka retorted subconsciously. Turning his head, he saw the smiling white-haired monster next to him. She was a little surprised. Hey, Gojo Satoru seemed very satisfied with Shizuka's surprise, nodded and said, Why, it can't be me. No, according to the previous time period, shouldn't you be at home? Shizuka put down the chopsticks in her hand and asked suspiciously. Having known each other for more than half a year, she naturally knows the other person's living habits. If she doesn't have something to do at night, she just stays at home eating desserts and watching TV. Of course, this may also be an illusion. After all, he is an onmyoji advertisement. Could it be possible? What's the matter? Didn't get hurt. Thinking of this, Shizuka Hiratsuka frowned and asked worriedly. Unconsciously, he stretched out his hands towards Gojo Satoru, as if he wanted to check to see if he was injured. I'm really hurt. A look of pain flashed across Gojo Satoru's face, and his left arm grabbed his shoulder fiercely. I didn't get the injury from Xiaojing's kiss. Still out there, you fool. Hearing the preface, Shizuka Hiratsuka almost jumped out of her worried voice, but after listening, she withdrew her hands speechlessly. She is not disgusted with the kiss. Who made Gojo Satoru her boyfriend? It's just that her girlfriend is too incompetent to have a good date with the other party or something. Picking up the chopsticks again, Shizuka Hiratsuka stared blankly at the ramen and asked absently, Woo, am I incompetent? What? Obviously, I'm your girlfriend, but we've been dating for so long. We haven't had a good date yet. Hiratsuka pursed her red lips quietly. I either drink or sleep all day, and I don't ask you out every weekend. Last time you came to accompany me, I still have to go to my father. Will you blame me? Xiao Jing. Gojo Satoru didn't make any trouble anymore. He just looked at Shizuka Hiratsuka quietly. After a second of silence, he suddenly smiled, put his left hand on the opponent's shoulder, put it in his arms, and joked. Why? This is Xiao Jing, who suddenly woke up and remembered the responsibility of a girlfriend. There are so many people. Even though he was saying this, Hiratsuka Shizuka didn't pull away the hand, but shrank into his arms, moved closer, and then spoke. It's just that I feel a little sorry for you. I didn't fulfill the responsibility that a girlfriend should have. Since you're sorry for me, you can go out with me tonight, hee. Gojo Satoru said. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Shizuka Hiratsuka to respond, pulled the other person up, and ran outside. Wait, I haven't given you the ramen money yet. I gave it. It's on the table. Advertisement. After a farewell word of welcome next time, the two walked out. Walk into a dark alley. Gojo Satoru hugged Shizuka Hiratsuka and directly used no lower limit. Reverse art. Teleportation, and came to a place surrounded by forests, but there was an extremely wide road in the middle. This is... Looking at the extremely familiar road in front of him, Hiratsuka was stunned and subconsciously loosened the arms holding Gojo Satoru's waist. This is the first place we met, Xiao Jing. Gojo Satoru gently stroked the soft long hair of the other party. Yes, this is where we first met. Looking at the traces of dark tire wheels on the road next to him, Hiratsuka Shizuka's eyes were in a daze. This mark was the first time she had raced against Gojo Satoru in a racing car. Unexpectedly, it is still preserved until now. I remember that race. I was the one who lost, and I didn't even see the rear of the car. After returning home, he drank a beer in anger. Then do you want to compete again, Xiao Jing? Gojo Satoru's teasing sound came from next to his ear. I don't have a car. How can I compare? Shizuka Hiratsuka shook her head amusedly, but when she turned around, her eyes widened instantly. I saw Gojo Satoru leaning against the dark Kawasaki with a grin and a parked red sports car beside him. This running good car is hers. How do you... Don't think so much about little Jingpi. Gojo Satoru walked up to Shizuka Hiratsuka, bent down slightly, put his index finger between the other's lips, and said softly, Now, do you want to compete again? My girlfriend. Ah, sure, my boyfriend. Shizuka Hiratsuka smiled like a flower, and there seemed to be tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes. She might not be a good girlfriend. However, Gojo Satoru is an extremely competent boyfriend, and his tenderness to her made her addicted. In the last chapter, my network got stuck, and I posted it twice in a row. I quickly made up for the changes in this chapter. I don't know if there is a big brother who subscribes. If you subscribe, you should be able to watch it for free. I don't understand this. I'm really sorry. Let me say sorry to you. Advertisement. Chapter 97. Early in the morning, in a certain hotel, Gojo Satoru opened his eyes, yawned uncontrollably, sat up his upper body, and then glanced at the sleeping figure beside him. Looking ahead in a daze, he recalled last night in his mind. Last night, Gojo Satoru and Hiratsuka Shizuka race on the deserted road. The result was obvious. Gojo Satoru won again, and Ping Jiajing didn't even look at the taillights again. After racing back and forth for a while, the two of them bought a beer and some snacks, and sat in the mountains where they had been to drink. After drinking until the early hours of the morning, Gojo Satoru was about to go home, but at that time, Hiratsuka Shizuka held his hand. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. With flushed cheeks and shy eyes looking to the other side, Gojo understood. The wind is also very gentle. Take this sentence. Those who understand the plot that happened later will understand, and those who don't will get off. The two had a relationship, and everything was up to Liang Cheng. Well, at this time, Ping Jiajing, who was still sleeping soundly on his side, made a seductive nasal sound. She wanted to turn around and continue sleeping in another position, but the tearing pain from below made her open her bloodshot eyes. 780, are you awake? Gojo Satoru stretched out his right hand to caress the other's messy hair. Okay. Making a sound like a baby, Ping Jiajing also sat up slowly. The pure white quilt passed across the body, revealing a better figure. The whole person is like a sleeping beauty, who hasn't woken up? But, the next second, Hiratsuka Shizuka flung herself into Gojo Satoru's arms like an idiot, her face frantically rubbing against that strong muscle, and she smiled foolishly. My boyfriend's figure is just good, sucks. You are an idiot. Even though he complained like this, Gojo Satoru didn't push away. Instead, he gently touched the other party. The two hugged each other for a while. Shizuka Hiratsuka suddenly raised her head and said in a dazed manner, "Advertisement. I remember. Today is Tuesday. I still have class." That's right. Gojo Satoru finally came to his senses. The eyes of the two men looked at each other in confusion, but within a few seconds, they all smiled. Forget it. Let's ask for leave today. Hiratsuka smiled quietly and shook his head. Going to school in her current state, she will definitely be seen as strange, and Chihiro's unwanted older female teacher will definitely look envious and jealous. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, let's ask for leave for an unprecedented time. Are you still going? Woo. My words. Gojo Satoru thought for a while, then spoke. I won't go. I'll just accompany you. The last time I had a relationship with Yubi Daoong, he also wanted to accompany him, but they just said that this injury is not even 5% of the injuries I suffered in the wild, so don't accompany me. Go to work quickly. Don't you think about a peaceful daily life? That's how I've been advised. Gojo Satoru had no choice but to come to Zongwu High. This time, it will be the Haika family. As for whether or not to tell Hiratsuka Shizuka about Yubijai Mako, he still thinks that after a while, he should find a suitable time to talk about it. Next, the two also got up, got dressed, called the front desk, and ordered 2 breakfasts. For the rest of the day, it was the world of the two of them. Evening. Xiaobu stared blankly at a certain white hair who was changing shoes in the hallway in front of him. Tell me, big brother, why didn't you go home last night? And why you didn't come back until evening today? Said in a calm but murderous voice from a small buried mouth. Beta. This made Gojo Satoru, who had changed his indoor shoes, subconsciously touch his head, said embarrassingly. I went on a trip to Osaka. After speaking, he felt something was wrong. No, I am the big brother. You are the younger sister. Why are you acting like Kassen, mother? Why? You want a rebel, you're going to pass the ranks. Advertisement. Thinking about it, Gojo Satoru leaned down, pulled the flesh on both sides of Xiaobu's cheek with both hands, and said with a wolfish face, I'm the big brother, stinky sister. You dare to teach big brother a lesson. It hurts, big brother, I was wrong, so wrong. Xiaobu immediately begged for mercy. After letting go, Gojo Satoru, who was in a beautiful mood again, threw himself into the sofa, and his whole body turned into a salted fish lying posture again. But Xiaobu rubbed his flushed cheeks with a resentful expression, muttering all the time, Smelly big brother, dead big brother. At this time, the door that had not been closed for a minute was opened again. Bada, I am back. Huaya Hongshu went home. Xiaobu, Mr. Gojo, good evening. Huang Fan, who had been lying on her young master's shoulder, waved and shouted, Welcome back. Xiaobu, who was still rubbing her cheeks, responded indistinctly. Change into the cute pink indoor shoes. Huayi Hongshu said the same. Good evening, Mr. Wutiao. Xiaobu. Going to the wild again? Gojo Satoru asked in a muffled voice while lying upright with his face facing the sofa. Huaya Hongshu nodded lightly, then said again, When I was in Phi today, I met a very strange person. He was obviously an ordinary human being, but he just wanted to save others. It seemed that he took out a black spell at the end. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru turned around, looked at Huaya Hongshu, who was also looking at him, and said slowly, You didn't talk to him, did you? Huaya Hongshu was stunned. She thought what her teacher would say, but in the end, that's it? No, Mr. Wutiao, that man is so ugly, I'd be damned if I could talk to him. Well, that's the best. Gojo Satoru nodded in satisfaction. He is like protecting the little cabbage he raises, so as not to be offered by other pigs. But having said that, that kid should be the potter's wheel of the Flame Demon Hall. Advertisement. Chapter 98. The story of Double Star is about to start. Gojo Satoru rested his arms on the back of his head. Huaya Hongshu next to him was quietly eating the hagi cakes he bought, while Xiaobu was teasing Huang Fan. Huang Fan was also playing and having fun. I don't know. Is Xiao Hongshu's power the yin or the sun? Staring for a while at Akino Hongo, who was eating hagi pancakes with a happy face in front of him, Gojo Satoru thought to himself. In the original book, Huaya Hongshu has two settings. One is the power of the yin, and the other is the power of the sun. Once the power of the sun is awakened, the whole person will turn into a filthy princess. The power of the sun was infused by Ampere Saimai in order to combine with the power of Tai Yin to give birth to this son of God with the power of Yin and Yang. It's funny to say that, even after some son of God has fully grown, the current Gojo Satoru can still push everything horizontally. With 6 eyes and no lower limit spells, he is invincible. You can never kill or even defeat Gojo Satoru, only by sealing. With his right hand, he silently withdrew the blindfold from one corner, revealing that single extremely beautiful pupil. Gojo Satoru quietly observed Huaya Hongshu. Within a few seconds, he put down the blindfold. 6 eyes is telling him, it's not too cloudy. Wednesday, Hiratsuka returned to the office quietly. Although it's been a day, it's the first time after all, and her body is already sensitive, and she can walk without any abnormality, but the steps should not be too involved. It still hurts a bit. After all, the size of Wudyu is not what ordinary men should have. After pushing open the door, Shizuka Hiratsuka saw Chihiro Sengoku with a disappointed face on the desk and Nozori Toji crying while biting a handkerchief. What's the matter with you? She asked a little confused. Still asking what's wrong. Qianshuan shook his head in disappointment. Are you agreeing to be each other's angels together? Are you agreeing to be single until you grow old together? Are you agreeing to go to an orphanage to raise your daughter together? Turns out you're so close. Whoa, Xiaojing, I don't expect too much. Can I be the second one? Nacho Toji bit her handkerchief tearfully. Advertisement, huh? What are you talking about? Shizuka Hiratsuka panicked, feeling as if she had said something. Seeing that the betrayer, who has become a woman, is still sophistrying, Qianshuan sighed. Did you forget the message you sent me back the night before? The message I sent you back the day before yesterday? Shizuka Hiratsuka was even more confused. She hadn't touched her cell phone once the day before yesterday, and even after returning home yesterday, she was catching up on sleep. Taking out the mobile phone in her trouser pocket, she clicked on the line. Xiaojing, are you going to have a drink tonight? I failed another blind date. My conditions are not good. These stinky men actually look down on me. This is a message from Chihiro Qianshu, and the time is fixed at 12:35. No, Wu and I are doing business. This is news from her, and the time is fixed at 1237 minutes. Suddenly, the memory in my mind began to recede. Hiratsuka, Shizu finally remembered. At that time, Gojo Satoru picked up her mobile phone and seemed to be operating something, but she didn't think much about it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the news of returning to Qian's son. Ahem, what are you thinking? Wu and I were eating supper at that time. It's not what you think. Shizuka Hiratsuka said, pretending to be calm. Then why did you ask for leave yesterday? And Gojo-kun also asked for leave. Chihiro asked blankly. That's it. Hootsuitsai nodded in agreement, like Guzi very much. For these two people who seemed to be trying to judge her, Hiratsuka, Shizu chose not to answer, and sat on a chair, quietly preparing to wait for Gojo Satoru to come and give each other a surprise. Sure enough, within a minute, the door is opened. I'm back at Zonwu High again. A certain white-haired fool smirked and pushed open the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Shizuka Hiratsuka rushing towards him with an infinitely bigger fist, asking for flowers. Advertisement. Go to hell, you white-haired B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Phi. Gojo Wu covered his head with gauze, holding a cane while lecturing without changing his face. All the people below looked at their homeroom teacher twitchingly and didn't take the topic of the lecture into consideration at all. That Wuqiao teacher. Kitagawa Marin raised his small hand. Huh? What's the matter, Kitagawa-san? Putting down the Mandarin textbook, Gojo Satoru asked suspiciously. What are you dressed up for today? After Kitagawa Marin finished speaking, she covered her mouth with a smile on her face. Xiachuan Masuzu next to him and Huaya Hongshu behind saw Qiming lower their heads and their bodies twitched. Hey, don't think I don't know you're laughing. In an instant, everyone in the class couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. That's right. That's right. Teacher Wu Tiao, you shouldn't have a car accident when you came to Zhongwu High School. No, no. I really think Teacher Wu Tiao must have seduced someone else's girlfriend and was beaten by the original owner's boyfriend. One-sided brother. Is there a possibility that he fell in love with someone else's wife? There is a possibility. I thought it might be possible to save the world, but was beaten by a monster. Looking at the topic, the guessing became more and more outrageous. Gojo Satoru stared with dead fish eyes and said weakly, "Teacher, I just accidentally fell when I was helping the kitten." "Ah, yes, 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 XM," the student said in unison. Speechlessly rolling his eyes, Gojo Satoru grabbed his book and prepared to continue his lecture. However, suddenly there was an extremely loud voice from outside the corridor. "There's a fight in the second grade on the third floor. Go check it out." In an instant, Gojo Satoru tore off the gauze, swung the cane, and was shot straight out. This stunned everyone in the class. "It's not Mr. Wu Tiao. Didn't you get injured or have a broken leg? How did you run so fast up the mountain?" Advertisement. Chapter 99. Third floor. All the classes in the second grade were poking their heads and watching what happened outside the corridor, but they were quickly called back by their homeroom teachers. But there were also some students who were close to the door secretly watching. In the corridor, a sister Yu wearing a professional school uniform and a single ponytail folded her arms. Her cold expression seemed to be able to freeze the space. "You too, do you want to be fired?" Indifferent words came from her mouth. Chaju Se, her name, is also the head teacher of the second class of the second year. The surroundings were full of students from Class C of the second year, and there were also students from other classes who sneaked out. In front of Chabashira Se, there were two male students. A boy with long black and red hair, an extremely tall figure, and a disdainful face. The other has short red hair, two horizontal stripes on both sides of his forehead, and an unconvinced face. Like 210, is a boy who is a gangster. And they are Long Yuanxiang and Su Shijin. "Teacher, it's not my fault. I just bumped into him accidentally, and he scolded me. I couldn't bear this anger, so I did it directly," Suding Takaru said with a displeased face with a bruise at the corner of his mouth. "Shut up," Chabashira Se scolded indifferently. "What does it mean that I accidentally bumped into him? And what does it mean that I was scolded and couldn't bear the anger, so I just did it? Are you a gangster on the street? Do it every now and then." "Oh, you also heard the teacher. He was the first to strike. I have no choice but to fight back." Long Yuanxiang spread his hands and said with regret, "Except for a little dust on his clothes, he was not injured at all. Obviously, during the fight, he had the upper hand." Looking at the two of them coldly with brown eyes, S.A. Chabashira was thinking about how to solve this matter. The whole second graders on the third floor knew about the fight, and it seemed to spread to the first graders on the fourth floor. "I'm afraid it's not easy to solve." "Oh, so that's how it is. Why don't you two fight again? The winner doesn't have to drop out of school, and the loser drops out of school." The sudden, unfamiliar voice made Chabashira Sagi tremble in fright. "Look down to the left." I saw an extremely eye-catching white-haired figure sitting on the bench, knocking melon seeds, and there was a plastic bag next to it to hold the melon seed shells. Sensing everyone's gaze, Gojo Satoru still kowtowed the melon seeds and said with a blank face, "What's the matter? My opinion is correct. God is not wrong." Advertisement. Many people roared crazily in their hearts. There will be another fight. The loser will be expelled from school, and the winner will not be expelled from school. If you put aside the samurai duel, it is still a game of PK, right, Yu-Gi-Oh? "You are?" Chabashira Se asked, a little puzzled. In her memory, there is no such person, and there is no school uniform of Nanzong Wugao. Could it be? "Ah, I am the head teacher of Class F for the first year. Gojo Satoru, please give me your advice." "Really?" Chabashira Se nodded. "Chabashira Se, please give me your advice." Looking at the two who introduced each other, the student who was full of inner drama roared again. "Hey, isn't this a nasty fight? How did it become an introduction meeting? And there is this teacher, you, a first-grade head teacher, come to the fourth floor regardless of your class in order to eat melons, right? Is there such a class teacher? Ha ha." Suddenly, Long Yuanxiang laughed, wiped his hair back, and said with a wolfish face, "I think what the teacher said is not wrong. You can do it again." He didn't care whether he dropped out of school or not. All he cared about was wanting to beat this guy up again. Then come. Not to be outdone, Sudu Takaru roared. What are you doing? Shut up. Chabashira Sae roared. In an instant, the entire floor was quiet, only the soft sound of cracking melon seeds. Ahem, then I'll go first. After nibbling the last melon seed in his hand, Gojo Satoru stood up and said, I feel that the atmosphere is a bit wrong, so let's go quickly. After finishing speaking, he left and took advantage of the opportunity to lift the small bench and drive away. Passing through the crowd, Gojo Satoru just reached the stairs. A soft girl called to stop him. Teacher Wutiao, please wait. Okay. Gojo Satoru looked back. Advertisement: a girl with a cane, white hair, and a black female beret with a cute face came over. Banlu has habitat. Gojo Satoru recognized the girl at the first sight. Walking slowly in front of Gojo Satoru, Sakayanaji had long and delicate lips. Teacher Wutiao. No, it should be Master Wutiao. As soon as he said this, Wujo Wu raised his eyebrows and asked, You know me? Who doesn't know the strongest onmyoji in the Inyang world? Sakayanaji, Yusu smiled slightly. I came here this time to ask, can I exchange contact information? My contact information again. Gojo Satoru muttered to himself, then looked at Sakayanaji Yusu, who still had a smile on his face, and said, Did your parents ask you to come here? He has encountered many such situations. In many famous families, the older generation ordered women from the younger generation to come and get in touch with him, but Gojo Satoru was not interested at all. If Sakayanaji Yusu was the same, he would still not give it. Those old guys are self-righteous and always want to use women to bind people in the other world to protect their family or consortium. Similar to the group of powerful old guys in the magic world, one likes to order and give all kinds of death orders, and the other likes to use women to bind the strong. Hearing the feeling of disgust in the words, Sakayanaji Yusu shook his head and said, It's not true. I need contact information. It's just that I want it myself. I have admiration for you. She did not lie. All right, you can add me. He took out his mobile phone and opened the line account 5.1. Thanks. Arisu Sakayanaji said politely. Looking at Sakayanaji, who left without hesitation, Gojo Satoru always felt like a duck. Use it and throw it away. No, I read the comments. I said before that every heroine has an emotional scene, and every time there will be a foreshadowing. As long as I feel it, my Gojo Satoru will accept it without hesitation. The previous Yubi Daowang has known each other for a long time. If he has the opportunity, he will accept it directly. Now, Hiratsuka Shizuka also accepts it when he has the opportunity. Besides, I have 4 costs, which are fighting. I think I'm slow in accepting girls, so why don't I even bother to write emotional dramas in the future? Just act as a bulldozer, push all the way. Every heroine will fall in love at first sight when they see it, okay? I don't know why that brother's comment disappeared, so I will say it here. Advertisement. Chapter 100. Time passed quickly, and it was already afternoon. Following the bell for the end of get out of class that rang in the corridor, Zhongwu was high, and school was over. Hongshu, I, Maliang, and Mingjiang will leave first. We still have things to do in 3 afternoons. While Kitagawa Kaimeng was packing her handbag, she turned her head and said to a Nanohongo who was also packing her handbag, okay. Huaya Hongshu was taken aback for a moment. Although he was a little disappointed, he still nodded his head in response without changing his expression. In the past few days, they all walked together after school together, but today, they left her alone as a special case. This made her, who had been alone for several years, make friends for the first time, and also felt lost for the first time. Seemingly aware that there was something wrong with Huaya Hongshu's emotions, Xiachuan Jinliang, who had already tidied up, was a little bit unbearable, but he managed it right away. Sorry, Hongshu, this is the first and the last time. Ming Qiming next to him pursed his lips, lowered his head, and silently packed his things. After the 3 girls finished packing, they left together. Seeing their leaving backs, Huaya Hongshu was startled, but immediately patted his face with both hands, trying to use his normal voice to warn himself. Don't try to make ordinary friends. You are the onmyoji Huaya Hongshu. You and them are not in the same world. 14. Yes, not in the same world. It seems that the admonition has worked. After packing up his things, Huasu left the classroom silently. Stopping on the bridge with few people, Huaya Hongshu quietly looked at the clear river below. Boom, a burst of white mist dispersed, and the yellow powder sat on his shoulders. If you want me to tell you, Master Hongshu, they are not worthy to be your friends at all, and to throw you away alone. Isn't this blatantly ostracizing you? Huangfen folded her arms anthropomorphically and said with a displeased face, "It is fighting for its own little master." It naturally saw the naked repulsion scene just now, and at that time it couldn't wait to come out and beat the three of them with its claws. "Stop talking, Huangfen." Whispering disappointed, Huasu rubbed Huangfen's head. "But, Master Hongshu." Looking at that disappointed face, Huangfen also felt uncomfortable for no reason. Gradually, the master and the servant fell silent. The gentle wind blew through Huaya Hongshu's hair, which calmed her down for a while. It's not good. It's not good, Lord Hongshu. There is a lot of filth gathering in the southwest." Huangfen suddenly yelled, very flustered. "Southwest." Huaya Hongshu locked the position at a glance. Her green eyes became firmer, and she ran forward without hesitation. Advertisement, however, what she didn't know was that behind her across the road, there was a white-haired figure silently watching her. It wasn't until the opponent ran to the disaster field that he disappeared. Evening. Huaya Hongshu dragged his exhausted body into the elevator. Huangfen was also tired lying on her shoulders. Ding dong. When the elevator door was about to close, a pair of big hands stretched in and blocked the elevator. "Yo, Xiao Hongshu and Huangfen, good evening." The elevator door opened again, and it was Gojo Satoru who was smiling, holding a beautiful packing box in his arms. "Mr. Wujo, adult, good evening." Huaya Hongshu and Huangfen responded tiredly. Seeing that the two masters and servants were so tired, Wujo Gojo was still smiling, but after he came in, he touched Xiao Hongshu's head and Huangfen's head with one free hand. In an instant, they felt that their physical fatigue and mental pain had disappeared. "It's still yours, Master Wu Tiao. Unlike Lord Hongshu's friends, Before Huangfen finished speaking, Huayi Hongshu grabbed her and covered her mouth. "What is it, friend?" Gojo Satoru asked, pretending to be puzzled. "No, nothing, Teacher Wutu." Huaya Hongshu smiled lonely and shook his head. The anxious Huangfen was about to speak again. Her eyeballs almost popped out, and the cat's face was reddened from breathlessness. Ding dong. The elevator chimes sounded. "We have reached the 6th floor where the Gojo house is located." After Gojo Satoru entered the password for the electronic lock, the door opened. However, after entering, Wu Tiao's house was not as brightly lit as usual, but completely dark. After quietly putting the gift box aside, he picked up the prepared salute, and Gojo Satoru walked to the side in the darkness. The two masters and servants who were still fighting behind came in, and then closed the door. As soon as he came in, Huangfen barked, "Master Wujo, is this a power outage?" "I don't know. Xiao Hongshu, go in and have a look. There is a switch inside for emergency use. I lost my phone, so I'll look for it first." Gojo Satoru's words came from the darkness. Looking for a phone in the dark? Although a little confused, Huaya Hongshu didn't feel that something was wrong. With her powerful perception, she walked straight over. Advertisement, but, in an instant, the house lights up instantly. Boom, the colored flowers exploded by the salute floated on Huaya Hongshu's hair. "Happy birthday, Hongshu." X4-inch inside the house, Xiaobu, Kitagawa Kaiming, Xiachuan Misuzu, and even Misaki Naruto all smiled and shouted in surprise. "You!" Huaya Hongshu's eyes instantly turned red, and crystal-clear tears rolled in their sockets. "Happy birthday, Hongshu." Putting the used salute on the table, Gojo Satoru walked aside, stroking Huaya Hongshu's long hair with his big hand, and said softly, "Don't blame the teacher. Kitagawa and the others left you alone today. I told them that today is your birthday, so I prepared surprises and birthday gifts for you." "No, how could you blame Wu Tiao, teacher?" Huaya Hongshu immediately refuted and slowly spoke out the choked words. "I'm very happy, very happy. I really don't know what to say. Really, thank you very much." After saying this, tears finally dripped uncontrollably, falling on 650's clothes drop by drop, and sobbed softly. In these years, she has been living in the psychology of revenge, and she has even forgotten her own birthday. Only her mother-in-law, who has taken care of her since she was a child, still remembers that she will order a cake every year. This year, I didn't expect that besides her mother-in-law, there are people who remember her birthday, and her own friends are willing to come to celebrate her birthday with her. Really, thank you, Gojo-sensei. Today is your birthday, don't cry. Kitagawa Marin took a few pieces of paper from the living room, hugged Huaya Hongshu, and said comfortingly, "It doesn't look good when you cry." Xia Chuan Jinliang stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, "Don't say that. Hongsu still looks good when she cries." Sisaki Ming said, "Come and cut the cake, Hongsu. This is made by the big brother himself." Xiaobu rolled out a cart from the room, and a three-tiered cake was placed on the cart. The words, "Little Hongshu, Happy Birthday," are engraved in the middle of the cake, and there is a cartoon version of Akino Hongshu smiling. Ding dong at this time, the doorbell rang. Gojo Satoru, who already knew who was coming, went over and opened the door. "Master Hongshu, happy birthday." The old voice passed into Yi Hongshu's ears. She looked back abruptly, and it was the petite mother-in-law who was holding the cake. Suddenly, Huaya Hongshu's tears overflowed again. "Grandma, duh."
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.